Subscribe for more amazing novel audiobooks. Don't forget to like, comment, and share Infinite Novel Audio Chapter 1, Traveling Through Time. Swallowing the starry sky late at night, in the wee hours, the moon was dark and the wind was high. In the dark, quiet, boundless fields, a faint light shone, and upon closer inspection, it was a small thatched hut. A handsome young man was lazily lying on a plank in the hut, holding a thick book in his hand, reading it with relish by the faint light. When he read something exciting, he became agitated and looked around, but there was no one to share it with, and he immediately lost interest. Alas, how I long for the world in the book. Even if it's a spectacular, fleeting moment, it's 1,000 times better than this repetitive and boring life. The young man, Yi Yun, was an orphan in the village. Having lost his parents at a young age, he had grown up safely to the age of 18 with the help of various households in the village. However, Yi Yun, who had just graduated from high school, had only barely passed the second-tier university entrance exam. After some consideration, he chose not to continue his studies but to stay in the village. The village where Yi Yun lived had large tracts of fertile land, and it was summer, so a large number of watermelons were planted in the fields. Yi Yun, having nothing to do, took on the job of watching watermelons at night, introduced by the villagers. Since childhood, Yi Yun had no other hobbies except reading web novels. Now, the night watchman job was usually very leisurely, which gave Yi Yun a lot of extra time to read. As an old bookworm with over 10 years of reading experience, Yi Yun had read at least 800, if not 1,000, novels. Among these novels, there were also some that he particularly loved. Yi Yun picked up the book in his hand again, looking at the 4 large characters. Swallowing starry sky on the cover, an infinite surge of emotion welled up in his heart. This book, Swallowing Starry Sky, fulfilled all of Yi Yun's fantasies about the universe and starry sky, so not only had he read it repeatedly, but he had even bought a physical copy. It could be said that Yi Yun knew the contents of the book by heart. Yi Yun held the book in one hand, looking at the bright moon in the sky, letting his thoughts wander. The moon emitted light, and beside the bright moon, there were also dazzling stars twinkling. Strange, why do I feel like the light of these stars is getting brighter and brighter? As Yi Yun pondered, the light in the sky grew brighter and brighter. Before Yi Yun could react, it transformed into a golden beam of light, directly rushing into Yi Yun's eyes. Damn, did I get hit by a meteor? How unlucky! Before losing consciousness, Yi Yun could only manage this helpless thought. Ah Yun, wake up quickly. In a daze, Yi Yun heard several urgent shouts, but he felt a bit strange as if these shouts were suppressed. Yi Yun struggled to open his eyes. In his blurry vision, he found himself lie on a desk. He quickly scanned his surroundings and saw a small classroom with neatly arranged desks and chairs, pairs of eyes looking over, and in the very front, a middle-aged man sternly staring at him. This scene instantly made Yi Yun understand his situation. Wasn't this a classroom during a lesson? And he, it seemed, had fallen asleep during such a serious class, and those previous shouts came from a young boy with a tender face in the front left. However, when the teacher's attention shifted, the boy also stopped calling out to Yi Yun. Yi Yun felt this boy was somewhat familiar, but he couldn't remember anything for a moment. Just then, Yi Yun suddenly felt a large amount of memory information surge out in his mind. For a moment, he couldn't perfectly accept and fuse it. Intense pain struck, and Yi Yun simply stopped resisting. Therefore, Yi Yun, who had just woken up, fainted again, falling directly to the ground. This sudden turn of events caused the teacher, whose anger was about to erupt, to instantly freeze. However, having experienced a lot, he immediately shouted, "Quick, send him to the infirmary. Luo Feng, why when you two carry Yi Yun, be careful." The teacher's timely and calm arrangement calmed down the panicked students. The 2 boys the teacher called by name immediately stepped forward, one in front and one behind, gently lifting Yi Yun and heading towards the infirmary. "Teacher, is Ah Yun all right?" The boy who had reminded Yi Yun earlier asked anxiously. At this moment, the infirmary teacher, who had already generally checked Yi Yun's condition, chuckled and then softly said, "Don't worry, student, he's fine. He was just a little too excited for a moment, which is why he fainted. He'll be fine after a short rest. Luo Feng, Ah Yun will be fine. Although he's not as strong as you, he's also an intermediate martial artist from the martial arts school. His physical fitness is still excellent, so don't worry so much." The other boy looked at Luo Feng's still anxious expression and comforted him. Luo Feng nodded. He also knew that worrying was useless. However, Yi Yun and Wei Wen were his best friends in third high school. At this moment, Yi Yun had not yet woken up, so Luo Feng naturally could not be completely at ease. On the infirmary bed, Yi Yun lay quietly. At this moment, he was receiving the vast memories in his mind, the original memories of this body. As the memories slowly fused, Yi Yun's own consciousness also gradually recovered. Although the memory fusion in his mind had not yet ended, it no longer hindered Yi Yun's thoughts. Through the fusion of memories, Yi Yun also understood his situation. He was struck by that golden light from outside the sky and unexpectedly transmigrated into the world of swallowing starry sky, which he had always yearned for. And this body he transmigrated into, like himself, was also named Yi Yun. He was Luo Feng's classmate, and his relationship with Luo Feng was also very good, but Yi Yun had no impression of him in the original work. Recalling what happened in class earlier, Yi Yun also understood that Luo Feng and they were still in class, which meant that the plot had not yet begun, and Luo Feng had not yet displayed his talent. Thus, after more than half an hour, Yi Yun finally fused the last trace of memory from the original body and slowly opened his eyes. Luo Feng, who had been paying attention to Yi Yun's condition, naturally discovered Yi Yun's awakening immediately. He stood up, helped Yi Yun up from the bed, and asked with concern, "Ah Yun, are you all right?" Looking at the slightly thin, young-faced boy in front of him, Yi Yun truly couldn't connect him with the future Galaxy Lord who would shake the universe. He smiled slightly and said, "Luo Feng, I'm fine. You worried about me. It was already afternoon after school." After Yi Yun and Luo Feng thanked the teacher, the three of them left the campus. The three walked side by side on their way home, chatting about some interesting school anecdotes. As they walked, Luo Feng glanced at Yi Yun and said softly, "Ah Yun, there are some things I want to say. Please don't take offense. In a few months, we'll have the college entrance exam. You also know how important the college entrance exam is for families like ours. As long as we perform well in this college entrance exam and get into the first military academy, then joining the army in the future will definitely lead to great achievements. Ah Yun, your grades are pretty good. If you work hard before the college entrance exam, you still have a chance to get into the first military academy. At such a critical moment, you absolutely must not be so lax." Yi Yun understood Luo Feng's meaning. Luo Feng saw him sleeping in class today and thought Yi Yun was slacking off before the college entrance exam, which was why he spoke up to remind him. Yi Yun, Luo Feng, and Wei Wen all lived in the public housing area, and their family conditions were very similar, so their relationship had been very good since childhood. Among the three of them, Luo Feng was undoubtedly the most outstanding. Not only were his academic scores among the best in the school, but his physical fitness had even reached the level of an advanced martial artist. It should be known that in the entire third high school, with over 5,000 students, there were only 3 advanced martial artists. Besides Luo Feng, the other 2 came from wealthy families and were able to reach their current level through early training, which further reflected Luo Feng's extraordinary ability. And compared to Luo Feng, his gap was quite large, but he was still pretty good, considered the middle ground between Luo Feng and Wei Wen. For the previous Yi Yun, calmly taking the college entrance exam and striving to get into the military academy was indeed the most correct Dao. However, Yi Yun also knew that Luo Feng's knowledge was not enough at this time, and he did not realize that the current situation on Earth destined that only by becoming a martial artist and constantly getting stronger was the best way to protect himself and his home. Luo Feng had not yet experienced the failure of the college entrance exam, so Yi Yun didn't say much. He put his arms around Luo Feng and Wei Wen on either side, laughing, "Luo Feng, don't worry about me. The college entrance exam isn't the only way out." Maybe before the college entrance exam, I can become a martial artist. If that happens, the college entrance exam won't be so important, right? Wai Wen rolled his eyes at Yi Yun, also putting his arm around Yi Yun's shoulder, and said with a smile, "Your physical fitness has just reached the intermediate martial artist level, and your punching power is only a little over 500 kilograms, right? If you say Luo Feng has hope of becoming a martial artist before the college entrance exam, you can forget about it." Unlike Wai Wen, Luo Feng, however, sensed something unusual in Yi Yun's words. It seemed Yi Yun wasn't joking, and Luo Feng always felt that after Yi Yun's feint this time, he seemed a little different. Yi Yun was certainly not joking. He had transmigrated into the world of swallowing starry sky he dreamed of, and naturally, he didn't want to live a mediocre life like this. However, he also understood the gap between ordinary people and genius. Earth had just entered the evolutionary track, and its genetic level was at the bottom among the entire universe human race. Most Earthlings might not even be able to become martial artists in their entire lives. Judging by the talent he had shown before, he was only slightly better than ordinary people. Yi Yun and Luo Feng grew up together and almost always trained together, but despite the same effort, there was a huge gap between him and Luo Feng. If this continued, even if he could become a martial artist, it would be when he was in his 20s or 30s. What future would there be then? Although Yi Yun understood Luo Feng's extraordinary talent, he would soon rise on Earth. At that time, as Luo Feng's best friend, he would certainly gain considerable benefits. However, as a transmigrator, how could Yi Yun be content with such a situation? And Yi Yun could have such confidence and ambition naturally because of that golden light that brought him to transmigration. After Yi Yun perfectly fused all his memories in the infirmary, he also discovered that golden light. Besides bringing him to transmigration, it also created a talent technique for him that could be called a miracle of the universe. The human race itself does not have talent technique. The top powerhouses of the human race rise through powerful opportunities, and they cannot compare with some naturally powerful races at the starting line. But under the effect of this golden light, Yi Yun miraculously possessed his own unique talent technique, which also filled Yi Yun with confidence in his future Tao. He believed that with such a miraculous talent technique, the future universe would definitely have a place for Yi Yun. Chapter 2. The Secret Innate Method of Copying Eyes. Chapter 2. Talent Technique. Copying Eye. Yi Yun's talent technique is called the copying eye. That magical golden light shot into Yi Yun's eyes, causing this talent technique to directly act on his eyes. Everything scanned by Yi Yun, except for living beings, could be copied. However, there were certain restrictions on the duplication of living beings. At this moment, Yi Yun had just obtained this ability and did not have much understanding of its specific details, nor had he ever used the copying ability of the talent technique. For a while, he couldn't hold back and urgently wanted to test it out. The three walked from school and quickly approached the entrance of the residential area. Yi Yun looked at Luo Feng and asked, "Luo Feng, after dinner tonight, are you still going to the dojo?" Luo Feng thought for a moment and replied with a smile, "I have a tutoring class tonight, so I should still go to the dojo later." "Ah, Yun, you and Wen can go early, no need to wait for me," Yi Yun nodded. He knew that ever since Luo Feng became an advanced student at the dojo, he had found a good tutoring job through the dojo's introduction. The salary was 100 yuan per hour, teaching 5 days a week, 1 hour each night. This meant he could easily earn 2,000 yuan a month, which was quite good at their stage. After the three bid farewell, they each walked towards their respective apartment buildings. Nanan Residential Area, as a low-rent housing complex, utilized land almost to its limits. Each residential building was like a giant square concrete pillar, and the spacing between buildings did not consider sunlight exposure at all. In such a residential area, each apartment building had more than 30 floors, and Yi Yun's home was on the 34th floor of one of these 38-story residential buildings. Due to the opinions of most residents, low-rent housing complexes like Nanan Residential Area did not have elevators, which could reduce a lot of rent. However, for most people in this era, even climbing dozens of flights of stairs was a very easy task. Yi-Yun really wanted to complain about his floor, but there was nothing he could do at the moment. He could only gather his spirits and start climbing floor by floor. After he started climbing, Yi-Yun felt something different. Although he had perfectly fused with the original Yi-Yun's memories, this was the first time he had controlled this body. So, after climbing more than 10 floors, he found that he wasn't out of breath at all. Instead, his control over his body's strength slowly became more precise. Soon, Yi-Yun arrived at the 34th floor, took out his key, and entered his unfamiliar yet familiar home. Unlike Luo Feng's home, the house Yi-Yun lived in did not require him to pay monthly rent. This was a house left by his parents before Yi-Yun was old enough to understand. Yi-Yun was an orphan. His parents were both killed in a tragic incident when their train to another base city was attacked by a large-scale beast horde. That year, Yi-Yun was 8 years old. Therefore, from a young age, Yi-Yun had a reclusive personality and had no friends other than Luo Feng and Wei Wen. After taking a shower, Yi-Yun immediately felt refreshed. He sat on the sofa and began preparing tonight's dinner, instant noodles. Only one packet left. I forgot about this. Should I go downstairs to buy more now? This was the downside of the current apartment building. The floors were too high, and going up and down was too time-consuming. Just as Yi-Yun was hesitating, he suddenly remembered his talent technique. According to the information transmitted by the talent technique, this copying eye claims to be able to duplication everything except living beings. This is a good opportunity to test it with instant noodles. Yi-Yun was excited at this moment. He picked up the instant noodles with his left hand, staring at them unblinkingly, concentrating on activating the copying eye. Yi-Yun held his breath and focused. A moment later, his eyes suddenly turned golden, and a piece of information appeared in Yi-Yun's mind, copying 10%, 50%, 70%, 100%. Duplication successful. The moment the information prompt in his mind completed, Yi-Yun felt a small model of instant noodles appear in his mind. Then, he tried to touch this model with his will. Above his right hand, invisible universe energy gathered, just like 3D printing. In just a few seconds, an identical packet of instant noodles appeared out of nowhere and landed on Yi-Yun's right hand. Yi-Yun was also very surprised to experience the magic of his talent technique for the first time. Although he had performed this use of the copying eye, Yi-Yun could not understand the profoundness within it and easily and happily performed it. What is a talent technique? It is a secret technique inherent to a living being, one that can be performed naturally without needing to comprehend or understand it. Only such a secret techniques can be called a talent technique. The current Yi-Yun was clearly in such a situation. Yi-Yun held the 2 packets of instant noodles, which showed no difference in his hands. He immediately rushed into the kitchen, took out 2 bowls and prepared 2 bowls of noodles. A few minutes later, Yi-Yun impatiently tasted them one by one. There really is no difference. The 2 packets of instant noodles showed no difference in appearance, and now the taste inside also made Yi-Yun understand that the copying eye was a 100% perfect replication for items. There would be no difference whatsoever. After happily eating a double portion of instant noodles, Yi-Yun's mood was still incredibly excited. The initial thrill of testing his talent technique had not dissipated. He continued to test many things before finally stopping, still wanting more. At this point, he checked the time. It was already past 7 in the evening. Luo Feng should have finished his tutoring class by now, right? It's time to go to the dojo. During the previous time, Yi-Yun had been experimenting with the copying effect of his talent technique on items. However, from the information provided by the talent technique, Yi-Yun knew it couldn't be that simple. Daring to claim that it could duplication everything except living beings, this talent technique must have many magical aspects he hadn't discovered yet. After a quick tidy-up, Yi-Yun went downstairs and quickly left the residential area. The Dojo of Limits was a dojo founded by the world's strongest person, Hong. With Hong's powerful strength, the Dojo of Limits was now established all over the world without any hindrance. Yangzhou City has a total of 12 Dojo of Limits. The dojo of limits where Yi Yun and Luo Feng are located belongs to the Yin district of Yangzhou City. Beep. After swiping his student ID at the dojo entrance, Yi Yun entered the dojo grounds. A dojo of limits was like a giant monster sprawling there. In terms of land area, it was larger than a high school. The main gate of the dojo was wide enough for 10 cars to enter side by side. Inside the dojo grounds were 3 colossal silver-white buildings, shaped like 3 spacecraft. These 3 buildings were the Elementary Academy Teaching Building, the Intermediate Student Teaching Building, and the Advanced Student Teaching Building. Among them, the first and second floors of the Advanced Teaching Building were large lecture halls. Each large lecture hall could accommodate thousands of people. The total number of students in the entire dojo of limits was probably around 30 to 40,000. One could only enter the dojo as a student at 16 years old and had to leave by 30 years old to avoid occupying resources. It was past 7 in the evening now, and the sky had only just begun to darken. As Yi Yun walked in, he encountered many students coming to the dojo. Yi Yun walked directly towards the tallest building, which was the Advanced Student Teaching Building. He arrived on the second floor. At this time, there were already quite a few students scattered across this spacious area, either alone or in groups, beginning their daily training. Everyone seemed very focused. "Ah Yun, you're here." Before Yi Yun could search carefully, he heard Wai Wen's familiar voice. Looking at Wai Wen, who ran over, sweating profusely, Yi Yun smiled and asked, "Has Luo Feng arrived?" Wai Wen shook his head. "Not yet. Luo Feng's tutoring lasts for over an hour, so logically, he won't be here until after 7:30. I came at past 6, so I can confirm he hasn't arrived yet." Yi Yun nodded. He knew that the entire Advanced Student Teaching Building, the first and second floors, were available for intermediate students like them to train, but the third floor and above were off-limits to them. As an advanced student, Luo Feng would definitely be training on the third floor. Okay, good that he's not here yet. When Luo Feng arrives later, I want to ask him to teach me the technique of exerting force. I finally reached the intermediate physical fitness level a few days ago, but I feel my control over my body's strength isn't perfect enough, and I can't exert my full power. Wai Wen looked at Yi Yun strangely. "Ah Yun, you're a bit odd today. Before, you always trained by yourself, not communicating much with us. Why did you suddenly think of asking Luo Feng for guidance today?" Yi Yun put his arm around Wai Wen's neck and said with a laugh, Wen, didn't I say today that you should see when I can become a martial artist? So how can I not work harder? Haha." After chatting with Wai Wen for a while, Yi Yun saw Luo Feng walking over, surrounded by the respectful gazes of a group of students. "Hello, senior brother Luo Feng," greetings rose and fell, echoing throughout the second floor of the teaching building. Luo Feng was an advanced student at their Yin district dojo of limits. There were only a few hundred advanced students in the entire dojo, and most of them were over 20 years old. Luo Feng, at 18 years old, was able to become an advanced student despite his family's insufficient financial conditions, naturally earning the respect of many. Luo Feng naturally spotted Wai Wen and Yi Yun in the corner of the second floor and walked directly to their side. Wai Wen glanced at Yi Yun and said to Luo Feng with a smile, "Luo Feng, Ah Yun just told me that he wants to ask you to teach him the technique of exerting force." Haha, after so long, Ah Yun has finally come to his senses. "Luo Feng, you must teach him well." Hearing this, Luo Feng was clearly very surprised, but remembering Yi Yun's words today, he couldn't help but feel very comforted. Deep down, Luo Feng was truly happy that Yi Yun had the determination to improve. "Haha, Ah Yun, what's the problem with that? Come, let's go to the sandbag area over there." The three of them came together to an area on the second floor where many sandbags were hanging. However, each sandbag was specially made, with weights of 300, 500, and 700 kilograms, providing strength training for the students of the dojo of limits. Luo Feng's actions would naturally be noticed. At this time, as the three moved, many students on the second floor also gathered in twos and threes. They heard that Luo Feng was going to teach the technique of exerting force, so naturally, they were all very interested. Luo Feng and Yi Yun paid no attention to the surrounding students. Luo Feng stood in front of a 700-kilogram sandbag, assumed a punching stance, and at the same time said to Yi Yun, who was beside him, "Ah Yun, while improving physical fitness is important, the technique of exerting force is equally important. For example, Ah Yun, you can lift a 550-kilogram barbell, but your punch can only generate 500 kilograms of punching power. This means you haven't fully utilized your own strength. While we train our bodies, we also need to pay special attention to the technique of exerting force. This allows us to more efficiently unleash our true strength." After saying this, Luo Feng slowly took a deep breath, completely relaxing his body. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened, and his whole body was like a lazy lion suddenly erupting. His spine instantly tensed like a bowstring. The force from his feet transferred to his waist and hips, passing through his spine. Luo Feng's right fist shot out like a cannonball, cutting an arc with a boom. His right fist struck the center of the sandbag. Under the force of Luo Feng's punch, the sandbag quickly swung up in a half circle, heavily impacting the ceiling of the second floor, then fell, and was easily stopped by Luo Feng with one hand. "Ah Yun, do you understand a bit more?" Yi Yun nodded, a golden light flashing in his eyes, and at this moment in Yi Yun's mind, the talent technique activated. Luo Feng's spiritual power talent, duplication successful, he. Earth's #1 Psyker Master Genius, Luo Feng, come here you. Chapter 3. Luo Feng's talent. His strength skyrocketed. Yi Yun, who was familiar with the original work, knew that Luo Feng was the #1 genius in spiritual power on Earth for tens of thousands of years. Before reaching planetary level, his brain domain expansion had already reached 21, even meeting the threshold for Yunmo planet to select elite disciples. It must be known that although the Yunmo planet force seemed less powerful in the late stage of swallowing starry sky, its owner, Hu Yanbo, was, after all, an undying expert who barely managed to be titled a marquis. The disciples under Yunmo planet naturally were all elites in the universe. Luo Feng being able to meet the conditions to join Yunmo planet by relying on the aptitude of Earthlings was already extremely genius. And now, Yi Yun, who had perfectly copied Luo Feng's spiritual power talent, also possessed such aptitude. As the talent technique was successfully copied, Yi Yun's consciousness could feel a dark gold sphere appearing in his sea of consciousness. This dark gold sphere continuously rotated, simultaneously releasing wisps of mist, slowly filling the entire sea of consciousness with these mists. This must be spiritual power, right? Psyker masters and martial artists are different. Each of them is an innate existence, unlike martial artists who can be cultivated, acquired. Although it cannot be said who is definitively stronger when fighting opponents of the same rank, it is indeed universally acknowledged in the universe that Psyker masters are rarer. And before every Psyker master's awakening, their talent is actually already predetermined. The amount of innate spiritual power present in their sea of consciousness determines how quickly they can improve later. On Earth, for ordinary Psyker masters, the spiritual power in their sea of consciousness can at most allow them to rapidly grow to the rank of advanced warlord before their potential is exhausted. After that, the growth of their spiritual power will become very slow. As the most outstanding Psyker master genius in tens of thousands of years, Luo Feng's dark gold spiritual power sphere in his mind sustained him until his physique grew to the level of senior war god before shattering. Under normal circumstances, during the rapid growth phase of Psyker masters, their spiritual power rank will be 2 levels higher than their own physique. For example, if their physique is intermediate warrior, then their spiritual power rank will reach the level of elementary warlord. In fact, when every Psyker master awakens their talent and does not fail, their spiritual power at that time is already fixed. It's just that their physique cannot bear such a massive amount of spiritual power all at once. Only when their physique slowly improves can their spiritual power naturally manifest. When Luo Feng truly awakened his spiritual power talent, his physique had already reached the level of a martial artist. However, this awakening was not sudden. Rather, it had several small manifestations during Luo Feng's growth from childhood, which enhanced Luo Feng's physique. Otherwise, with a sudden awakening of such powerful spiritual power, Luo Feng had a very high chance of not being able to endure it. At this moment, Yi Yun had just awakened his spiritual power. As the dark gold sphere continuously released mist, Yi Yun's body was also rapidly being enhanced. The improvement in his physique also gave Yi Yun an urge to vent. Yi Yun walked to the front of the sandbag at this time. After Luo Feng's explanation and guidance, he stepped aside, just right clearing a space for Yi Yun. Luo Feng's movements and words flashed through Yi Yun's mind. He also mimicked Luo Feng's movements, using his waist and abdomen together. With a roar, he heavily punched the sandbag in front of him. With a dull thud, this 700-kilogram sandbag was actually moved by Yi Yun's strike. Although it didn't have the shocking effect of Luo Feng's, it was enough to amaze everyone present. Wai Wen couldn't believe his eyes. He knew Yi Yun's strength. He had just barely crossed the physique threshold of an intermediate student. How could a 500-kilogram physique send a 700-kilogram sandbag flying? No way, Yun. Is Luo Feng's teaching that effective? Just a simple demonstration like that, and he can achieve this level. Facing Yi Yun's performance, Luo Feng was also a little surprised, but he understood the importance of exerting force very well. At this time, he didn't doubt anything too much, but genuinely rejoiced for Yi Yun. After throwing this punch, Yi Yun had a faint realization in his heart. Now that he had just awakened his spiritual power and couldn't control it 100%, and his goal for the day had been achieved, he had no intention of staying longer. After saying a few words to Luo Feng and Wai Wen, he quickly left the dojo. Yi Yun's miraculous change was naturally seen by the onlookers. Their eyes lit up, and they all gathered around Luo Feng, asking about the problems they usually accumulated during their training. In their eyes at this moment, Luo Feng was clearly more impressive and miraculous than a regular class teacher. Walking on the way home, Yi Yun felt a faint pain in his mind. The pain gradually intensified. Yi Yun gritted his teeth, climbed the stairs, and the moment he closed his room door, he could no longer bear it and collapsed onto the sofa. After a night, Yi Yun slowly woke up. Opening his eyes, the dazzling sunlight made Yi Yun involuntarily close them again. After adapting for a while, Yi Yun shook his slightly groggy head, and his consciousness gradually cleared up. Recalling the experience from last night, Yi Yun understood that, although his physique was much stronger than Luo Feng's when he was young, he hadn't reached the level of an official martial artist. It was perfectly normal for him to faint from being unable to fully accept the sudden awakening of spiritual power. Such fainting was actually a form of self-protection and enhancement, allowing him to possess a stronger physique to bear the awakened spiritual power. After this fainting and adaptation, my physique should have reached the level of a martial artist, right? Yi Yun could faintly feel that his physique had received a considerable enhancement during this fainting, but before a specific test, Yi Yun was still unsure of what extent it had reached. He glanced at his phone. It was already 10 in the morning. Today wasn't Sunday, and Yi Yun, who had slept until now, was clearly late. Just then, his phone rang. Yi Yun picked it up and saw it was Luo Feng's call. Yes, I'm up. I went to bed late yesterday. I'm fine, don't worry about me. Please ask for leave for me with the teacher. We'll talk tomorrow when we meet. After hanging up the phone, Yi Yun completely woke up from his grogginess, sat on the sofa and pondered his future Tao. Today is December 10th. There are still 6 months until the college entrance examination, and by then, it will be when Luo Feng begins his rise. And how should I walk my Tao? Yi Yun now had Luo Feng's Psyker Master talent, so he naturally didn't need to worry too much about his cultivation moving forward. With the support of spiritual power, improvements before the planetary level would be very rapid. Therefore, in Yi Yun's heart, he fundamentally didn't want to participate in this college entrance examination. After pondering for a moment, Yi Yun had already made a decision. Yi Yun had thoughts of dropping out of school. He was alone and didn't need to consider the feelings of others. He planned to test his current strength, and then try to participate in the quasi-martial artist physique assessment on January 1st. On the first day of every month, the Dojo of Limits would have a quasi-martial artist assessment. There were still 20 days until January 1st, and Yi Yun had great confidence that he could pass this assessment. Although Yi Yun knew the locations of many opportunities on Earth and understood their details, his current strength was too low to access them. Therefore, Yi Yun's idea was to rapidly enhance his strength in the shortest possible time. And to achieve such a goal, joining the Dojo of Limits was the best way Yi Yun could think of. Hong, as the strongest expert on Earth today, held many good things, and the Dojo of Limits was the strongest force. At the current stage, Yi Yun couldn't think of a more suitable choice than the Dojo of Limits. After quickly tidying up and having a simple lunch, Yi Yun came to the Dojo of Limits in Yin District again. Because it was currently midday, the vast Dojo of Limits was not very crowded. Yi Yun walked into the Advanced Student Teaching Building and looked around. The entire second floor appeared incredibly spacious. First, let me test my strength. Yi Yun was a bit impatient. He turned on the punch force testing machine and the screen lit up. Whoosh tilde after slightly adjusting his breathing, Yi Yun was then like a gorilla charging forward. His entire right shoulder and right arm carried an aura of impact, and his fist smoothly traced an arc. Bang! A low sound, like striking a drumhead, rang out. The punch target vibrated violently, and a line of numbers immediately appeared on the punch force testing machine's display screen. 1,580 kg increased so much. Upon seeing the punch force number, Yi Yun was also somewhat surprised. Although he knew that, after the massive spiritual power enhancement and transformation in his mind, his physique would definitely meet the standard of a martial artist, he hadn't expected it to exceed the martial artist baseline of 900 kg by such a large margin. According to Earth's current strength classification, 900 kilograms of punch force is considered the baseline for an elementary warrior, and reaching 2,000 kilograms is considered an intermediate warrior. My current punch force has already reached over 1,500 kilograms. If I train hard during this month, reaching the physique of an intermediate warrior should not be difficult. After understanding his current situation, Yi Yun felt a little excited. He knew that the strength of a Psyker Master was generally 2 ranks higher than their own physique. When his physique truly reached intermediate warrior, his spiritual power would have reached the level of elementary warlord. Thinking of this, Yi Yun couldn't help but secretly click his tongue. Luo Feng's talent was truly terrifying. He had only copied Luo Feng's talent in the Psyker Master aspect, and in just 2 days, earth-shattering changes had occurred. This also made Yi Yun feel even more feelings in his heart. The swallowing starry sky world undoubtedly valued talent immensely. People without talent, no matter how much effort they put in, could not reach higher realms. Just like lacking any talent in comprehending various laws, one would not even be qualified to progress. World Lord would be a luxury, let alone the undying realm beyond that. Having obtained Luo Feng's talent and thinking of such circumstances, the slight excitement in Yi Yun's heart from his sudden surge in strength gradually faded. This is just the beginning. The mysterious and vast swallowing starry sky world, Yi Yun, have arrived. Chapter 4, Plan What? Ah Yun, you're dropping out. Wai Wen spewed out the soda he had just poured into his mouth, looking at Yi Yun with an expression of disbelief. Seeing Luo Feng's equally puzzled gaze, Yi Yun chuckled lightly and said, "Yes, I've decided. I'm going to school with you two now, and I'll handle the withdrawal procedures today." With that, Yi Yun put his arms around Luo Feng and Wai Wen on either side and walked into the school with them. Luo Feng wasn't as surprised as Wai Wen. He was very observant, and ever since Yi Yun's experience and the classroom incident, Luo Feng had keenly sensed Yi Yun's change. Luo Feng lowered his head and said in a deep voice, "Ah Yun, dropping out so close to the college entrance exam, what are your plans afterward?" Yi Yun patted Luo Feng and glanced at the azure sky. Feng, you know my background. My parents died in the beast horde, so from a young age I was determined to possess the ability to protect myself and those I love. I plan to participate in the prospective martial artist physical fitness assessment on January 1st, then join the dojo of limits and become a martial artist. As the light words fell, Wai Wen looked at Yi Yun with concern, placed his right hand on Yi Yun's forehead, and then said to Luo Feng beside him, "It's over, it's over. Ah Yun has gone crazy." "A Feng, did Ah Yun burn his brain when he fainted last time?" Yi Yun slapped Wai Wen's hand away in annoyance, then continued, "Stop messing around, A Wen. I'm not joking, and I haven't burned my brain. I've already met the physical fitness standards of a prospective martial artist." Unlike Wai Wen's reaction, Luo Feng never doubted Yi Yun's words from the moment he started speaking, but he was incredibly surprised. He knew Yi Yun's strength, and he was still quite a distance from being an advanced student. How could he have suddenly reached the physical fitness level of a prospective martial artist? Seeing Wai Wen's disbelief and Luo Feng's confusion, Yi Yun knew that more words were useless, so he extended his right hand to Luo Feng. "Come on, A Feng, let's compare strength." Luo Feng's current punching power was approximately at the 800 kg level. Yi Yun's action was to convince the two of them with facts. Luo Feng also extended his right hand and clasped it tightly with Yi Yun's. As Wai Wen counted down, the two suddenly exerted force simultaneously. However, what shocked Luo Feng immensely was that he felt his right hand was gripping crow alloy. No matter how much he increased his strength, Yi Yun's right hand gave him the illusion of being completely unshakable. HMPH. Luo Feng was not one to admit defeat, so he immediately exerted his full strength, but even so, he still couldn't pull Yi Yun. Then Luo Feng felt a huge force coming from his hand, and the next moment he was pulled to Yi Yun's side. The two released their hands. After such a comparison, Luo Feng finally confirmed Yi Yun's strength. "Actually, I don't know why it became like this. It's just that the day before yesterday, after I came back from the martial arts hall, I fainted again. When I woke up the next day, I felt the change in my body. As for the specific reason, I don't even know myself." As soon as Yi Yun said this, he noticed Luo Feng's pupils constrict. He knew that Luo Feng must have thought of himself, and many of the doubts in his heart must have been resolved. Refusing the teacher's retention, Yi Yun quickly completed the withdrawal procedures. Having no relatives, Yi Yun could make his own decisions in such matters. Bidding farewell to Luo Feng and Wai Wen, Yi Yun went alone to the dojo of limits to cultivate. In the time leading up to January 1st, Yi Yun had only one goal: to reach the physical fitness level of an intermediate warrior. As for Luo Feng's development trajectory, Yi Yun had no intention of interfering. Luo Feng's first ideological shift occurred with his awakening after failing the college entrance examination. This had a positive effect on Luo Feng's Tao, promoting his desire for strength, so Yi Yun would not persuade Luo Feng to give up the college entrance examination with him. In the next 20-plus days, Yi Yun, apart from occasionally gathering with Wai Wen and Luo Feng, spent most of his time at the dojo of limits, frantically training his body. During this period, he also became an advanced student of the martial arts hall and received a certain degree of attention from the martial arts hall. And his physical fitness also steadily improved during this short period. On December 30th, Yi Yun privately tested his full strength and finally reached the threshold of 2,000 kg. As for the 3 assessment items required for a prospective martial artist, in addition to the punching power test, Yi Yun was also very confident in the other 2. His physical fitness improved synchronously. His speed also remained above 40 ms/s, and his neural reaction speed, as a psycher master, was even more Yi Yun's strong suit, reaching the perfect level for intermediate warriors and excellent for advanced warriors. According to Yi Yun's plan, during the prospective martial artist strength assessment, he only intended to display physical fitness that just barely passed the line, meaning he would suppress his strength during the assessment. After passing the assessment and obtaining the gene original energy cultivation method, he would then display his true strength. This would undoubtedly lead the martial arts hall to recognize him as a prodigy genius, allowing him to receive greater attention and better training. January 1st, 2056. Early in the morning, Yi Yun left the South Bank community and took Metro Line 11 to Zhang'an Road Station, then transferred to Line 1 to the central area of Yangzhou City. After exiting the subway station, he walked for another 10 minutes before arriving at the headquarters of the Dojo of Limits in Yangzhou City, the Limit Hall. It was just past 6 in the morning when he left home, and by the time Yi Yun arrived at his destination, it was almost 8 o'clock. Such a troublesome journey also made Yi Yun feel a sense of emotion and a longing for strength. If he now had planetary-level strength or possessed an intelligent fighter jet, why would he need all this trouble? This must be the Bright Moon community, right? At this moment, Yi Yun stood outside the main gate of a quiet community called Bright Moon Community, and the Limit Hall was located inside this community. "Sir, this is Bright Moon Community. Please do not approach." At the community entrance, a row of 6 soldiers in military uniforms, armed with live ammunition, stood guard. Their military uniforms indicated that these people were not from the police system, but from the military system. One of the soldiers shouted at Yi Yun, "Sir, please step back. Once you enter the yellow line area, we have the right to shoot you on sight." Yi Yun was not at all surprised by the situation before him. He knew that Bright Moon Community was the base camp of the Dojo of Limits in Yangzhou City. Not only was the Limit Hall located here, but it was also the residential area for the families of martial artists under the Dojo of Limits. Therefore, to ensure the safety of the martial artist families residing in Bright Moon Community, the security at the entrance had always been very strict. "Everyone." Yi Yun did not step forward, but said loudly, "I am Yi Yun, an advanced student of the Dojo of Limits. I'm here today to participate in the monthly prospective martial artist strength assessment." Saying that, Yi Yun took out his ID card and Dojo of Limits advanced student card, holding them in his hand. Oh, an old man with white hair walked out of the guard's rest room next to the community. He held a handheld computer and had a hint of surprise on his face. "Young man, you came before 8 o'clock, quite early." The old man said this, and then took the documents Yi Yun handed over. Beep. The ID card and advanced student card were swiped across the handheld computer, and then several pieces of information appeared. Not yet 18 years old. Although Yi Yun's appearance already confirmed that he was very young, the old man was still a little surprised to see Yi Yun's true age, and then said with a smile, 17 years old, and you dare to come for the prospective martial artist assessment. Very good, very good. I hope you can pass today." Then the old man waved his hand at the soldiers. "Let him in." Yi Yun respectfully bowed to the old man, then, led by a soldier holding an assault rifle, walked towards the center of the community. After Yi Yun had walked far away, the old man, still standing in place, operated the handheld computer. After a while, a middle-aged man in black appeared on the screen. "Uncle Wang, you suddenly looked for me. Is there something important?" The black-clad man's laughter came through, but his words carried a hint of doubt. "Jiang Nian, have you been too comfortable managing the Yin District Branch Hall these past few years? You haven't been paying attention to your work at all." The person currently on the call with the old man was none other than Jiang Nian, the hall master of the Dojo of Limits in Yin District, Yangzhou City, and also the hall master of the martial arts hall where Yi Yun was located. Jiang Nian was stunned by old Wang's question, clearly not yet realizing the problem. He grinned and said, "Uncle Wang, stop playing guessing games with me. What exactly happened today?" Old Wang snorted lightly, then said, "Just now, a young advanced student from the martial arts hall came to Bright Moon Community. He's here to participate in today's prospective martial artist assessment. I've verified his identity, and he's from your martial arts hall. Such an excellent talent, and I've never heard you mention him. Tell me, aren't you suspected of dereliction of duty, participating in the prospective martial artist assessment today? Is it Yang Wu or Lai Zhu? No, that's not right. The martial arts hall should know their information very well after all. They've been advanced students for a few years now." Could it be Luo Feng? Jiang Nian was indeed a little surprised. He didn't participate in today's prospective martial artist assessment for some reasons, so he didn't pay too much attention. Jiang Nian had put a lot of thought into a few of his top students. Before today, he hadn't received any news that they would be participating in this January's prospective martial artist assessment, so he could only make some guesses. Who is Luo Feng? Not hearing the name he wanted, old Wang was very surprised. He seemed to be questioning Zhang Nian earlier, but he actually thought Zhang Nian was hiding Yi Yun's news to give them a surprise. Now, looking at Zhang Nian's performance, he really didn't know about Yi Yun's situation. Secretly noting down the Luo Feng that Zhang Nian mentioned, old Wang no longer procrastinated and said in a low voice, "It's not the ones you mentioned, but an advanced student named Yi Yun. According to the information, he is not yet 18 years old this year. Yi Yun." Zhang Nian was truly surprised this time. His guess about Luo Feng was already as bold as possible. After all, Luo Feng had given him many surprises in the past 2 years. But he never expected that Yi Yun, who had just become an advanced student in mid-December, would actually come to participate in this January's prospective martial artist assessment. "Uncle Wang, the prospective martial artist assessment hasn't started yet. Wait for me, I'll be right there." At this moment, Zhang Nian's heart was filled with surprise and doubt, but also some anticipation. He had interacted with Yi Yun a few times in December. Although Yi Yun becoming an advanced student before the age of 18 gave him some pleasant surprise, the fact that Yi Yun dared to participate in the prospective martial artist assessment so quickly still made Zhang Nian somewhat disbelieving. However, if Yi Yun truly possessed the strength to become a martial artist this time and could be genuinely absorbed into the dojo of limits, he, as the martial arts hall instructor who guided Yi Yun's growth, would also be able to gain considerable benefits through this connection. This was also why Zhang Nian was so excited after hearing old Wang's news. Quickly hanging up the phone with old Wang, Zhang Nian arranged the work at the martial arts hall and drove towards Bright Moon Community. Chapter 5. Assessment of Prospective Warriors. Yi Yun was unaware of the conversation between Zhang Nian and Elder Wang. At this moment, he was slowly walking through the Bright Moon Community under the guidance of the soldier. Yi Yun looked around, and apart from the towering limit hall in the center of the community, the other areas were scattered with well-arranged detached villas, complete with rockeries, ponds, and lawns between them, clearly indicating that the Bright Moon Community was an excellent place to reside. Before long, guided by the soldier's outstretched hand, Yi Yun entered the limit hall in the center of the community. The first floor of the limit hall was laid out similarly to a hotel lobby. As soon as Yi Yun walked in, he saw a sweet-looking young woman smiling at him. "Sir, please take a seat over there. The unified pre-martial artist assessment with the others will begin at 10 o'clock in the morning." Yi Yun nodded and walked towards the side of the hall's lobby, where there was a small bar with a waiter and a bartender. Yi Yun glanced around. There were already 2 people sitting in the small bar. One of them had an ordinary appearance and sat quietly on a sofa, quite inconspicuous. The other person had a rugged appearance, a strong physique, and a full beard. What surprised Yi Yun was that this person was wearing a military uniform, and judging by its style, it was definitely a legitimate China military uniform. Not knowing these two, Yi Yun had no intention of greeting them. He ordered a cup of hot water and sat on the sofa, closing his eyes to rest, adjusting his state, and waiting for 10 o'clock to arrive. Over the next hour or so, more people arrived one after another. Including Yi Yun and the others, there were just enough to make 10 people. As the number of people increased, the small bar became noisy, quiet. A cold shout came from the center of the lobby. Immediately, everyone present stopped talking and turned their gazes over. A middle-aged man in a loose training uniform scanned Yi Yun and the others. "Follow me upstairs. The pre-martial artist assessment is about to begin. Remember to be orderly. Many important figures have come today." Yi Yun and the others said nothing, following the man into the elevator. Soon, the elevator stopped on the 6th floor. When the elevator doors opened, a massive training hall came into view. More than a dozen people were gathered in the training hall, clearly the important figures who would be assessing them this time. Seeing Yi Yun and the others arrive, these dozen or so people also looked over simultaneously. A middle-aged man with flowing hair stepped forward 2 paces, a hint of a smile appearing on his weathered face. Heh, not bad. There are quite a few people this time. Yi Yun looked at the man, whose aura was restrained but still exerted an inexplicable pressure on him. He already understood that this person was Wu Tong, the curator of the Limit Hall in Yangzhou City. It should be noted that Yangzhou City has 1 limit hall and 12 dojo of limits. The curators of each dojo of limits, similar to Jiang Nian and others, are called instructors, while the curator of the limit hall is called the chief instructor. Given Wu Tong's position as chief instructor of the limit hall in Yangzhou City, countless outstanding martial artists had emerged under his guidance. His own strength was naturally very formidable. Overall, Wu Tong could be considered a prominent figure within Yangzhou City. The martial artist who had led Yi Yun and the 10 others upstairs took their ID cards and handed them directly to Chief Instructor Wu Tong. Wu Tong casually took an ID card and swiped it over the nearby instrument. Beep. A crystal-clear screen emerged from the instrument, displaying a large amount of personal information. The avatar shown on it was precisely that of the bearded strongman in the military uniform. First up, Tong Guan. Tong Guan stepped forward, bearing a mouthful of white teeth. Wu Tong looked at him and said, "First, the punching power test. It's interesting that people from your military background also come to our dojo of limits for assessment." Wu Tong was only teasing. The dojo of limits was a martial arts hall founded by Hong, the strongest person on Earth today. Its branches were spread globally, and the pre-martial artist assessment of the dojo of limits was also the most credible. The assessment results were recognized in various regions around the world. Therefore, not only civilians, but also the China military and some experts who cultivate through family legacy, all prefer to come to the dojo of limits for assessment. "Begin," Wu Tong commanded indifferently. "Yes." Tong Guan immediately stepped forward, then his eyes widened. With his left hand guarding his face, his right fist arced and landed on the huge punching bag. The punching bag only trembled slightly, and the numbers immediately appeared on the punching power testing machine screen. 956 kg pass. Next, Yi Yun. A punching power of over 900 kilograms failed to pique Wu Tong's interest. He took another ID card, swiped it on the instrument, and after looking at the information on the screen, he let out a soft A. 17 years old, such a young advanced student from the Yin District branch. Why haven't I heard Jiang Nian mention him? Wu Tong looked around behind him. Among them were 7 or 8 people, all instructors from various dojo of limits in Yangzhou City. They looked at Wu Tong and shook their heads, indicating they had not heard any news about Yi Yun. Just then, a ding sound attracted everyone's attention. The elevator doors opened again, and the gray-haired Elder Wang, along with Jiang Nian, walked into the training hall. Bar Book 69 knew looking at the situation in the hall. Jiang Nian noticed Yi Yun's information on the instrument, laughed heartily, and came to Wu Tong's side. "Chief Instructor, I'm not late, am I?" The pre-martial artist assessment was currently underway, so Wu Tong had no intention of chatting much with Jiang Nian. After Elder Wang and Jiang Nian stood still, he gestured with his eyes for Yi Yun to begin the assessment. Yi Yun hadn't expected Jiang Nian to appear here, but he wasn't very surprised. He nodded and stood in front of the punching power testing machine. Taking a deep breath and slowly exhaling, Yi Yun let out a soft shout, swinging his right hand in an arc and striking the punching bag heavily. 998 kg. Looking at this result, Yi Yun secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't want to expose his true strength, so the punch just now, while appearing to be full force, was actually holding back power. Fortunately, the current result was very good, and Yi Yun was quite satisfied. Wu Tong stroked his chin, nodded, and said with a hint of approval, "Not bad. You remembered to maintain your center of gravity stability when punching. Although this slows down the punching power, it ensures the stability of subsequent punches. In a fight against monsters, this is a very important fundamental." Yi Yun scratched his head uncomfortably. He was merely hiding his strength, but Wu Tong had misunderstood him. Yi Yun didn't intend to explain anything. This suited his intentions even better. Unlike Wu Tong's approval, Jiang Nian's heart was filled with shock at this moment. Although he hadn't interacted much with Yi Yun, he knew that Yi Yun had only just received the title of advanced student in December of last year. In less than a month, he was able to increase his punching power from 700 kilograms to nearly 1,000 kilograms. Jiang Nian knew that Yi Yun definitely had his own secrets, but in the current situation, Jiang Nian didn't say much, planning to talk to Yi Yun properly after the assessment was over. Yi Yun looked at the punching power testing machine in front of him, and his heart stirred. After staring at the punching power testing machine for a few seconds, he slowly retreated back into the crowd of assessors. And in Yi Yun's mind, a small, miniature model of a punching power testing machine quietly formed. When experimenting with his copying eye at home before, Yi Yun had already gained some insights. When copying physical objects, the copying eye needed to first scan the item, forming a miniature module of that item in his mind, and then use his own or surrounding energy to materialize this miniature module. This was the copying eye's process for copying physical objects. Simply put, it was the three processes of scanning, copying, and materializing. Of course, Yi Yun couldn't fully comprehend the principle of the copying eye, but he only needed to activate his talent technique instinctively, so there was no difficulty. Yi Yun knew that, as his strength grew day by day, if he kept practicing and testing in public martial arts halls, it would inevitably attract too much attention and expose many things, which would be detrimental to his plan. So, before coming for the pre-martial artist assessment, Yi Yun already had his own ideas. In the dojo of limits, the punching power testing machines used for different stages are also different. According to the student's strength, there are different classifications. At this time, Yi Yun could not even access the top-tier punching power testing machines in the dojo of limits. However, the equipment used for this monthly pre-martial artist assessment was already top-tier. After all, it was used every month, so it had to be ensured that there would be no errors with this most basic equipment. It should be known that in a previous pre-martial artist assessment at a dojo of limits in a certain city, one participant directly shattered the punching power testing machine with a single punch. Therefore, after that incident, Dojo of Limits worldwide learned their lesson and activated the most advanced equipment for the pre-martial artist test, sufficient for God of War level experts to unleash their strength freely. Therefore, for Yi Yun, the equipment at this time and place was completely sufficient for his early use. Soon, all punching power tests were concluded. Among these 10 people, only one did not meet the 900 kilogram standard and was unfortunately eliminated. Following the instructions of Wu Tong and the others, Yi Yun and the group of assessors underwent speed tests and nerve reaction tests separately. After these 2 rounds, only 3 people remained who had met all 3 criteria. Yi Yun maintained his suppression of his strength, and these latter 2 items also barely met the standard, with nothing outstanding. And in Yi Yun's mind, 2 more miniature models of machines appeared. Among these, what Yi Yun was most satisfied with was the nerve reaction testing machine. This testing machine was very tall, with dozens of holes at the very front, resembling a 6-barreled Gatling machine gun. Upon closer inspection, there were indeed dozens of such holes. For Yi Yun, after using the copying eye to scan this nerve reaction testing machine, its future use would not be limited to just a testing machine. It could also become a helper for Yi Yun to train his movement techniques. Yi Yun, congratulations. The martial artist combat assessment is on February 1st. At that time, gather at the Dojo of Limits, and under the guidance of the instructor, you will go with other pre-martial artists to hunt monsters outside the human-based city. Once you pass the combat assessment, you will be a true martial artist. Yi Yun snapped out of his thoughts and saw Instructor Jiang Nian walking towards him with a half-smile. Thank you, Instructor. I will definitely pass the martial artist combat assessment on February 1st. Jiang Nian nodded, said nothing more, and then turned his head slightly, signaling Yi Yun to follow. Chapter 6, HR Alliance. The few who failed this assessment had already left the Dojo of Limits, while Yi Yun and the other 2, guided by Jiang Nian and others, gathered around Wu Tong. Wu Tong looked at the three who successfully passed the martial artist assessment, feeling very happy. A rare smile appeared on his lips. Good, Yi Yun, Bai Lin, Zhao King, all three of you are from my Yangzhou City Dojo of Limits. Old Jiang, Old Wu, your work is progressing very well. There were 10 people participating in this assessment, coming from various places, and those who ultimately passed were all members of his Dojo of Limits. No wonder Wu Tong was in such a good mood. Wu Tong straightened his expression, waved lightly, and someone beside him immediately handed over a thick stack of papers. This is the Martial Artist Combat Assessment Application Contract. You all take a look. In 1 month, it will be the day you participate in the Martial Artist Combat Assessment. Although your physical fitness now meets the basic requirements of a martial artist, to become a true martial artist, you must participate in the Martial Artist Combat Assessment. I can responsibly tell you that the fatality rate of the Martial Artist Combat Assessment is very low, but the disability rate is very high. You are not yet true martial artists. If you want to withdraw now, it's still not too late. Swept by Wu Tong's sharp gaze, Yi Yun and the other two showed no signs of shrinking back. To achieve the physical fitness of a martial artist in Earth's current environment, one must be 1 in 100. Before becoming a martial artist, these matters had been thoroughly considered, so they certainly wouldn't back down because of Wu Tong's simple words. The content of the contract was very simple, truthfully and completely explaining the specific details of the martial artist combat assessment. Once an accident occurred during the martial artist combat assessment, the Dojo of Limits would not be held responsible. Without any hesitation, the three stepped forward to receive the martial artist combat assessment contract. With a swish, 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 they quickly and firmly signed their names. Wu Tong nodded with satisfaction, then operated on a keyboard nearby, and an article appeared on the wall. Without Wu Tong's introduction, Yi Yun knew that this article was something distributed after passing the martial artist assessment. It was the only genetic energy cultivation method on Earth at the moment, the 5 hearts towards the sky cultivation method. Originally, Yi Yun only knew that such a cultivation method existed, but he didn't understand its principle. After reading it carefully now, Yi Yun finally understood. The reason martial artists are powerful is that they cultivate genetic energy. The fundamental principle of cultivating genetic energy is to absorb the free cosmic energy in the universe, allowing every cell in one's body to absorb this energy, gradually strengthening one's body and genes. However, ordinary Earth humans cannot perceive the existence of this cosmic energy because their genetic optimization is insufficient. Therefore, they can only reach the threshold of cultivating genetic energy by continuously training and meeting the 3 basic standards of an elementary warrior. With Wu Tong's simple introduction, Yi Yun and the other two understood the preciousness of this 5 hearts towards the sky cultivation method, and all diligently committed it deeply to memory. Seeing the earnest expressions of Yi Yun and the other two, Wu Tong also subtly nodded, then spoke. This 5 hearts towards the sky cultivation method is the only genetic energy cultivation method on our Earth. After you go back, starting today, you must cultivate it every day. You must not be negligent. However, according to our experience, each person's progress in cultivating this 5 hearts towards the sky cultivation method is different. A genius prodigy might only need a few hours to perceive the free energy in the universe, while some might even need a year of continuous effort to initially perceive it. So, you cannot be arrogant because of your current achievements. You must continue to work hard. Yi Yun understood Wu Tong's words. He was also a little worried. Although he had already copied Luo Feng's Psyker Master talent, he was unsure about this first perception of cosmic energy. However, thinking that as a Psyker Master with strong mental energy, it would definitely help in perceiving energy, Yi Yun gradually relaxed. Of course, Yi Yun knew that at this stage, the 5 hearts towards the sky cultivation method was very important, but in the subsequent development, in the world of swallowing starry sky, comprehension was the most important. Whether it was cultivation of the state of mind or the cultivation of various laws, these were the standards for measuring whether a person was a genius prodigy. Since you have all memorized this 5 hearts towards the sky cultivation method, today's martial artist assessment ends here. If you pass next month's martial artist combat assessment, I hope you can still join our dojo of limits afterward and become a martial artist of our dojo of limits. We will give you the most favorable contract terms. You will absolutely not regret joining. All our dojo of limits cultivation resources and conditions are definitely second to none on earth. Wu Tong gave Yi Yun and the other 2 a final admonition, then concluded this martial artist assessment. Leaving Bright Moon Community, Yi Yun politely declined the lunch invitation from Bai Lin and Zhao Qing, who had also passed the assessment, and instead left with Zhang Nian, who had rushed over. After Yi Yun passed the martial artist assessment, Zhang Nian's attitude towards Yi Yun also changed. No matter what secrets Yi Yun had, he was now a genuine elementary warrior in terms of physical fitness, so he naturally couldn't be treated like previous trainees. Ha Yi Yun, good boy, don't look at me like that. I won't inquire about any secrets you have. I just want to tell you that you should take the chief instructor's last words to heart. Yi Yun glanced at the smiling bald Zhang Nian in front of him and said, Instructor, are you talking about joining the dojo of limits? Zhang Nian still nodded with a smile. Although talent is important for our martial artist cultivation, cultivation resources, conditions, and environment are also very important. Our dojo of limits chief curator is Hong, the world's strongest. The dojo of limits is also the world's largest dojo of limits, and our treatment conditions are definitely incomparable to other forces. Upon hearing this, Yi Yun wholeheartedly agreed. Although the dojo of limits didn't have much advantage in some basic resources, Hong, as the current top expert on Earth, indeed possessed some high-end items that other forces did not have. While Yi Yun was contemplating, Zhang Nian continued. Take the 5 hearts towards the sky cultivation method just now, for example. It is indeed something every martial artist can cultivate, but beyond that, there are also different guiding techniques. These guiding techniques are the key to determining cultivation progress. And our dojo of limits is completely ahead of other forces in terms of guiding techniques. The chief curator even personally created 9 top-tier guiding techniques. As long as you are genius enough, you will have the opportunity to cultivate them. Yi Yun looked at Zhang Nian, who kept urging him to choose the dojo of limits, feeling a bit helpless. He had already made up his mind long ago that during the early stages of cultivation on Earth, he definitely had to cling to Hong's leg. As for the guiding techniques Zhang Nian mentioned, Yi Yun already knew that the purpose of cultivating guiding techniques was to maximize the cosmic energy that one's cells could absorb daily. In other words, a normal person cultivating the 5 hearts towards the sky cultivation method. For 20 minutes a day might saturate their body's cells, but after cultivating guiding techniques, they could absorb for an hour or 2 hours. Over time, the speed of cultivation would be incomparable, Yi Yun said helplessly. Instructor, I've always trained in our dojo of limits. I've been a member of the dojo of limits for a long time. Once I truly pass the assessment and become a martial artist, I will definitely choose our dojo of limits. Instructor, please rest assured. After saying this, Yi Yun leaned slightly closer to Zhang Nian, his voice unconsciously lowering. Instructor, since we'll both be part of the dojo of limits from now on, could I trouble you with something today? Zhang Nian asked with some doubt. Today, what do you need? Yi Yun said with a smile, Hey, instructor, it's not often I get to visit the city center of Yangzhou City. Could you take me to see the HR Alliance branch here? Zhang Nian raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. Oh, Yi Yun, I didn't realize you knew about the HR Alliance. However, you haven't officially become a martial artist yet, and you don't have anything on you. What do you want to do at the HR Alliance branch? The HR Alliance, also known as the Human Rights Alliance, was established after the Great Cataclysm by many ancient wealthy family from the West. It is also known as the Underground Alliance, aiming to protect their interests. After so many years of development, it has become the force with the most martial artists in the world. It is said to control half of Earth's economy, and its strength is astonishing. Of course, Yi Yun knew that the HR Alliance was currently called the world's largest force only because Hong ignored them. At this time, the strength of Hong and Thunder God was completely on a different level from other people on Earth. If they really wanted to, Hong and Thunder God completely had the ability to rule Earth. Yi Yun did not sense any refusal in Jiang Nian's words and immediately said, "Instructor, I'm just curious. I heard that the HR Alliance is the organization with the most transactions among martial artists, claiming to have everything you want. Now that I have this opportunity, I want to see it for myself. Instructor, I'll treat you to dinner later. Please take me." Jiang Nian waited in his mind. He had nothing to do at the moment, and he also had the intention of befriending Yi Yun, so after a brief consideration, he agreed to Yi Yun's request. They hailed a car by the roadside, gave a destination, and after about 10 minutes, the two arrived in front of a landmark skyscraper in the city center of Yangzhou City. Although the HR Alliance is called the Underground Alliance, they are still a powerful business association on the surface. Whether it's ordinary people or martial artists, they can provide perfect service. Looking at the 100-meter commercial building in front of him, Yi Yun couldn't help but marvel at how rich the HR Alliance truly was. Yangzhou City was merely a satellite city of Jiangnan Base City, yet it had such an exaggerated branch. Its strength was definitely unfathomable. Following Jiang Nian's footsteps, the two entered the building. After entering the Yangzhou City HR Alliance branch, Jiang Nian did not stay on the ground floor, but directly took Yi Yun to the 20th floor. From this floor upwards, it was all areas that only served martial artists. Stepping out of the elevator, the 20th floor area was very spacious, presenting itself to Yi Yun as a large exhibition hall. Numerous transparent glass counters were distributed throughout the hall, and various items were displayed within these counters. Yi Yun followed Jiang Nian into the hall. At this time, there were about 20 people in the hall, moving around different counters, occasionally stopping to examine things. From the 20th floor to the 30th floor, it's all this kind of hall layout. What's placed in those counters are monster materials, weapons, protective gear, communication tools, and various guiding techniques, movement secret manual, attack secret manual, medical potions, genetic potions, and so on and so forth. Generally, anything you can imagine is here. You go ahead and browse. I see someone I know. Chapter 7. First practice watching Jiang Nian walk away. Yi Yun muttered to himself, "He talks big, but do they have herb and wood spirit, primordial intelligent fighter jets, or black god suits here?" Putting aside his thoughts, Yi Yun looked at the different exhibition counters, his eyes lighting up. Haha, the exhibition area from the 20th to 30th floor has countless good things. For Yi Yun at this stage, it's definitely a treasure trove for early rise. Suppressing his excited feelings, Yi Yun came to a counter and saw a snow-white pointed horn displayed inside. With the text description next to it, Yi Yun understood that it was a horn from a D-level monster, the Horned Wolf. Subscribe for more amazing novel audiobooks. Don't forget to like, comment, and share Infinite Novel Audio. In Swallowing Starry Sky, Earth's monsters are divided into Beast Soldier, Beast General, and Lord Level. Elementary Beast Soldier H, Intermediate Beast Soldier G, Advanced Beast Soldier F, Elementary Beast General E, Intermediate Beast General D, Advanced Beast General C, Elementary Lord Level B, Intermediate Lord Level A, and Advanced Lord Level S. There are 9 levels in total, corresponding to human martial artists from elementary to senior god of war. Ordinary beast soldier monsters can be killed with hot weapons, which means some of their materials are not particularly valuable. The most expensive F-level advanced beast soldier materials are at most 10,000 Chinese yuan, so these beast soldier materials are completely unseen in this HR Alliance exhibition hall. However, the value of this single horn from an intermediate beast general Horned Wolf is completely different. The price tag next to it was 20 million Chinese yuan, which made Yi Yun secretly click his tongue. For Yi Yun at this time, it was truly too expensive. However, although Yi Yun sighed in his heart, it did not affect the movement of his eyes. Through the glass counter, he focused his gaze, and the talent technique copying eye activated. Before long, a small model of the horned wolf's single horn appeared in Yi Yun's mind. With this model, after returning, only the process of manifestation would be needed, and then Yi Yun would possess an identical single horn worth 20 million Chinese yuan. This was the reason Yi Yun asked Zhang Nian to bring him to the Yangzhou City HR Alliance branch. These valuable materials were secondary. His main goal was to duplication some secret manuals. After all, although he was confident of gaining the attention of the Dojo of Limits and sufficient training after passing the martial artist combat assessment, Yi Yun did not want to waste this month. Learning some rudimentary secret manuals first could lay a foundation for his future cultivation. Haha, the HR Alliance claims there's nothing they can't buy. Bring it all to me, and those precious monster materials, armor, weapons, and so on, are not just extras. Later, when Yi Yun participates in monster hunting, they will all be useful. It can be said that in the days to come, Yi Yun's monster hunting journey will only be for self-training. Yi Yun, will definitely not lack money. After the successful experiment, Yi Yun began to wander around the hall, examining different items, and occasionally activating copying eye to scan and record some things he found valuable at the moment. Yi Yun noticed Zhang Nian, who was chatting with two middle-aged men in a corner of the hall, so he didn't disturb them and went up to the 21st floor from the stairs nearby. According to Zhang Nian, the 20th to 30th floors of this building display various items, all of which are tradable as long as one can afford the price. However, it doesn't mean that the higher the floor, the better the items. Yi Yun planned to go through all these floors, as he thought he probably wouldn't come here again later. About an hour later, Yi Yun was browsing on the 26th floor when Zhang Nian came to his side. Yi Yun, is that enough? You've seen quite a bit in this long time. After you pass the assessment and become a formal martial artist of our Dojo of Limits, you will definitely have many outdoor training experiences. At that time, when you go to the Jiangnan Base City HR Alliance branch, the things there are incomparable to what we have in Yangzhou City. Yi Yun nodded, knowing that Zhang Nian had finished his business. He then followed Zhang Nian to leave, and after having lunch with Zhang Nian, they returned to Yin District in Yangzhou City along the original route. After informing Liu Feng and why one of his successful completion of the quasi-martial artist assessment, Yi Yun returned to his home, preparing to test the 5 hearts towards the sky cultivation method he had just obtained. After the assessment, the reason Wu Tong and the others didn't give everyone a duplication of the 5 hearts towards the sky cultivation method was because the principle of this cultivation method was actually very simple. The most important thing was to assume the 5 hearts towards the sky posture and then sense the energy in the universe. Following the instructions in the article, Yi Yun crossed his legs, with the soles of his feet facing upwards, placed his hands on his thighs with palms facing upwards, and straightened his back. Exhale, inhale, exhale, inhale. Yi Yun slowly adjusted his breathing. After his breathing gradually stabilized, he controlled himself, allowing his heart to become calm gradually. Yi Yun completely controlled himself to quiet down. His breathing was almost inaudible. Then, he began to try to sense the wandering energy in the universe. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 5 minutes. Gradually, time passed slowly. Yi Yun's mind could no longer feel the passage of time. He felt somewhat half asleep and half awake, so comfortable. In a daze, Yi Yun felt that his 5 hearts, which were the centers of his palms, the soles of his feet, and the Beihui acupoint on the top of his head, had faint wisps of Kai flowing into his body at an extremely slow speed. Yi Yun instantly woke up. He was very sure that the Kai slowly flowing into his body at this moment was the universe energy mentioned in the cultivation method. According to the article, once one reaches the physical limit of a quasi-martial artist, they can begin to cultivate genetic energy. Even if they don't consciously sense it, the universe's energy will be slowly absorbed by the martial artist's body unconsciously. After sensing this miraculous universe energy, Yi Yun immediately became clear-headed. He continued to maintain a relaxed state and breathing, focusing his consciousness on the 5 hearts, naturally emitting thoughts of absorbing universe energy. Then, naturally, the speed of absorption at the 5 hearts locations suddenly began to surge, instantly increasing by nearly 100-fold. That feeling was as if a water pipe that originally had only a tiny crack suddenly burst open, and a torrent of water erupted. The invisible and colorless universe energy was like this water flow, continuously pouring into Yi Yun's body from the 5 hearts locations. After the universe energy surged into Yi Yun's body, a trembling sensation from deep within his bone marrow made Yi Yun's body involuntarily tremble. Since birth, when their physical fitness had not met the standard, no one had consciously absorbed universe energy. Therefore, every cell in Yi Yun's body at this moment was in a state of extreme hunger. Now that Yi Yun was actively absorbing this universe energy for the first time, every cell in his body was frantically absorbing this energy. As time passed minute by minute, earth-shattering changes occurred within Yi Yun's body. Whether it was the surface skin, muscles, bones, or the deeper cells of the body, and even the genes themselves, slight changes occurred. This change was the evolution of life, a kind of optimization of life genes. Such changes are inevitable for every martial artist during cultivation. Only by continuously optimizing one's genes can one achieve a comprehensive improvement in physical fitness. Yi Yun could feel that the result of his cultivation this time should be very good. His first absorption of universe energy might allow him to break into the beast general level of physical fitness. Because, unlike Luo Feng's first cultivation, Yi Yun's physical fitness at this time had already reached the level of an intermediate warrior with 2,000 kg of punching power. His genetic foundation was already high, and most importantly, Yi Yun's spiritual power in his brain had already fully awakened. Therefore, when absorbing universe energy to strengthen his physical fitness, the dark golden sphere in his brain, which was the spiritual power aggregate, was also accelerating the release of wisps of energy. These dark golden energies also integrated into Yi Yun's body, and together with the universe energy absorbed into his body, they simultaneously optimized and transformed his body. And the improvement in physical fitness further stimulated the dark golden sphere. With both steps acting simultaneously, Yi Yun's first cultivation lasted for a considerably long time. In this way, after more than 6 hours, Yi Yun finally felt that his cell's energy absorption had reached a certain saturation. So he did not continue to forcibly absorb energy, slowly adjusted his breathing, stopped the 5 hearts towards the sky cultivation method, and slowly opened his eyes. After checking the time, Yi Yun let out a long breath. I remember Luo Feng's first cultivation lasted for a full 2 hours, and his strength increase was also at a normal level, probably a few hundred kilograms. It was only because of the sudden awakening of spiritual power that he reached over 3,000 kilograms. I've cultivated for a full 6 hours, and I have the dual enhancement of spiritual power and universe energy. I wonder what level my punching power has reached now. Thinking of this, Yi Yun originally wanted to manifest the punching power testing machine he had scanned and copied during the assessment. But then he thought that he would be moving in a month, and moving it back and forth would be troublesome. And the source of the punching power testing machine would be hard to explain, so he stopped that thought. It was already late, and Yi Yun had no intention of going to the martial arts dojo to test. He exercised a little at home, familiarized himself with his surging strength, and then went straight to sleep. Today, he had continuously used copying eye and had just undergone his first cultivation, so his spirit was indeed a bit tired. Early the next morning, Yi Yun got up, tidied himself up a bit, and then headed to the dojo of limits in Yin District. Early in the morning, Yi Yun didn't see too many people in the martial arts dojo. He went to the advanced student teaching building of the dojo and walked directly up to the 3rd floor. At this time, in the training hall on the 3rd floor, only a few familiar advanced students were practicing martial arts in the vast space. Yi Yun was not very familiar with them, so he just nodded to each other and then walked directly to the staircase from the 3rd floor to the 4th floor. Next to the staircase on the 4th floor, there was a small room where an old man was on duty. What are you doing? Students are not allowed on the 4th floor. The old man on duty was about to drive Yi Yun away when he suddenly showed surprise, apparently recognizing Yi Yun. Oh, it's Yi Yun. Director Jiang already told us yesterday that you've passed the quasi-martial artist assessment and can enter the 4th floor. Haha, you're really amazing, kid. Come on, go up. Thank you, Uncle Lai. Yi Yun knew he was qualified, so he wasn't surprised at all and walked into the 4th floor with a smile. The entire training hall on the 4th floor was clearly much better decorated than the lower floors, and all kinds of equipment were also more advanced. Following his plan, Yi Yun first walked to the punching power testing machine. He wanted to know what level of strength he had reached after his cultivation last night, Chapter 8, 8,000 kg. Yi Yun was no longer afraid of the Dojo of Limits discovering his test results here, as he had already obtained the 5 hearts towards the sky cultivation method. At this point, Yi Yun was not only unafraid of others knowing his strength, but even intended to actively display it. It's important to know that, during the prospective martial artist assessment, he only showed that he had just met the elementary warrior standard. Even if Wu Tong and others believed he was hiding his strength, they would at most think his punching power was around 1,000 kilograms. Generally speaking, the first time one cultivates the 5 hearts towards the sky cultivation method, absorbing universe energy, the amount absorbed and the strength gained can completely measure a person's genius level. For most common individuals, the first cultivation increases their strength by about 300 kilograms. Those who can increase it by 600 kilograms are already considered quite excellent, and someone who can reach 1,000 kilograms is considered an elite. Yuo Feng, relying on his spiritual power awakening, instantly increased his strength by 2,000 kilograms and was deemed a monster-level genius by Jiang Nian, a level only 1 or 2 individuals might achieve annually in the entire Jiangnan-based city with its 200 million people. It was precisely because of this that Luo Feng's displayed genius level earned him the attention of the Dojo of Limits, including Zhu Tao's investment, and the initial 100 million Chinese yuan worth of secret manual selection rights, which greatly assisted Luo Feng. Therefore, with such benefits, Yi Yun naturally wouldn't miss out. Moreover, according to his understanding of the Dojo of Limits, under Hong's leadership, the overall quality of the Dojo of Limits is excellent. Even if he behaves like a prodigy, as long as he doesn't do anything too outrageous for the sake of Earth's development, Hong will only help him grow and will not harbor any other intentions. This is also the fundamental reason why Yi Yun dared to test his strength at this dojo. Yi Yun stood before the punching power testing machine, concentrating his power, his back like a dragon. His right fist, like a cannonball, fiercely struck the punching target of the punching power testing machine. 8,526 kg, Yi Yun, having repositioned himself, looked at the number displayed and showed an excited expression. Although he could feel that his improvement this time was immense, he hadn't expected to reach such a level. A punching power of over 8,000 kilograms had already reached the level of an elementary warlord, and punching power generally represents physical fitness. He knew that he would definitely meet the standards in all 3 categories. If his physical fitness reached the elementary warlord level, then his spiritual power strength, being 2 levels higher than his physical fitness, would have already reached the level of an advanced warlord. I didn't expect such a change to occur in less than a month. When it comes to cultivation, talent truly is king at the beginning. With his spiritual power strength having reached the advanced warlord level, Yi Yun felt a little more relaxed. With this assurance, he would be even more at ease during future wilderness explorations. Yi Yun then casually tested his speed and neural reaction. As expected, all met the elementary warlord standard. After a brief thought, Yi Yun dialed Jiang Nian's number. Not long after, a violent thump-thump-thump sound was heard, and a figure swiftly rushed up from downstairs, reaching Yi Yun's side in a few seconds. Phew, kid Yi, you didn't lie to me, did you? Can you really achieve such an improvement after just one night of cultivation? Yi Yun looked at Zhang Nian, whose face was full of disbelief. There seemed to be water vapor emanating from his bald head due to intense exercise. Yi Yun grinned, revealing his neat 8 teeth. Hey, instructor, didn't you all say that the first time we martial artists cultivate the 5 hearts towards the sky cultivation method and absorb the energy of the universe, it's our biggest improvement? Last night, following the cultivation method's instructions, after I felt the universe energy, I felt that my strength must have improved a lot. That's why I came to the dojo to test it first thing in the morning. I just didn't expect the improvement to be so great. Jiang Nian, with his rich experience, could easily see through Yi Yun's humble bragging at this moment. He was indeed surprised by Yi Yun's talent in being able to sense and absorb universe energy on the first night, but he simply couldn't believe that his strength could increase so much after the first cultivation. Even if it was 1,000 kilograms, Yi Yun was now claiming an increase of a full 7,000 kilograms, which Zhang Nian found truly difficult to accept. Zhang Nian did not speak. He silently walked to the punching power testing machine, carefully adjusted it, and after confirming there were no problems, he said in a deep voice, "Yi Yun, come, hit it with all your strength again. I want to see it with my own eyes." Yi Yun still maintained his smile, and his right fist heavily smashed onto the punching target. 8,537 kg, looking at the number displayed on the punching power testing machine. No matter how shocked Zhang Nian was, he had to accept that what Yi Yun said was true. He was silent for a while, then pulled Yi Yun to test his speed and neural reaction speed one by one. After these 2 items also showed no problems, Zhang Nian pulled Yi Yun to a corner and sat down. "Instructor, are you all right?" Yi Yun asked tentatively, breaking the somewhat heavy atmosphere. Zhang Nian took a deep look at Yi Yun, then smiled bitterly and shook his head. I'm fine now. I just couldn't accept it, but now that this matter is confirmed, I'm actually happier. With your current achievements, our Dojo of Limits branch in Yin District will definitely benefit from your glory. You might not know the importance of this. As far as I know, being able to directly sense universe energy and complete autonomous absorption during the first cultivation of the 5 hearts towards the sky cultivation method itself represents an exceptionally outstanding cultivation talent for a martial artist. And I have never heard of anyone being able to increase their strength by a full 7,000 kilograms after the first absorption of universe energy. Truly, never before. After saying these words, Zhang Nian seemed to have vented his feelings. After a pause, he continued, "But you don't need to worry. Ever since you started training at our Dojo of Limits branch in Yin District, we have learned about you, especially after you became an advanced student. We focused on understanding you even more. So we have full confidence in you, and I also hope you have full confidence in our Dojo of Limits. I don't know what kind of fortuitous encounter you had that led to your current situation, but the facts are here, and everyone must acknowledge them. Based on your current performance, you are definitely an unprecedented prodigy-level genius that our Dojo of Limits has encountered." Yi Yun looked at Zhang Nian's slightly red eyes and listened to these words, suddenly feeling a little embarrassed. However, at this moment, Yi Yun did not forget his plan. He smiled and asked, "Then instructor, with the talent I've displayed, how will the dojo treat me?" Zhang Nian took a deep look at Yi Yun. Only then did he realize that he was the only one who had been so agitated until now. This young man in front of him seemed very calm. "I don't know the specific treatment, but it definitely won't be bad. Under normal circumstances, if you pass the martial artist actual combat assessment and join our Dojo of Limits, you will be allocated a villa and a starting fund of 1 million Chinese yuan. And the most talented person in my hands, besides a villa, also receives a starting fund of 20 million and a consumption credit of 50 million, which can be used for deductions when purchasing guidance techniques and secret manuals." Yi Yun was very familiar with everything Zhang Nian said. He also knew that the contract totaling 70 million was the optimal treatment the Dojo of Limits offered to monster-level geniuses. Luo Feng, due to Zhu Tao's appreciation, was able to obtain a contract with a 100 million credit. The reason Yi Yun wanted to display all his strength was not for these treatments and contracts. His goal was the elite training camp at the Dojo of Limit's global headquarters, also commonly known as the God of War Reserve Camp. Only by fully demonstrating his talent could he possibly receive the full cultivation of the Dojo of Limits. And besides wanting to receive cultivation from the Dojo of Limits, the most crucial thing for Yi Yun was to get in touch with the #1 person on Earth, Hong, as early as possible. As the current #1 person on Earth, Hong's own cultivation level was secondary. The most crucial thing was that Hong possessed a level of mental cultivation far surpassing everyone else, which also led to his extremely strong affinity for the comprehension of law. Even at the planetary level, he had the domain of light accompanying him, making him virtually invincible at the planetary level. What Yi Yun most desired was Hong's abnormal mental cultivation. He understood that this was an important foundation that could support him in his journey, and it would be extremely helpful for his future comprehension of law and his cultivation process. Naturally, the sooner he obtained it, the better. As Jiang Nian was talking to Yi Yun, he suddenly thought of something and hurriedly said, "Yi Yun, I remember now. Based on your current performance, you might be selected for our Dojo of Limits headquarters elite training camp. You probably haven't heard of this, I just thought of it. Yangzhou City doesn't even see one person join this training camp in a year, but Yi Yun, you definitely have a chance. Elite training camp." Jiang Nian nodded. Our Dojo of Limits headquarters has 2 major training camps, the elite training camp and the basic training camp. The elite training camp is also called the God of War Reserve Camp. This means that entering this elite training camp signifies that you have the potential to become a god of war. And as far as I know, a large number of those who come out of this training camp eventually successfully become a god of war. If you can enter this elite training camp, then you will be able to receive the best cultivation environment, cultivation resources, and the most outstanding teachers in the world today. Even our chief instructor Hong and Thunder God, the Hall Master of Thunder Martial Hall, will personally guide you when they have time. As long as your talent is sufficient, within this elite training camp, you will definitely receive the best cultivation and the fastest growth. Yi Yun nodded. He knew that his current physical fitness improvement was somewhat exaggerated, and relying solely on this would not attract particularly significant attention. The reason Luo Feng was chosen to enter the elite training camp was because he had cultivated the 9-layer Thunder Blade to the 3rd level. He could exert 2.8 times his physical fitness, which was the talent that was deemed important. Therefore, even if Yi Yun's current performance were known to the higher-ups of the Dojo of Limits, he would at most receive the same treatment as Luo Feng did initially. They would then observe him further and decide his future treatment based on his subsequent development. Yi Yun's plan was to diligently cultivate during this month before the martial artist actual combat assessment, then join the Dojo of Limits step by step, enter a small team according to the Dojo of Limits arrangements to begin training. Once he came into contact with more martial artists, Yi Yun believed that his movement techniques and power exertion level would definitely be excellent. In the martial artist circle, there are definitely hidden dragons and crouching tigers. With Yi Yun's talent, even God of War level powerhouses would definitely be within reach. At that time, the cultivation achievements of these martial artists, whether it's movement techniques or body power exertion, hey, just take them all. Chapter 9, Zhu Tao's Investment. Jiang Nian patted Yi Yun on the shoulder and said with a smile, "Yi Yun, no matter what, I will report your situation this time, and I will do my best to get you the best treatment. Just wait 2 days, there should be news in a few days." Yi Yun smiled and nodded. He knew Jiang Nian's character and the attitude of the Dojo of Limits' managers in Jiangnan Base City towards geniuses, so he wasn't worried at all about being highly valued and cultivated. It didn't take a few days, as Jiang Nian said. The same night Jiang Nian reported it, Yi Yun received a message from Jiang Nian, asking him to go to the Dojo of Limits in Jiangnan Base City with him. The person in charge of Jiangnan Base City wanted to personally test Yi Yun. Because the situation was special this time, there was no delay in their journey. They took the special passage of the Dojo of Limits. Not long after, Jiang Nian, Yi Yun, and Wu Tong, who had heard the news, arrived together in the main urban area of Jiangnan Base City. Although it was late at night, seeing the still brightly lit scene before him, Yi Yun couldn't help but exclaim that the main urban area of Jiangnan Base City was indeed incomparable to Yangzhou City. The headquarters of the Dojo of Limits in Jiangnan Base City appeared even more imposing. Whether it was the land area, the architectural scale, or the Dojo of Limits troops stationed at the entrance, all of them demonstrated the strength of the Dojo of Limits, the world's largest martial artist dojo. Jiang Nian and Wu Tong led Yi Yun through the security check and entered the main gate of the Dojo of Limits' Jiangnan Base City headquarters. Among the entire complex of buildings, the most conspicuous was the towering skyscraper, from which the four large characters Dojo of Limits could be seen from afar. This building is the headquarters of our Dojo of Limits in Jiangnan Base City. According to the martial artists rank, martial artists of the Dojo of Limits can gather here. Whether it's for cultivation, trading, or completing missions, everything can be done here. You'll be frequenting it later, but our destination today isn't here. After a brief explanation, the three continued deeper. After walking for about a few minutes, they arrived in front of a 3-story grand villa. At the entrance of the villa, an old man with white hair was already waiting. Uncle Bai, Jiang Nian, and Wu Tong both greeted him. The old man, called Uncle Bai, waited for the three to approach the villa but didn't immediately lead them in. Instead, he quietly asked Wu Tong and Jiang Nian, Wu Tong, you two didn't lie to me, did you? I've already invited the manager this time, so don't let anything go wrong here. Wu Tong chuckled and also whispered, Uncle Bai, don't worry. Even if the machine data might be wrong, Lao Jiang and I have personally tested it. Yi Yun has indeed reached the standard I mentioned, and he won't disappoint you. Only then did Uncle Bai nod, smiling kindly at Yi Yun, his face full of wrinkles. Then he led the three into the villa. Without lingering on the first floor, he directly led them up the stairs to the second floor of the villa. As soon as they entered the second floor of the villa, Yi Yun's vision suddenly broadened. The space on the second floor of this villa was not overly decorated. The overall layout was like a training hall, and its size was not much different from their Yin district's training hall. Several sofas were placed nearby, with a middle-aged man in a tang suit sitting on one of them, and 4 men and women in white suits respectfully standing by his side. The middle-aged man in the tang suit was slender, with an aquiline nose and a gentle smile in his eyes. He exuded a feminine aura. Yi Yun recognized him with just a glance. This middle-aged man in the tang suit should be Zhuge Tao, one of the 4 giants and 3 managers of Jiangnan Base City in the original work. Yi Yun was not at all surprised by Zhuge Tao's appearance at this time. According to his understanding of Zhuge Tao, he was someone who greatly enjoyed befriending and cultivating geniuses, as this could strengthen his foundation and status. At this moment, Yi Yun clearly had extremely high potential, making him worth Zhuge Tao's personal acquaintance. Greetings, manager. The moment they saw Zhuge Tao, Jiang Nian and Wu Tong both respectfully greeted him. Jiang Nian signaled Yi Yun with his eyes, and only then did Yi Yun follow suit and greet him. Zhuge Tao smiled and nodded, then stood up and said gently, "This must be Yi Yun, right?" Indeed, his aura is extraordinary. If there are no problems, shall we begin? Jiang Nian and Wu Tong both nodded. Then, the 4 people behind Zhuge Tao began to act, taking out precise instruments and meticulously checking the punching power testing machine, speed testing device, and nerve reaction testing machine. After a while, manager, no problems. Zhuge Tao nodded and said to Jiang Nian and the others, Old Wu, I naturally trust you, but everything still depends on the actual situation. Now, let Yi Yun test again. Under the guidance of Wu Tong and Jiang Nian, Yi Yun first went to the punching power testing machine. He knew this was an essential step. but Yi Yun was very calm in his heart, without the slightest bit of nervousness. He still unleashed a full-power punch, hitting the punching bag heavily. 8,529 kg speed test, 92 m/s nerve reaction test, elementary warlord perfect, intermediate warlord good. After all 3 tests were completed, Zhuge Tao no longer had any doubts about Yi Yun's current physical quality. Yi Yun had indeed reached his current realm only after obtaining the 5 hearts towards the sky cultivation method, which at least indicated that Yi Yun had an unmatched talent in cultivating by absorbing universe energy. Don't think such talent is simple. Although without actual combat experience, power rank, movement techniques, and various attack battle techniques to support it, merely having physical quality realm cannot make one a peerless expert among martial artists. However, what if it can continuously support cultivation to the god of war, or even surpass the god of war level? At least in Zhuge Tao's many years of career and experience, he had never heard of anyone being able to directly increase their punching power by over 7,000 kilograms the first time they absorbed universe energy for cultivation. So, no matter how Yi Yun performed in other aspects, Zhuge Tao still felt that the current Yi Yun was already enough for him to invest in. Good, really good. After confirming the situation, Zhuge Tao was clearly in a good mood. It was truly rare to encounter a genius with Yi Yun's talent in the area under his jurisdiction. Zhuge Tao smiled and nodded at Yi Yun, then said, "I believe Lao Jiang and the others must have told you about our dojo of limits' contract terms for monster-level geniuses, right?" After receiving an affirmative answer, Zhuge Tao slightly turned his head and said to a man who had been standing by his side, "Go draft a contract according to our dojo of limits' template for genius martial artists." Besides the allocated dojo of limits martial artist exclusive villa remaining unchanged, the initial usable funds will be changed to 50 million RMB. And for the first purchase of movement technique secret manuals, guiding techniques, cultivation attack secret manuals, weapons and equipment, and resource treasures at our dojo of limits' limit home. As long as the total price does not exceed 300 million RMB, it can be directly reimbursed. Any excess will be covered by me. After Zhuge Tao finished speaking, everyone present, except Yi Yun, showed shocked expressions. Jiang Nian and Wu Tong's intention was indeed to strive for greater cultivation support for Yi Yun, but they hadn't expected Zhuge Tao's level of importance to be even higher than they imagined. After hearing Zhuge Tao's words, the man in the white suit quickly recovered, turned around, and started operating at the side. In a short while, a printed contract was handed to Zhuge Tao. Zhuge Tao quickly flipped through it, then directly signed his name, and then slowly walked to Yi Yun's side with the contract, a smile always on his lips. "Heh, Yi Yun, take a look. If there are no problems, just sign your name. Don't worry too much about the conditions I just promised. They're just small change. What you need to do now is cultivate diligently. Don't think about anything else. If you can cultivate to the god of war realm, that will be the best reward for me." Yi Yun nodded lightly. He took the contract and pen, and without looking through it, he directly signed his name under Zhuge Tao's instruction. The man behind Zhuge Tao put away the contract. Zhuge Tao patted Yi Yun's shoulder. "Once again, I sincerely welcome you to our dojo of limits." Under 18 years old, it truly makes one nostalgic, Yi Yun. Work hard and we will meet again. Remember, my name is Zhuge Tao. With the contract finalized, Zhuge Tao had no intention of lingering. In the respectful gazes of Uncle Bai, Jiang Nian, and the others, he led his people away from the villa. The empty second floor of the villa was left with only Yi Yun, Jiang Nian, and the others. The 4 were silent for a moment, then Uncle Bai spoke, still with some surprise on his face. "I didn't expect the manager to think so highly of you. He actually told you his name. Yi Yun, you are now within the manager's sight. Just as the manager said, you must work even harder from now on. If you can perform well in the future, the manager might even strive for a better cultivation environment for you." Yi Yun had actually guessed this beforehand and was mentally prepared for the current situation, so he wasn't very excited. He responded to the encouragement of Uncle Bai and the other two. Listening to them introduced Zhuge Tao's identity, strength, and status, constantly nodding his head. After they bid farewell to Uncle Bai and boarded the train back to Yin District in Yangzhou City, Jiang Nian finally asked, "Yi Yun, according to regulations, you have signed the contract and officially become a martial artist of our Dojo of Limits. So now you can move into our Dojo of Limits martial artist community. Do you want to stay in the main city of Jiangnan Base City or return to Yangzhou City?" Hearing this, Yi Yun didn't hesitate. He chuckled softly and replied, "Of course, I'm going back to our Yangzhou City. That's where I grew up. My friends and teachers are all there. I don't have any plans to go anywhere else for now." Jiang Nian nodded as if he had expected this, then said, Good. When the time comes in Bright Moon Community, we'll choose a good one for you. With your current strength, passing the martial artist actual combat assessment is absolutely no problem. However, rules are rules. The 350 million RMB clause in the contract can only be used next month. If you have any questions this month, you can always come and ask me. Yi Yun naturally had no problems. The next day, he and Jiang Nian selected a villa in Bright Moon Community. The villa Yi Yun chose was located more internally, with few residents around, and the environment was very quiet, perfectly aligning with Yi Yun's preferences. After moving, Yi Yun comfortably slumped onto the soft sofa, contemplating his future improvement plan. This time, meeting Zhuge Tao wasn't just about signing a contract. Zhuge Tao was an advanced warlord-level martial artist. To reach his position, although the support of a god of war behind him was indispensable, his own strength must also be extremely solid. Yi Yun merely activated his copying eye to scan him briefly, and received a pleasant surprise. Chapter 10, Warrior Combat Assessment. Before Zhuge Tao became a supervisor, he was a well-known martial artist in the Dojo of Limits. He might not make many moves now, but he would never forget what he had cultivated before. Yi Yun discovered that Zhuge Tao, as one of the best advanced warlords, had already reached the subtlety realm in his movement technique rank, which meant he could control his own strength and body with extreme subtlety, making the most precise dodges with the smallest cost. This was something many warlord-rank martial artists could never cultivate in their lifetime. After Yi Yun's copying eye scan, Yi Yun's movement technique realm did not directly reach the same level as Zhuge Tao's. Instead, he gained Zhuge Tao's experience and insights from his initial clumsiness, slowly cultivating step by step to his current level of movement technique. This experience and insight were incredibly clear and comprehensive, and there were detailed solutions for the difficulties, obstacles, and doubts encountered during cultivation. When Yi Yun cultivated himself, he could refer to Zhuge Tao's experience to a great extent. Although he would not master it immediately, it could greatly shorten the time for Yi Yun's own progress in movement technique. Similarly, Zhuge Tao's own force exertion rank was not low, reaching 3.6. This meant he could unleash 3.6 times his own strength. For example, if a punch originally had a force of 8,000 kilograms, after exertion, it could reach a power of nearly 30,000 kilograms. This was already a leap from an elementary warlord to a power comparable to an advanced warlord. Yi Yun was in a good mood now. He had met too few martial artists, and Zhuge Tao was already the strongest among them. Moreover, Zhuge Tao's own strength was quite good among advanced warlords, so for now, Zhuge Tao's experiences and insights were completely sufficient for Yi Yun to cultivate. This month, I will fully cultivate my movement technique and body force exertion. During the martial artist actual combat assessment, I must give everyone another surprise. In the villa's cultivation room, feeling the quiet environment around him, Yi Yun calmed his mind and consciously sensed the neural reaction tester model that had been scanned and copied into his mind earlier. As soon as Yi Yun's consciousness touched the model, his right hand opened in front of him, and invisible universe energy gathered. After a short while, a precise neural reaction tester appeared in front of Yi Yun, with dozens of prominent cannon barrels at the front of the instrument. Learning from the previous quasi-martial artist assessment, Yi Yun calculated the distance and drew a circle with a diameter of 3.6 meters not far in front of the machine. Then, he debugged it and started the machine. As the machine started, after the countdown set by Yi Yun ended, the dozens of cannon barrels simultaneously flashed red light, and tiny red bullets shot out from these barrels. The speed and trajectory of these bullets were different, but one thing was the same. They would all shoot towards the circle's range. Yi Yun's current neural reaction speed was quite good. During previous tests, he had always been at a good intermediate warlord level. Therefore, when training himself, Yi Yun did not activate the test mode of the neural reaction tester, but rather the endless mode of intermediate warlord intensity. As long as the machine was not turned off, a continuous stream of red bullets would be fired. Within the circle's range, watching the constantly incoming red bullets, Yi Yun's nerves were constantly tense. His mind calculated the trajectories of bullets from different directions, like a nimble cat, constantly dodging bullets within the specified range. All that flashed through his mind were Zhu Tao's own movement technique experiences and insights. After about half an hour, Yi Yun took a step back, exited the circle's range, breathed slightly, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and turned off the instrument. Although Yi Yun only activated the intermediate warlord intensity, half an hour of continuous attacks still made Yi Yun's nerves somewhat overwhelmed. After all, he had to constantly calculate the attack trajectories, and his physical strength was also consumed a lot. His body was also hit many times by those red bullets. Although they were all soft rubber tips, when the number of hits increased, the pain was still not weak, so Yi Yun stopped this movement technique cultivation. However, after turning off the instrument, Yi Yun did not stop his insights. He sat cross-legged on the ground, savoring the process of the past half an hour, and constantly combining it with Zhu Tao's movement technique insights in his mind, slowly pondering his shortcomings and where he could do better. This kind of insight continued for another hour, and when Yi Yun opened his eyes, a sharp light flashed in them, indicating a huge gain. Through this cultivation attempt, Yi Yun also truly felt how powerful the experience and insights he had copied were. In just this short evening, Yi Yun felt as if he had diligently cultivated his movement technique for half a month, while also saving time from taking detours. The speed of his progress could truly reach 10 times that of others. Thus, for the next 20-plus days, Yi Yun basically did not leave his villa, completely immersed in his first long period of cultivation. During the day, he cultivated his movement technique, trained and enhanced his body, and pondered the techniques of body force exertion. At night, he absorbed universe energy to enhance his cell genes. It can be said that these 20-plus days were incredibly fulfilling for Yi Yun. February 1, 2056. Yi Yun arrived early at the Dojo of Limits in Bright Moon Community that day, meeting up with Bai Lin and Zhao King, who had passed the quasi-martial artist assessment with him. Not long after, they boarded a special train under the leadership of Wu Tong. As the train began to move, images appeared on the large screens in each carriage. Yi Yun paid a little attention and realized that these were the 4 major forces within China promoting themselves, hoping that these quasi-martial artists would join them after successfully becoming martial artists. These 4 major forces were China Military, HR Alliance, Dojo of Limits, and Thunder Martial Hall. In China, the China Military is undoubtedly the largest force, but joining them would significantly restrict one's freedom. The HR Alliance is powerful, known as the world's largest martial artist exchange platform, and is also an excellent choice. The Dojo of Limits and Thunder Martial Hall are somewhat weaker, but joining them offers much more freedom. How to choose depends on each martial artist. Yi Yun had already made his choice in his heart, so naturally, he had no further hesitation at this moment. He calmed his mind, closed his eyes slightly, adjusted his state, and waited for the train to arrive at the station. After the 4 forces finished their introductions, not long after, Yi Yun heard a voice from the carriage's loudspeaker, knowing that they had arrived at the station. The train then slowly decelerated and finally stopped. After getting off the train, following the crowd of martial artists, they entered a large military camp under the leadership of some soldiers. The military camp covered an extremely vast area, and dense arrays of various large-scale thermal weapons were distributed around its periphery, with thick muzzles pointed outside the camp. Rows of soldiers stood with firearms, giving Yi Yun an incredibly stern feeling. This was China's northern military region in Jiangnan City, considered a buffer zone between the base city and the wilderness area. At this time, around the military camp, beyond the cordon, some monster figures could be clearly seen. Flying monsters also occasionally flew across the sky, but these monsters dared not approach the military camp's location at all. Although Yi Yun was mentally prepared and had done some preliminary research, this was indeed his first time approaching the wilderness area so closely. As expected, it was different from the protected base city, full of primitive and wild aura, and this was only the area near the military camp. The depths of the wilderness area, far from human habitation, were a paradise for monsters with dangers everywhere. Only martial artists could venture into the wilderness area, hunting monsters to improve themselves. Everyone, a loud voice entered the ears of Yi Yun and the others. Welcome everyone to the Jiangnan City, Northern Military Region. This time, you 1575 quasi-martial artists will be undergoing the martial artist actual combat assessment in our Northern Military Region. I hope that most of you can successfully pass, and I also hope that all of you can pass the assessment alive. After entering the military camp, all 1575 quasi-martial artists participating in this actual combat assessment were arranged in batches and provided with a sumptuous lunch. This was also the last meal before the assessment. By the afternoon, all 1575 quasi-martial artists had gathered in an open square. At the front of the square stood some high-ranking officials from the Jiangnan City, Northern Military Region, as well as high-ranking officials from the Thunder Martial Hall and the Dojo of Limits in Jiangnan Base City. This was the time to collect weapons. One by one, the quasi-martial artists, according to their reported names, stepped forward to collect their pre-informed weapons and equipment. When it was Yi Yun's turn, he also received a Blood Shadow battle blade, weighing 98 kilograms. Yi Yun held it and swung it slightly, feeling that it was much lighter than the battle blade he had been using these days. However, this was already the heaviest battle blade in the military camp, so Yi Yun just made do with it. He also received a communication watch. After collecting everything, Yi Yun returned to the team. In the 20-plus days before the martial artist actual combat assessment, Yi Yun also practiced some blade techniques. However, Yi Yun knew that since it was his first time handling a blade, forcing himself to practice some profound blade moves would certainly not have a very good effect. Therefore, in these 20-plus days, Yi Yun had been repeatedly practicing a few basic actions: swing, chop, hack, lift, etc. All of which were the most fundamental. Now, after such a short period of practice, Yi Yun's blade technique was naturally not very good, but he had already gained some insights into the basic speed, accuracy, and ruthlessness. For some unknown reason, Zhu Tao's figure did not appear among the high-ranking officials of the Dojo of Limits this time. Yi Yun thought that he must have other matters to attend to. Otherwise, as the supervisor of the Dojo of Limits in the Jiangnan City area, Zhu Tao should not be absent from such a grand event as the quasi-martial artist actual combat assessment in the Jiangnan City area. Putting these thoughts aside, Yi Yun cleared his mind and, along with many students from the Dojo of Limits, followed the crowd under the leadership of the military personnel for a full half an hour, finally arriving at the outskirts of a small town. The outskirts of this small town were surrounded by thick barbed wire, and through the barbed wire, the scene inside the town could be clearly seen. Among the dilapidated buildings, monster figures would flash by from time to time. These monsters all had their mouths wide open, emitting low roars, creating a tense atmosphere for the many quasi-martial artists outside the town. This small town was already in the wilderness area. Normally, there wouldn't be so many monsters here, as it was close to China's military camp, so low-rank monsters wouldn't come, and advanced ones would surely have been cleared out. Now, the thousands of monsters in this town were all specially placed there for this martial artist actual combat assessment. These monsters were all H rank, which meant they were the lowest rank monsters equivalent to human elementary warriors. Their strength was not strong. A fully armed human elementary warrior would definitely be able to deal with them. The most important thing in this martial artist actual combat assessment was not strength, but the courage to face monsters and the adaptation to bloody combat. Those who could not do these two things would simply be unable to become qualified martial artists and would only be eliminated. Chapter 11. First battle. Some people indeed possess the physical qualities to become a martial artist and also have very good movement techniques and blade techniques, but these things do not mean they can kill monsters. Even if they face monsters and see blood or encounter life and death situations, they might not even be able to unleash 1/10 of their full strength. What use is there in letting such people become martial artists? After all, with the establishment of various human-based cities, human life is no longer constantly facing monsters as before. Therefore, martial artists growing up in such an environment are definitely not as good as those from the previous era. Moreover, in earlier years, there were indeed some martial artists who entered the wilderness area but dared not face monsters, losing their lives in vain. This is why the martial artist combat assessment has always been necessary. If one truly doesn't have the qualifications, it's better to be directly eliminated during such an assessment, and the remaining resources can be used to better cultivate elites. By evening, it was almost 6:30 p.m., and the sky had long since darkened. Yi Yun and all the quasi-martial artists gathered in front of the small town, looking at a 3-story building on the outskirts of the town, where an officer was loudly shouting to everyone. This martial artist combat assessment follows the same rules as before. It begins promptly at 6:30 p.m. when you enter the town and ends at 6:30 a.m. tomorrow. The goal of the assessment is to kill monsters. The more monsters you kill, the more points you will get. For every monster killed, cut off its left ear as proof. After introducing the basic rules for points and kills, the officer's voice gradually turned cold. One thing I need to remind you is that during this assessment, all conflicts among yourselves are prohibited. All your actions are under our surveillance, and violators will be directly executed. Among these 1575 quasi-martial artists, the top 60% in points will qualify as martial artists, while the bottom 40% will be eliminated. This means that only 945 people will successfully obtain martial artist qualifications this time, and the rest will have to wait for the next martial artist combat assessment. At this point, the officer raised his right hand, holding a communication watch, and continued. If you encounter any problems during the assessment period, whether it's danger or a special situation, you can press the emergency call button on this watch, and someone will immediately rush to the scene to handle it. However, this also means your martial artist combat assessment is over. Therefore, once you have almost completed the assessment goal, leave the town as quickly as possible. You don't necessarily have to wait until the time is up. Based on past experience, generally hunting 3 monsters is enough to pass. If it's 2, you'll have to rely on luck. You understand the reasoning behind this. After the introduction, the officer leaped, directly jumping down from the building more than 10 meters high, and then, with a few more leaps, arrived outside the town. Then, the officer waved his hand. All quasi-martial artists depart, enter the monster town. Yi Yun was very clear about the rules of the quasi-martial artist combat assessment. On the way here, Wu Tong had also meticulously reminded Yi Yun and the others of the key points, so Yi Yun was not greatly surprised. With the officer's command, Yi Yun followed the flow of quasi-martial artists and stepped into the monster town. After all 1575 quasi-martial artists entered the monster town, they quickly dispersed within it, and the town gate behind them slammed shut, only to reopen after the assessment time ended. Upon entering the town, Yi Yun specifically noticed that quite a few people chose to act together. After all, If one acts with familiar companions, the cooperation and understanding between them certainly help in passing the assessment. Although the number of monsters to deal with increases when acting together in a shared combat situation, it might actually improve the efficiency of hunting monsters. The quasi-martial artist combat assessment did not prohibit such behavior. Although no reason was given, Yi-Yun had his own guesses in his heart. After all, on Earth today, martial artists, especially low-rank warrior and general-rank martial artists, still highly value teamwork. When Luo Feng's own strength was low, he also joined a small team from the Dojo of Limits, which accompanied Luo Feng through his early cultivation career. So, if they can cooperate to hunt monsters, such behavior will naturally not be prevented, as the biggest purpose of this quasi-martial artist combat assessment is to instill in these quasi-martial artists the courage to fight and hunt monsters. Other aspects are not of much concern. Yi-Yun pondered, his footsteps not stopping, as he gradually ventured deeper into the town alone. The outermost area of the town, due to the presence of many powerful martial artists and the illumination of huge searchlights, was exceptionally bright, so there were no monsters. As he slowly went deeper, Yi-Yun could vaguely hear the roars of monsters in the depths of this town, although many areas were relatively bright due to the occasional sweep of searchlights. Dark areas were clearly more prevalent. Yi-Yun walked in the darkness, maintaining vigilance in his heart, searching for his prey. Yi-Yun's physical qualities at this time had already reached the level of an elementary general, while the monsters in the town at this time were all the lowest rank H-beast soldiers, equivalent to human elementary warriors. Yi-Yun could actually completely crush these monsters. However, Yi-Yun did not forget the purpose of his assessment this time. It was not just to obtain the identity of a martial artist. Most importantly, he wanted to use this opportunity to train his courage and mindset when facing monsters. Therefore, Yi-Yun did not intend to unleash his full strength, but rather prepared to suppress his power, maintaining it at the level of an elementary warrior. The purpose was to hone the movement techniques and force exertion skills he had painstakingly cultivated these past few days, and to increase his combat experience. From the experience and insights Yi-Yun had copied from Zhuge Tao, there were naturally Zhuge Tao's past experiences of hunting monsters. However, Yi-Yun could only refer to these experiences. If he didn't experience them personally, it would be like talking about war on paper, unable to directly deepen Yi-Yun's own experience. Such insights could only be gained through one's own efforts, with no possibility of shortcuts. Just then, a dark shadow, swift and fierce, suddenly lunged at Yi-Yun from a deep, secluded alley not far away. Its speed was extremely fast, reaching Yi-Yun in an instant. With Yi-Yun's powerful mental energy, he reacted the moment the dark shadow appeared and lunged. Although the shadow was incredibly fast, leaving almost no time to react, Yi-Yun still swung his blade instantly, a simple upward slash, accurately hitting the shadow. However, because Yi-Yun responded hastily and did not use his full strength, his right hand, gripping the blood shadow battle blade, did not feel a strong impact. Instead, the force of his attack was gently deflected by a soft power. The next moment, the shadow flipped in midair, then retreated to a nearby position. It was then that Yi-Yun clearly saw the shadow's appearance. A cat-shaped monster with short gray fur all over its body, about half a meter long, quietly crouching on the ground with all its power contained, ready to switch freely between offense and retreat at any moment. A shadow cat, huh? Yi-Yun recognized the cat-shaped monster before him. It was precisely the shadow cat, the fastest among the 3 types of rank H elementary beast soldiers, specially prepared for these quasi-martial artists in every combat assessment. Although the shadow cat is small in stature and even weaker in strength than an average human elementary warrior, it possesses a unique advantage in speed. Based on Yi-Yun's calculation from the shadow cat's recent ambush, its instantaneous burst speed surprisingly exceeded 40 ms/s, which is far beyond the level of an elementary warrior and reaches the standard of an intermediate warrior. It can be said to be extremely outstanding among the entire group of elementary beast soldiers. Ordinary human elementary warriors, especially quasi-martial artists who have just met the physical requirements and do not have much experience fighting monsters, find speed-type monsters like the Shadow Cat quite troublesome. Few can easily handle the Shadow Cat's speed assault. However, for Yi Yun, this speed-oriented Shadow Cat was precisely the target he most wanted to hone his skills against at this stage. Over the past month, Yi Yun had spent a tremendous amount of time perfecting his movement techniques. With the help of Zhu Tao's cultivation experience and insights, Yi Yun's progress in movement techniques was truly terrifying. Yi Yun gently exhaled, slightly alleviating some of the tension from his first encounter with a monster. With his long blade held diagonally in his right hand, he stomped heavily with both feet and slashed towards the Shadow Cat in front of him. The Shadow Cat sensed Yi Yun's attack, and feeling Yi Yun's advancing speed, seemed to show a human-like sneer on its small face. Then, with a simple sidestep, it avoided Yi Yun's direct slash. The next moment, Yi Yun's heart suddenly startled. Without thinking, he quickly turned, raised his blade horizontally in front of him, and blocked the Shadow Cat's claws. By the time Yi Yun was about to counterattack, the Shadow Cat was already gone. Only its rapidly retreating afterimages could be seen, circling around him. Yi Yun could only rely on his own judgment to dodge the Shadow Cat's attacks, trying to find an opportunity to counterattack. For a while, the situation gradually became a stalemate. However, as time passed, Yi Yun slowly adapted to the rhythm of the battle. His movement techniques, which had previously only been self-practiced, gradually integrated into the actual combat with the Shadow Cat, no longer superficial. The initial nervousness of fighting a monster also vanished, and he fully immersed himself in the battle with the Shadow Cat. Just then, Yi Yun had just blocked the Shadow Cat's renewed attack. As the Shadow Cat was preparing to retreat and change position as before, Yi Yun raised his blade in his right hand and fiercely slashed at the empty space to his upper right. The next moment, to the Shadow Cat's horror, the blade struck its soft belly, and because the Shadow Cat was completely unprepared, the long blade deeply cut into its body, killing the Shadow Cat with a single strike. Rank H elementary beast soldiers, although they possess a certain level of intelligence, are still far inferior to humans. Their combat relies almost entirely on instinct. However, being able to kill this Shadow Cat with the physical qualities of a newly entered elementary warrior, it seems my cultivation results over the past month are indeed as I expected. Before reaching the subtle rank of movement techniques, I should be able to achieve the level of effortless mastery. Yi Yun cut off the Shadow Cat's left ear, while replaying the battle with the Shadow Cat, analyzing his shortcomings and areas for improvement, and walked deeper into the town. Having initially tested his current strength and overcome his psychological barrier in fighting monsters, Yi Yun's courage gradually grew. He wanted to use this practical combat opportunity to try and touch the next higher rank of movement techniques, which is the subtle rank of movement techniques. Chapter 12. Training and Harvest. Happy National Day, brothers. Before reaching the subtle rank, movement techniques are generally referred to as the basic stage, which can be broadly divided into 3 substages. The first stage requires a martial artist to tirelessly hone his fundamental skills, a process that typically takes several years or even more than a decade. Once a certain foundation is established, he can then engage in combat with monsters to improve his dodging awareness, gradually reaching the second stage, proficiency. When proficiency reaches its extreme, it becomes second nature, like a conditioned reflex. Solid foundation, proficiency, and second nature are the 3 stages of basic movement techniques. Yi Yun possessed Zhu Tao's many years of experience in cultivating movement techniques, and his own training effectiveness was dozens of times that of ordinary people. This meant that a month of training for him was equivalent to several years of cultivating movement techniques for others. Moreover, with the guidance of correct experience, Yi Yun could avoid many detours in his comprehension of movement techniques, making his efficiency extremely high. Before fighting the Shadow Cat, Yi Yun didn't have a direct understanding of his movement technique rank. He only vaguely felt that he had gained a lot. After this small combat trial with the Shadow Cat, Yi Yun, based on Zhuge Tao's experience, already knew the approximate level of his current movement technique. However, Yi Yun's personal combat experience was still too limited. Therefore, even though his movement technique had reached the level of being second nature, it was still slightly immature compared to martial artists who had undergone normal cultivation. This martial artist actual combat assessment was the perfect opportunity to increase his combat experience and truly assimilate his cultivation results. With this idea, and after the actual combat against the Shadow Cat, Yi Yun no longer concealed his movements. He actively exposed some noise, aiming to attract the monsters lurking in the darkness and initiate more battles. Deep within the monster town, upon reaching the depths of this town, the external searchlights could no longer fully illuminate the area. The surroundings became dark and eerie. In such a location, most of the provisional martial artists were absent, and it was entirely the domain of monsters. However, in a quiet alley, a figure wielding a long blade was facing the encirclement of 5 or 6 monsters. As the long blade danced up and down, it seemed quite perilous, yet he always managed to reach the most correct position at the most critical moment, fending off attacks from all directions. The figure himself was also constantly moving and shifting with swift actions, showing no sign of panic. Everything appeared extremely methodical and quite effortless. This figure was naturally Yi Yun, who had ventured deep into the town. As he stopped concealing his movements, he had already encountered several waves of monster battles along the way. The number of monsters attacking him also gradually increased, from 1 or 2 at the beginning to 5 or 6 now. However, judging by Yi Yun's demeanor, he had not yet reached his limit in dealing with them, clearly having much room to spare. If it were a provisional martial artist, whose physical quality had just reached the elementary warrior level, without the support of rich experience in fighting monsters, he would certainly be unable to survive being surrounded by so many monsters. They would only fight isolated monsters on the outskirts of the town. This is why the officer initially said that almost every provisional martial artist could pass the provisional martial artist assessment by obtaining 2 or 3 monster left ears. At this current stage, very few people could easily slaughter monsters. It was simply that Yi Yun was bold due to his superior skill. Although Yi Yun had greatly suppressed his strength level at this time, maintaining only the physical quality of an initial elementary warrior, he possessed movement techniques on the verge of entering the subtle rank, as well as the solid foundational blade work accumulated over the past month. The encirclement of a mere 6 monsters posed no fatal threat to Yi Yun whatsoever. Moreover, the most crucial point was that Yi Yun's formidable spiritual power had not yet been unleashed. With this layer of protection, his actions in honing his movement techniques and blade techniques became even more unrestrained. At this moment, he was entangled in combat with the surrounding monsters, but he had no intention of quickly resolving the situation. Yi Yun knew in his heart that if he truly wanted his movement technique realm to enter the subtle rank, he had to undergo the most rigorous training. With his current strength level, these 6 monsters were far from pushing him to his limit. In such a situation, the effect of honing his movement technique was not significant. After the trials along the way, Yi Yun felt that he should challenge a higher difficulty. As the sounds of Yi Yun's battle with the monsters continued, not long after, 5 more spotted, streamlined tiger mastiff dogs approached the battlefield. Upon arrival, they let out a few low growls, their eyes filled with bloodthirsty madness, and without hesitation, they joined the fray. This provisional martial artist actual combat assessment utilized 3 types of H-rank elementary beast soldiers: the speed-oriented shadow cat, the thick-skinned and large iron-haired wild boar, and the tiger mastiff dog, a canine monster with decent speed and strength. Subscribe for more amazing novel audiobooks. Don't forget to like, comment, and share Infinite Novel Audio. These H-rank elementary beast soldiers had overall combat strength similar to that of human elementary warriors, and were even slightly weaker due to their lower intelligence. However, they were naturally bloodthirsty and mad, full of aggression and murderous intent, making them very suitable for these provisional martial artists to experience and train with for the first time. The 6 monsters originally surrounding Yi Yun included 4 shadow cats and 2 iron-haired wild boars. With the addition of 5 tiger mastiff dogs, Yi Yun immediately felt the pressure increase significantly. Not only did the frequency of defense greatly accelerate, but more importantly, the space for dodging also became much narrower. Monsters were everywhere, and every step and every swing of the blade required the most precise calculation. Otherwise, a single mistake could lead to an attack and the danger of collapse. However, this situation was exactly what Yi Yun hoped for. The subtle rank movement technique was precisely about using the smallest movements with the least consumption to achieve precise dodging. His current state perfectly met the conditions for cultivating movement techniques. Yi Yun finally composed himself, focusing entirely on the incoming attacks from all directions, calculating the trajectories of attacks and dodges. He completely put the assessment out of his mind, concentrating solely on improving and honing his movement technique. Throughout the town, scenes of slaughter field unfolded, displaying various situations. There were very few people as relaxed as Yi Yun. Most of the provisional martial artists were struggling to fight 1 or 2 monsters. Some of them could remain calm, fully utilize their strength, and slowly gain the upper hand. Some were intimidated by the monster's frenzied aura, unable to unleash even 10% of their strength. Only able to desperately defend while helplessly pressing the emergency button on their communication watches. Some, upon seeing the monsters appear, couldn't suppress their inner fear and couldn't even fight. And some, during their battle with monsters, had their rhythm disrupted by the monster's frenzied attacks, couldn't press the distress button in time, and perished under the monster's sharp claws. Time flew by quickly. Soon as dawn broke, a piercing sound of woo woo tilde tilde woo woo tilde tilde woo woo echoed from outside the town, and at the same time, a familiar, resonant voice reverberated throughout the entire town's area. Time's up. All provisional martial artists immediately proceed to the town exit. Yi Yun also heard the call signal, and the corners of his mouth slightly curved upward. A flash of bright blade light swept through, and the 9 monsters surrounding him fell to the ground almost simultaneously, whimpering a few times before their breaths ceased. Throughout this night, the groups of monsters Yi Yun used to hone his movement technique had changed again and again. The deeper he went, the harder it became to gather monsters. These 9 monsters were attracted from a very deep location. Unexpectedly, the assessment ended not long after. Yi Yun then directly ended their mission, quickly cutting off the left ears of these monsters. Yi Yun, with his small bag on his back, walked briskly out of the town center and arrived outside the town. By the time Yi Yun emerged from the core of the town, most of the people had already gathered outside. Yi Yun looked around and noticed that almost all the provisional martial artists had bloodstains on them, some their own, but mostly from monsters. Everyone looked exhausted. After a night of nerve-wracking combat, what they most urgently needed now was rest. Aside from their somewhat poor condition, these provisional martial artists had no other problems. Yi Yun also saw quite a few people being supported or carried on stretchers. A quick glance revealed that this group of people had more or less physical disabilities, clearly sustained during their battles with monsters. Even if they passed the assessment, the future prospects of this group of people were not very promising. A group of people transport these provisional martial artists' bodies away. Following the sound, Yi Yun saw a military truck slowly approaching. There were many bodies on the truck, most of them even dismembered. As the truck tilted, these bodies were dumped onto the ground. Seeing such a scene for the first time, Yi Yun didn't feel very well. He had witnessed a lot of monster gore that night, but compared to the bodies of his fellow human race members at this moment, it was still somewhat difficult to accept. These people had only died during the provisional martial artist actual combat assessment. In the vast wilderness area, how many human race martial artists perished while protecting Earth? Taking a long breath, Yi Yun calmed himself down and went to the area for checking the number of slaughtered monsters. After waiting in line for a while, it was finally Yi Yun's turn. A long table with several large iron pots on it was set up. 3 military officers sat behind the table. 2 of them were using laptops, and the last officer looked at the backpack on Yi Yun's back and said with a smile, "You're Yi Yun, right? Please take out the left ears of the monsters you hunted." Chapter 13. Reunion, Revised Edition. Yi Yun nodded lightly, directly pulling open his backpack and pouring all the monster left ears inside into the iron pot in front of him. The pouring continued for quite a while, filling the pot halfway, indicating a considerable quantity. 1, 2, 3, 65. The counting officer's eyes showed a hint of surprise. He hadn't expected Yi Yun, who looked young and delicate, to possess such strong combat prowess. To be able to acquire so many monster left ears in one night, his physical fitness certainly wasn't that of a simple elementary warrior. Even if he hadn't reached the standard of an intermediate warrior, he must be very close. After exchanging a few words with the other 2 officers, the officer immediately showed a look of understanding. He patted Yi Yun's shoulder and laughed heartily. "Good kid. To be specially recruited by the Dojo of Limits, you truly have some skills. I hope you can cultivate well in the future and strive to kill even more monsters." Yi Yun was somewhat distracted at this moment. The impact of seeing so many corpses earlier was only one aspect. He noticed that in this quasi-martial artist actual combat assessment, neither Zhuge Tao of the Dojo of Limits nor the high-ranking officials of Thunder Martial Hall had appeared. Even few high-ranking military officers were present, which was very unusual. Yi Yun could sense the goodwill the military officer in front of him was showing, so he quietly asked about his confusion. The officer, already aware of Yi Yun's identity and potential, pondered for a moment before speaking in a low voice. City 006, not far from Yangzhou City, suddenly experienced a beast tide. It has been going on for 3 days now and is still in a high breakout stage. It's estimated to take about 10 more days to completely eliminate it. Besides our China officials, most of the martial artists from the Dojo of Limits and Thunder Martial Hall in Jiangnan Base City have gone to City 006 to resist the beast tide, so naturally, they don't have much extra time to be here. After hearing the officer's description, Yi Yun understood the situation and the reason for this special circumstance. He looked towards the depths of the distant wilderness, a sense of emotion rising in his heart. People living in the various base cities now seemed to no longer feel the tragic scenes of many years ago, as if life had completely settled into peace. However, in the unknown depths of the wilderness, countless monsters still lived, occupying larger areas and compressing human race living space. Innumerable martial artists fought for the survival of humanity, guarding the tranquility of humanity's pure land and continuing the torch of racial reproduction. This was also why martial artists on Earth today held special rights and status. Their sacrifices were entirely worthy of such treatment. As Yi Yun's thoughts churned, the joy of having just passed the quasi-martial artist actual combat assessment gradually cooled. Now that he had truly become a martial artist and personally fought monsters, Yi Yun realized that his current strength was still too weak. Moreover, the plan he had previously made for tapping into his potential and improving his strength was somewhat too slow. At this moment, Yi Yun already had new plans in his heart. Boarding the departing train, Yi Yun took out his phone and dialed a number. The moment the ringtone sounded, it was immediately answered. A familiar voice came from the other end of the line. "Ah, Yun, how was the quasi-martial artist actual combat assessment? Did it go smoothly?" "Ha, Luo Feng, don't you know my strength level yet? I'm already a formal martial artist now. Tonight, call a Wen, and the 3 of us will celebrate properly." At 8:30 p.m., Yi Yun arrived at a barbecue restaurant near the Dojo of Limits in Yin District, Yangzhou City. This was the meeting point he had arranged with Luo Feng. "Ah, Yun, over here." Yi Yun saw why when standing up at a table outside the barbecue restaurant, waving continuously towards him, and Luo Feng sitting next to Wai Wen, looking at him with a smile. He immediately quickened his pace, walked to the table, and gave Wai Wen a big hug. Wai Wen was a bit excited. He let go of Yi Yun, patted Yi Yun's shoulder hard, his voice filled with unconcealed joy. Haha, Yun, you always like to surprise us like this. In junior high, your grades were always unremarkable, but then at the end of the semester, you suddenly shot up to the top few in the grade. How does that saying go? A biting dog doesn't bark. I never thought my brother Wai Wen would become a powerful martial artist. Yun, tonight I'm going to make you pay for a big meal. Luo Feng didn't say anything, just bumped fists with Yi Yun, but like Wai Wen, he was genuinely happy for Yi Yun becoming a formal martial artist. Yi Yun gave Wai Wen an exasperated look, then also said with a smile, Wen, look at you. Don't just talk about tonight, even if I treat you to barbecue for a lifetime, what's the problem? Yi Yun knew that Luo Feng and Wai Wen had already ordered in advance, so after sitting down he slightly straightened his expression, then solemnly said to Wai Wen, Wen, I've become a martial artist now, and you can see Feng Zai's strength improvement. It won't be long before he'll definitely reach the martial artist standard as well. You also need to put more effort into this, don't always be so carefree. Hearing Yi Yun speak so seriously, Wai Wen was momentarily stunned. He had never thought about this problem. He had grown up with Luo Feng and Wai Wen almost since childhood, and their training times were basically the same. However, not to mention comparing with Luo Feng, even Yi Yun's previous progress was far greater than his. Up to now, Wai Wen had not even reached the standard of an intermediate student at the martial hall. Martial artist was an extremely distant goal for him. Wai Wen scratched his head and said with some annoyance, Yun, I understand what you're saying. If I could become a martial artist, I'd definitely be willing, but you know my situation. My physical fitness improves very slowly. Based on the current situation, it's probably very difficult for me to become a martial artist in this lifetime. Sigh, I guess I'll have to see if there are other paths to take. What Wai Wen said wasn't entirely self-pity. Earth, due to an unexpected virus outbreak, had embarked on the Tao of evolution, but it was still in the elementary stage of development. The average quality of Earthlings, even after adulthood, could not reach the entry level of a martial artist. They were considered rank 9 or 10 in the human race bloodline rank throughout the entire universe, completely unremarkable. Although there were outstanding geniuses like Luo Feng, the vast majority of ordinary people truly could not reach the threshold of a martial artist. Therefore, in Wai Wen's previous plans, he had never dared to imagine being able to become a martial artist one day. Yi Yun completely understood Wai Wen's thoughts. He chuckled softly, then said, Wen, times have changed. Our previous horizons were too narrow. We didn't know how big this world truly is. I just hope you can maintain an upward mindset. As for other conditions, I will help you. After this conversation, Yi Yun didn't say much more. After all, he had only just become a martial artist, and Wai Wen and the others had not yet been exposed to the world of martial artists, so many things were completely incomprehensible to them. He simply hoped that Wai Wen would take his words seriously. As for the improvement of physical fitness for him, was it still a big problem? Luo Feng listened to Yi Yun's words from the side, and many thoughts also arose in his heart. However, Luo Feng's primary goal at the moment was still to get into the first military academy and ensure his family lived a good life. He had no other grand ambitions, and like Wai Wen, his feelings weren't as profound. At this time, the first batch of grilled items had already been served. Yi Yun gestured for Wai Wen and Luo Feng to eat. The three of them ate and drank while reminiscing about past events. Unconsciously, more than 2 hours had passed. After this gathering, Yi Yun returned home. After taking a comfortable shower, he sat in front of his computer, lightly waved his hand, and a cup of hot tea appeared on the table. Yi Yun drank tea while opening his computer. Having officially passed the quasi-martial artist actual combat assessment, Yi Yun had fully activated his martial artist privileges and become a true member of the Dojo of Limits. He had also unlocked the functions of Limit Home. Entering the Limit Home website and verifying his fingerprint, Yi-Yun successfully logged into Limit Home. Accompanied by beautiful music like flowing water, Yi-Yun entered the Limit Home homepage. On the homepage, there was a personal information section with a youthful photo of Yi-Yun himself. Below the photo was his simple information: name, Yi-Yun, gender, male, address, China, Jiangnan-based city, martial artist, certificate number 426,123,205,602,010,001, rank, warrior level, elementary, contribution points, 0 points, currency balance, 50,000. 000 Chinese yuan, the martial artist rank in Limit Home, required subsequent monster hunting for certification and promotion. All martial artists who had just activated Limit Home were at the elementary warrior rank. Looking at the 50 million Chinese yuan in the currency balance column, Yi-Yun knew that the support promised by Zhuge Tao had already arrived. In addition to these 50 million Chinese yuan, the other 300 million purchase quota should also be in a usable state. Chapter 14, Self-Manufactured Dragon Blood, Revised Edition. After opening the email video introducing the functions of Limit Home, Yi-Yun gained a general understanding of the entire Limit Home. Limit Home is a platform for all martial artists of the Dojo of Limits to communicate. Its functional modules are very rich, with the two largest sections being Martial Artist Forum and Online Mall. There are also task sections, chat sections, donation system, etc. It can be said that within Limit Home, almost all the needs of a martial artist can be met. The 350 million Chinese yuan starting capital gave Yi-Yun some room for choice at this time. After a little thought, Yi-Yun had already decided where to spend this money. The items available for purchase in the online mall of Limit Home are very detailed, including various cultivation techniques, movement techniques, and secret manuals for guiding techniques, as well as genetic potions, thermal weapons, protective gear, communication system, special bombs, and so on. Even some rare special materials and treasures can be seen. It can be said that as long as there is enough money, anything can be purchased within the Limit Home Mall of the Dojo of Limits. Quickly skipping the cultivation technique area of the online mall, Yi-Yun found the section for items that assist martial artists in cultivating. Even on a large platform like Limit Home, similar items are not very numerous. Yi-Yun needed treasures without side effects. Things like genetic potions that exploit potential would not be considered by Yi-Yun. Dragon Blood price, 160 billion Chinese yuan full price. 80 billion Chinese yuan half price, requires 4-star contribution points. Jade Marrow price, 60 billion Chinese yuan full price. 30 billion Chinese yuan half price, requires 4-star contribution points. Spirit Dew Essence price. 10 billion Chinese yuan full price. 5 billion Chinese yuan half price, requires 3-star contribution points. Dragon Blood Dilution price. 200 million Chinese yuan full price. 100 million Chinese yuan half price. Requires 2-star contribution points. The top treasures on the list were all ridiculously expensive, even at half price. Yi-Yun could not afford them now. Moreover, this was within the online mall of Limit Home. If it were outside, let alone 80 billion, even hundreds of billions might not be enough to buy them. Currently, Yi-Yun's funds and contribution points did not meet the requirements, so he could only scroll to the bottom of the list and finally found a product within his budget. Dragon Blood Dilution. After reading the introduction of this Dragon Blood Dilution, Yi-Yun generally understood that although this Dragon Blood Dilution had dragon blood in its name, there was a huge difference between it and true dragon blood in terms of both price and actual effect. According to external rumors, dragon blood needs to be made from the heart blood of a king-level dragon-shaped monster, and one king-level dragon-shaped monster can only produce one portion. Although Yi-Yun knew that such rumors were not entirely true, after all, Hong could continuously provide dragon blood as long as there was enough money and connections, so the conditions for making dragon blood were probably not as harsh as rumored. However, even so, the preciousness of dragon blood goes without saying. Generally, after use, it can double one's physical quality. Luo Feng, after using dragon blood, had an even greater increase due to his spiritual power, making it arguably the greatest treasure for advancing a war god. And this portion of dragon blood dilution, according to Yi Yun's guess, should be made from a lord-level monster with an effect of only about 1% of dragon blood. This means that one portion of dragon blood dilution has very little effect on an ordinary war god. A single use would at most increase strength by a few hundred kilograms, which is truly a minuscule improvement for their powerful physical quality. Even so, the price of dragon blood dilution is still very high. Without a half-price discount, it still costs 200 million Chinese yuan. This is not a small sum, and an ordinary war god rank martial artist would need to accumulate for a long time to earn this much money. A slight increase of a few hundred kilograms is really not very cost-effective. Only existences like some senior war gods would purchase it for their descendants. Several, or even dozens, of dragon blood dilution poured in would be enough to easily create a war god martial artist with little combat power. This dragon blood dilution also has a major problem. Because its rank is too low, it basically has no effect on powerful martial artists. Intermediate and advanced war god martial artists find it very difficult to improve by relying on this dragon blood dilution. Therefore, considering these factors, dragon blood dilution is not a hot-selling item in the Limit Home Mall. Yi Yun added a portion of dragon blood dilution to his shopping cart and then entered the weapons section, filtering for throwing knives. A 7-series throwing knife costs 3 million Chinese yuan at full price and can cause damage to intermediate lord-level monsters. If I want to use it long-term, it's best to buy a better one. Yi Yun pondered his plan. The 7-series throwing knives would definitely be useful in the short term, but his strength was improving too quickly, and this equipment would soon be outdated. If he was going to buy, he might as well buy something that would last. An S-rank throwing knife that can threaten king-level monsters costs 100 million Chinese yuan per blade. After a slight hesitation, Yi Yun also added an S-rank throwing knife to his shopping cart. He did not purchase any other items. After placing the order, Yi Yun had used up his 300 million Chinese yuan limit. Early the next morning, Yi Yun received the ordered dragon blood dilution and S-rank throwing knife. Yi Yun entered the cultivation room and took out the dragon blood dilution from the refrigerated box. It was a small test tube containing about 1/3 of a transparent liquid with a faint golden glow, which looked very appealing. Gently opening the stopper without using any container, Yi Yun held the test tube and slowly poured it out. Under the effect of Yi Yun's spiritual power, it formed a mass in midair, wriggling like yogurt. Yi Yun gazed at this mass of dragon blood dilution, and his talent technique suddenly activated. A small model of the same dragon blood dilution appeared in Yi Yun's sea of consciousness. Gently touching this model with his mind, Yi Yun pointed his right hand, and mass after mass of dragon blood dilution appeared in midair. Under Yi Yun's control, they slowly converged with the original mass of dragon blood dilution. This process of copying and materializing lasted for half an hour until Yi Yun stopped. The volume of the dragon blood dilution floating in midair had expanded by more than 100-fold, slowly exhaling a breath, slightly alleviating the expended energy. Yi Yun did not stop. He increased the release of his spiritual power, surrounding the mass of dragon blood dilution from all sides. Then, Yi Yun controlled his spiritual power to exert pressure towards the center, immediately encountering great resistance, making the compression process somewhat difficult. However, it was still clear that this mass of dragon blood dilution, under Yi Yun's manipulation, was slowly decreasing in volume. Although the speed of reduction was slow, it was steadily progressing. Until finally, a huge mass of dragon blood dilution was reduced to a tiny bit, which, under Yi Yun's guidance, was re-poured into the test tube, occupying about 2/3 of its capacity. His spiritual power was greatly depleted. Yi Yun gently pinched his brow, looking at the much darker golden solution in his hand. A smile involuntarily appeared on his face. After compressing over 100 times the amount of dragon blood dilution, it should have an effect similar to 1 portion of dragon blood, right? Yi Yun put the test tube back into the box, preparing to rest for a while before trying the effect of his newly acquired self-manufactured dragon blood. Suddenly, his communication watch rang. Chapter 15, Spirit Snake Squad Revised Version. Jiang Nian's bald image appeared on the communication watch, and he smiled at Yi Yun, saying, "Yi Yun, you've browsed our limit home, haven't you? How do you feel about it? I heard you've already bought something." After the martial artist physical fitness assessment, Yi Yun and Jiang Nian had become quite familiar with each other. He nodded, chuckled, and said, "Yes, Manager's Huge gave me such a large credit limit, so of course I had to spend it well. I spent the entire 300 million limit last night. I have to say, there are a lot of good things in the mall, but the prices are just too expensive." Jiang Nian agreed profoundly. The dojo of limits had extremely rich resources, but without sufficient funds, it was like guarding a treasure trove without being able to enter, which was very frustrating. After a while, Jiang Nian asked in a low voice, "Yi Yun, what did you buy?" "Of course, I'm just curious. It's fine if it's inconvenient." Yi Yun waved his hand and said with a smile, "What's the big deal?" "Uncle Jiang, I bought a combat uniform, throwing knives, and also a bottle of dragon blood dilution." Jiang Nian listened as Yi Yun mentioned the conventional items, finding nothing strange. These were essential equipment for every new martial artist. One could easily complete their setup by simply browsing the posts from seniors in the limit home. However, upon hearing about the dragon blood dilution, Jiang Nian immediately frowned. After Yi Yun finished speaking, Jiang Nian deliberated for a moment and said very solemnly, "Yi Yun, logically speaking, your strength is about to surpass mine, so I don't have much right to advise you. However, given your current situation, isn't something like dragon blood dilution a bit too useless for you? You should know that this initial capital is actually for geniuses like you to purchase cultivation technique secret manuals, and to upgrade to a stronger level of guiding techniques. After all, the first purchase has no contribution point limit and offers a half-price discount. You are still very young, and your physical fitness is improving rapidly. That slight boost from dragon blood dilution would only take you 10 days to half a month of effort to achieve on your own. However, cultivating cultivation techniques, studying movement techniques, and force exertion skills are the fundamentals for improving combat power, and that is the direction you should be striving to improve in." Seeing Jiang Nian's earnest and disappointed expression, Yi Yun had already expected it. Indeed, things like dragon blood dilution were generally not considered by ambitious martial artists. Wasting 200 million in funds and the opportunity for a first-time secret manual discount was certainly incomprehensible to others. But how could Jiang Nian know Yi Yun's methods? In his hands, dragon blood dilution represented an almost infinite source of dragon blood resources, which was perfectly suited for Yi Yun at his current stage, helping him quickly transition through the apprentice level and rapidly advance towards the planetary level. Naturally, he couldn't tell Jiang Nian the specific reasons. Yi Yun merely nodded without explaining anything. Once items purchased in the limit home were confirmed, they were non-refundable. Jiang Nian knew that nothing could be done at this point, so he stopped saying anything further, only reiterating the importance of cultivation technique secret manuals to Yi Yun, hoping to gain his attention. After a while, Yi Yun finally asked, "Uncle Jiang, you didn't come to me just to ask about this, did you?" Jiang Nian patted his bald head and said suddenly, "I almost forgot about the main business. After you successfully passed the martial artist combat assessment yesterday, we arranged a training team for you, hoping you could quickly adapt to fighting monsters and undergo the necessary tempering every martial artist must experience. Their team is heading to the wilderness area today, and I specifically came to inform you." Yi Yun showed a knowing expression. In terms of physical fitness alone, he was already a strong elementary warlord, but he had no experience fighting monsters. The dojo of limits had considered this and had already assigned him a team. Based on his strength analysis, The overall quality of this team must also be good, but he didn't know the specifics. When Yi Yun arrived at the entrance of Bright Moon Community, Jiang Nian was already waiting for him. The two got into a car and headed towards the main urban area of Jiangnan Base City. As one of China's 6 major base cities, Jiangnan Base City's main urban area was extremely prosperous. Yi Yun and Jiang Nian arrived at their destination and immediately saw an 88-story skyscraper in front of them. Its wall had 2 very dazzling English letters, HR, and it was surrounded by a vast plaza. The plaza had multiple fountains and was patrolled by over 1,000 armed soldiers, prohibiting any outsiders from entering a single step. This is the HR Alliance headquarters of Jiangnan Base City. Jiang Nian said as he led Yi Yun inside. After verifying their identities, the two easily entered the skyscraper. Upon entering the first-floor lobby, everything they saw was adorned with extreme luxury. The spacious lobby exuded brilliance, making Yi Yun sigh in admiration at the HR Alliance's wealth. Just a headquarters in Jiangnan Base City was built so magnificently, they were truly rich. Under Jiang Nian's guidance, the two arrived at a sofa by the window, where 3 powerful martial artists were already seated. Sitting in the middle of the long sofa was a tall, thin man with a very ordinary appearance, the kind who would be completely lost in a crowd. However, his eyes were full of spirit, adding a touch of charisma to his unremarkable face. To the tall, thin man's right sat a muscular man who was bowing his head, wiping his gun. The man was not tall, but his exposed arms were very dark and robust, giving him a powerful aura. To the tall, thin man's right was a woman with a fiery figure. Despite the cold weather, the woman was only wearing a single shirt and shorts, with very little fabric covering her body. A coiled whip hung from her waist, and she was currently looking at Yi Yun with great interest, her gaze intense and aggressive. Jiang Nian nodded to the tall, thin man, then sat down opposite the 3 with Yi Yun. The fiery woman spoke first, her voice carrying a lazy magnetism. "Little brother, are you that incredibly talented Yi Yun? Join our spirit snake squad, and big sister will take special care of you from now on." The tall, thin man gave the fiery woman a helpless glance, then smiled gently. He extended his right hand to Yi Yun and said softly, "Yi Yun, welcome to the Spirit Snake Squad. I am Sun Kai, the captain of the Spirit Snake Squad. You can call me Captain or Brother Sun. This is Liu Gu, our squad's firepower and secondary attacker, Steel Snake, and this is Zhu Yun, our squad's disabler, Fire Snake. They are all very easygoing. You'll get used to them gradually." Yi Yun nodded slightly and shook hands with Sun Kai. He could feel the goodwill emanating from Sun Kai and Zhu Yun. As for Liu Gu, who had remained silent, he seemed to be the taciturn type, and Yi Yun didn't proactively greet him either. After chatting for a while, Yi Yun gained a general understanding of the Spirit Snake Squad. Captain Sun Kai's nickname was Spirit Snake, and he excelled at using a long spear. He earned this nickname due to his bizarre and flexible spear techniques. His strength had just reached the advanced warlord level, making him the absolute core and main attacker of the squad. The muscular man, Liu Gu, was the squad's firepower, with his primary weapon being a modified heavy sniper rifle. His role in the squad was mainly to severely injure powerful targets before combat, reducing the difficulty of subsequent battles. He also possessed excellent saber techniques and was an intermediate warlord. Finally, Fire Snake Zhu Yun was also an intermediate warlord. Her weapon was the extremely unconventional long whip. Under Zhu Yun's control, the long whip had a very powerful effect in controlling the battlefield, which was Zhu Yun's positioning within the team. The entire Spirit Snake Squad consisted of only Sun Kai and 2 others, but their combined efforts made them an exceptionally outstanding warlord-level squad. They typically dealt with intermediate to advanced beast general monsters and had a considerable reputation among the dojo of Limits' squads. Sun Kai noticed the long saber Yi Yun carried and assumed Yi Yun was also skilled with it. He said softly, "Yi Yun, you can communicate more with Liu Gu later. Although his saber techniques haven't formed their own style, Years of accumulated experience have made them very formidable. You will definitely gain a lot by learning from him. Yi Yun nodded slightly, not refusing Sun Kai's kindness. He hadn't actually decided to always practice with a long saber, he was just comfortable using it for now. After a while, Sun Kai said softly, Yi Yun, after our discussion, we've decided to go to 008 City to hunt monsters. Do you have any problems with that? Yi Yun shook his head, just about to answer, when Zhang Nian suddenly spoke up from the side, Old Sun. Yi Yun just joined your team. Isn't it a bit too dangerous for his first mission to be in 008 City? Sun Kai understood Zhang Nian's concerns and maintained his gentle smile, but his words showed no sign of backing down. Old Jiang, Yi Yun's physical fitness has already reached the elementary warlord level, hasn't it? In that case, going to some low-level towns wouldn't provide any training effect. Don't worry, Yi Yun is a genius with unlimited potential. There's no way I'd let him go to his death. I don't want to face the wrath of the manager. Jiang Nian knew Sun Kai well. It was precisely because of Sun Kai's gentle personality and balanced approach that a genius like Yi Yun was placed in his squad for training. Sun Kai's explanation was completely reasonable, and coupled with his trust in Sun Kai, no matter how worried Jiang Nian was, he had to agree with Sun Kai's decision. Jiang Nian sighed helplessly, stood up, and said in a deep voice, Old Sun, it's good that you have a plan. It's not easy for Yangzhou City to produce such a genius seedling, so you must guide him carefully. After speaking, Zhang Nian gave Yi Yun an encouraging look and then left directly. Sun Kai looked at Yi Yun and asked softly, Yi Yun, do you have anything to prepare? If not, we're about to depart. Chapter 16, 008 City, Revised Edition. The elite four-person team arrived in the wilderness area by train and entered a large military base. Yi Yun knew that there was such a military base near the wilderness area of every base city, which could not only monitor the movements of monsters in the wilderness area, but also provide a place for martial artists entering the wilderness area to rest and resupply. Its function was very necessary. 008 City was not close to Jiangnan Base City. It would take at least 2 more days to finally reach it from this military base. Sun Kai did not decide to stay at the military base. After receiving a room key, he led Yi Yun and the others directly on their way. Walking on the abandoned road in the wilderness area, Sun Kai said in a low voice, Yi Yun, although I am also amazed by your great talent, this time I will also have a strict assessment for you. If you don't meet the requirements of our team, I can only apologize to you. I hope you can effectively display your strength. I believe that as long as you put your heart into it, with your battle general level physique, dealing with monsters will not be difficult. All right, it's not easy for our team to get an extra person. Why are you so long-winded? Yi Yun, don't listen to him, just follow us well. I'd like to see who dares to kick you out then. Zhu Yun came over, patted Yi Yun's shoulder, and said impatiently to Sun Kai. Yi Yun looked at Sun Kai's serious expression and didn't pay too much attention to Zhu Yun's words. He understood Sun Kai's meaning. A mature and stable team like the Spirit Snake team was generally very unwilling to take on newcomers like him. Once a newcomer dragged them down, it would be a huge threat to the entire team. Even though Yi Yun didn't feel that he would stay in the Spirit Snake team for long, he still nodded heavily and said in a deep voice, Captain, don't worry, I will take it seriously. Sun Kai smiled and nodded, then began to introduce information about 008 City. This 008 City was an extremely prosperous big city before the Great Nirvana. Because it is close to the ocean, the deeper you go, the higher the rank of monsters you encounter. Our main purpose this time is to train you, so we will only wander around the periphery of 008 City. Generally, the monsters we deal with will not exceed the battle general rank, to ensure your safety to the greatest extent while providing appropriate tempering. Following the Spirit Snake team, the four gradually moved away from the military base. At this time, Yi Yun could clearly feel that the expressions of Sun Kai and the other two had become focused, and their bodies were full of vigilance. Whether it was Sun Kai's spear, Liu Gu's broadsword, or Zhu Yun's long whip, all were held in their hands, ready to enter combat at any time. The four avoided the beast soldier rank monsters along the way and rapidly advanced towards 008 City. As an elite battle general team, their usual targets were battle general rank monsters. Unless they were particularly rare monsters, they would not attack beast soldier rank monsters, as the income was simply too low. Sun Kai was extremely familiar with the route. They only rested for a few hours in between, spending a few days in total, and finally, the team arrived at the edge of 008 City. Yi Yun originally thought that Sun Kai and the others would let him practice fighting other monsters along the way, but he didn't expect them to rush for 2 days straight and directly enter the outskirts of 008 City. Fortunately, all four were battle general level experts and didn't feel any discomfort, maintaining their peak condition. Looking at the ruins not far away, one could vaguely feel the prosperity of this 008 City before the Great Nirvana. Yi Yun couldn't help but feel very emotional. Humans were indeed extremely fragile at times, but always full of tenacious vitality. Perhaps it was because of this that they could become a peak race in the universe. Upon entering 008 City, Sun Kai and the other two were undoubtedly more tense. He pulled Yi Yun and said in a low voice, "Yi Yun, the main purpose of this trip is to temper and assess you to a certain extent. So, we will look for a lone elementary battle general monster, then Liu Gu will injure it, and then it will be up to you to deal with it. How do you feel about this arrangement?" In fact, in Sun Kai's mind, this plan could have been carried out before entering 008 City. But he didn't know if it was good or bad luck, as they hadn't encountered a battle general level monster all the way, so they had to do it after entering 008 City. Yi Yun felt a bit nervous, but still nodded in agreement. This was his first time coming to the wilderness area of 008 City, and his first move was to deal with a beast general rank monster. It must be said that Yi Yun didn't have much confidence, but after the tempering of the martial artist actual combat assessment, his movement technique was already skillfully mastered. After a month of confined training, he already had the posture for practical operation. Yi Yun believed that if he fully utilized his strength, he would still be able to defeat a beast general rank monster. The four quickly arrived at a tall building. Liu Gu silently opened the long box on his back, revealing a thick firearm nearly 2 meters long, with a long barrel gleaming with cold light, indicating its extreme power. Liu Gu held the gun and came to the edge of the rooftop. Sun Kai whispered to Yi Yun, "This is a specially made S-875 heavy sniper rifle. One bullet costs 100,000 Chinese yuan, but it is one of the few hot weapons that can cause a certain amount of damage to beast general rank monsters. However, it can only deal with some elementary beast general rank monsters, and its lethality is limited. If they are stronger, it's basically impossible to get the first strike, but it still has a certain restraining effect during combat." Yi Yun nodded lightly. He understood the reasoning behind it. As their strength increased, beast general rank monsters' reaction speed and defense capabilities could easily evade hot weapon attacks, rendering them ineffective. Therefore, hot weapon firearms were generally used to deal with groups of monsters below the beast general rank. That was where they could exert their maximum power. Liu Gu aimed at the direction directly in front of the building through the sniper scope, while Sun Kai and Zhu Yun were not idle either. They each took out a high-magnification telescope, scanning the surroundings to assist in searching for target monsters while also guarding against potential dangers. After a while, Zhu Yun's short cry came from the right side, "Old Liu, over here, target spotted." Liu Gu and Sun Kai instantly changed positions and moved to Zhu Yun's direction. Yi Yun also took out his telescope and immediately saw a leopard-shaped monster with a gray body and some white stripes, lowering its head and searching for prey not far from the bottom of the building. "It's a white-striped spirit leopard. Old Liu, get ready to shoot." Liu Gu didn't respond, his entire being completely focused, as if the center of the world was only the gun in his hand and the distant white-striped spirit leopard. Not long after, a muffled bang sound was heard. Instantly, in Yi Yun's line of sight, a deep gash appeared on the white-striped spirit leopard's left front thigh, and bright red blood instantly gushed out. The white-striped spirit leopard immediately let out a mournful roar and turned to flee. Quick, Yi Yun. Sun Kai was the first to jump down from the rooftop. Yi Yun jumped down without a word, rolled forward, and then, at Sun Kai's signal, ran straight towards the white-striped spirit leopard. Sun Kai judged the moment the white-striped spirit leopard was shot that it was only an elementary beast general rank, so he made a decisive decision. This white-striped spirit leopard would be the first opponent Yi Yun faced after joining their team. As an elementary beast general rank monster, the white-striped spirit leopard already possessed considerable intelligence. The moment it was shot, it understood that it had been ambushed and attacked. It originally wanted to retreat directly, but it didn't expect Yi Yun to arrive so quickly, almost instantly appearing in front of it. It had no choice but to endure the injury to its left front thigh and fight with the pouncing Yi Yun. Yi Yun tightly gripped his long saber, fully employing his movement technique, dodging the white-striped spirit leopard's pounces while also looking for suitable opportunities to attack. However, the white-striped spirit leopard's combat experience was clearly very rich. After only a few probes, it roughly understood Yi Yun's level and immediately intensified its attacks. It had suffered a serious injury, and blood was still gushing out, making it unsuitable for prolonged combat. The white-striped spirit leopard naturally wanted to end the battle as quickly as possible. Seeing Yi Yun being suppressed, Sun Kai and Zhu Yun, who had jumped down later, both showed a hint of worry on their faces, but neither intended to help. Although Yi Yun was very precious, the necessary tempering absolutely could not be lacking, otherwise he would just be a show-off and unable to become a true strong person. However, Sun Kai and Zhu Yun were both seasoned veterans. After a while, they exchanged glances and both saw surprise in each other's eyes. Zhu Yun even said uncertainly, "Captain, is Yi Yun's movement technique at the subtle realm?" Sun Kai was also somewhat uncertain. Such subtle dodging, although his experience is a bit lacking, it indeed conforms to the characteristics of subtle realm movement technique. And look at Yi Yun's saber technique. Although it's very raw, the foundation is undoubtedly extremely solid. To be able to achieve this at the age of 17, Yi Yun is not just exceptionally talented. At this moment, Yi Yun, having overcome the initial tension of the battle, finally fully entered the state, displaying his full strength. Especially the injured white-striped spirit leopard, which greatly reduced its natural agility, further lowered the threat to Yi Yun by another level. As the battle progressed, Yi Yun felt incredibly exhilarated. During the previous martial artist actual combat assessment, he dealt with elementary beast soldier rank monsters, and with his strength suppressed, the fighting was actually a bit uncomfortable. The current elementary beast general rank white-striped spirit leopard, however, allowed him to freely display his strength. Every strike and every dodge made Yi Yun feel his own progress. This feeling made Yi Yun unable to help but become immersed in it. Chapter 17, Beast Tide and Impact, Revised Edition. Sun Kai and Zhu Yun, who were not far away, both nodded continuously. Zhu Yun, swinging the long whip in her hand, said with a smile, "Captain, you have nothing to say this time, right?" After a few more training sessions, he can totally stand on his own, and given his body's physical improvement speed, he'll soon become the second strongest in our team. We've really found a treasure. Sun Kai also had a smile on his face, and was about to reply when Liu Gu's shout came through his ear. "Captain, urgent news from the military base. A super-large beast tide has erupted from within 008 City and is sweeping towards all directions. Our current position will be impacted in less than an hour at most. We need to evacuate quickly." "What? Is the news confirmed?" Sun Kai's heart was instantly filled with shock. Under normal circumstances, they would have chosen 006 City, which was closer to Yangzhou City, to assess Yi Yun. However, 006 City had just experienced a beast tide not long ago, which was why they chose 008 City, thinking there wouldn't be any problems. But now, an unexpected and even stronger beast tide had erupted. Sun Kai made a decisive move, rushing to the battle between Yi Yun and the white-striped spirit leopard. His long spear, like a venomous snake catching its prey, accurately pierced the white-striped spirit leopard's left eye, directly penetrating its skull. Before Yi Yun could react, Sun Kai grabbed Yi Yun's hand, ignoring the white-striped spirit leopard's spoils of war, and quickly ran out of 008 City. Meanwhile, Zhu Yun and Liu Gu had already started running in the distance. Yi Yun was pulled by Sun Kai and listened as he briefly explained the situation. His brows furrowed instantly. He hadn't expected such a sudden situation. Although the intelligence said there was still an hour, the beast tide's speed was much faster than their running speed. And the nearest military base was at least more than a day's journey away. The probability of outrunning the beast tide was extremely small. The four gathered together and ran at top speed in a diagonal direction without looking back. After running for more than 20 minutes, all four simultaneously felt the ground tremble beneath their feet. Sun Kai's heart sank instantly. Although it was a super-large beast tide, there were still horizontal limitations when the beast tide surged. If they were lucky enough to choose the right direction, they could avoid the beast tide's path and escape this beast tide. However, the current situation showed that their luck was clearly terrible, as they had run directly into the beast tide's path. Liu Gu gritted his teeth at this moment and said in a low voice, "Captain, you take Yi Yun and go first. Without the two of us, your speed should be much faster. Maybe you can catch up with the military's attack before the beast tide fully erupts around us." Zhu Yun clearly had no objection to Liu Gu's words. She maintained a faint smile and looked at Yi Yun, saying softly, "Little brother Yi Yun, you must live well for me." Sun Kai looked at Liu Gu and Zhu Yun, two old teammates he had cooperated with for 10 years, and then at Yi Yun beside him. A battle raged in his heart. Jiang Nian and Wu Tong had entrusted Yi Yun to him, and he absolutely did not want Yi Yun to die so ingloriously in the beast tide. But abandoning two old teammates was also not something Sun Kai was willing to see. After a while, Sun Kai roared at Liu Gu. "Old Liu, the situation isn't desperate yet. Stop talking nonsense here. Hurry up and run faster. We'll run sideways. I refuse to believe we can't run out of the beast tide's sweep range." Sun Kai's strategy was simple. As long as they could run out of the beast tide's sweep range horizontally before it arrived, then it meant they were out of danger. Although the hope was slim, there was a chance to give it their all. Sun Kai roared and led Yi Yun and the other two to run sideways. The trembling sensation from beneath their feet grew stronger and stronger. Each tremor made Sun Kai and the other two's hearts sink a little more. After running for another 20+ minutes, Sun Kai suddenly stopped. In the direction they were running, dust was clearly floating and the figures of charging beast groups could vaguely be seen. A feeling of despair surged in Sun Kai's heart, but in the next moment he hardened his resolve, gripped his long spear tightly, and said loudly, "Brothers, kill for me. Even if we die, we'll drag a few down with us." Liu Gu and Zhu Yun also picked up their weapons. Just then, Sun Kai and the other two suddenly felt a strong upward force from their combat boots and combat suits on their feet. Then, in the next moment, the three of them involuntarily floated into the air, and then they saw countless beast groups pass beneath them. And because of their sudden ascent, they avoided this wave of fatal impact. In an instant of surprise, Sun Kai and the other two immediately turned their gaze to Yi Yun's position. They saw Yi Yun smiling at them, and he said softly, "Captain, it's all right now. Let's go back quickly. Yi Yun, you're actually a psyker master." Besides the legendary god of war-level powerhouses, only the rare psyker masters could achieve this. Sun Kai and the other two did not blame Yi Yun for hiding this news. Instead, they were inwardly grateful for Yi Yun's identity as a psyker master, otherwise they would have been left there forever. Yi Yun chuckled, saying nothing more, and manipulated his spiritual power, applying it to Sun Kai and the other two's combat suits, and rapidly flew towards the nearest military base. After flying for several hours, Yi Yun saw the figures of the army not far ahead. These troops, carrying powerful weapons, had set out from the base to specifically pick up martial artists in the wilderness area. Yi Yun put Sun Kai and the other two down while he himself remained in the air, saying softly, "Captain, you are safe now." I'll go back and see if I can save as many surviving compatriots as possible." Before Sun Kai and Zhu Yun could say anything more, Yi Yun flew back in the direction he came from. Sun Kai watched Yi Yun's disappearing back, his mouth opening and closing, finally turning into a low blessing. "You must be careful." Yi Yun flew back, searching for any survivors who might be desperately resisting the beast tide. However, Yi Yun was not overconfident. He knew his limits and only wanted to do his part. He would not completely throw himself into this. If it was truly impossible, he would decisively retreat. After flying for more than 20 minutes, Yi Yun felt a strong battle fluctuation and immediately became alert, accelerating towards the source of the fluctuation. Upon arriving, he found many people there, among whom a tall, burly man wielding 2 large hammers was the most conspicuous. From the aura of his attacks, it could be vaguely judged that he was actually a god of war-level powerhouse. However, amidst this endless beast tide, this god of war powerhouse, in order to protect the others around him, was greatly restricted in his movements and unable to fully exert his strength, completely stalemating with the entire beast tide. If there were no reinforcements, given the scale of this beast tide, this god of war would surely eventually exhaust himself and perish here. The military's team was still very far from here, clearing the beast tide as they approached, which was completely too late. As soon as Yi Yun's figure appeared, he was immediately discovered by this god of war. While swinging his large hammers, he shouted loudly, "Brother, you quickly take them and leave. Don't worry about me, I'm fine." Yi Yun looked closely and found that those protected by the burly man seemed to be a group of young martial artists, 6 in total. Although they looked somewhat disheveled at the moment, their identities could still be vaguely sensed as not simple. Each of them had reached the standard of a general level, which was absolutely excellent for their age. This group of people obviously also noticed Yi Yun in the air. One of the men with green hair shouted loudly at Yi Yun, "That guy, what are you still standing there for? Hurry up and take me out of here." Upon hearing this, Yi Yun's brows instantly furrowed. Such an arrogant and overbearing tone made most of the goodwill Yi Yun had felt towards the burly man disappear, and he even had the thought of turning around and leaving. However, Yi Yun still held back his impulse, and his spiritual power instantly surged forth, acting upon the combat suits of the 6 young martial artists, causing them to slowly rise from the beast horde and float into the air. Seeing this scene, the burly god of war also breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't know this team of young martial artists. He had only happened to encounter them and offered assistance. He was truly afraid that Yi Yun would turn and leave because of a single remark from the green-haired man. Feeling Yi Yun's broader perspective, he couldn't help but develop a strong interest in Yi Yun. Just as Yi Yun was about to fly away, a group of vulture-like monsters suddenly flew over from afar. Each one was over 10 meters long, and there were several hundred of them, all of them general-level flying monsters. This sudden turn of events made Yi Yun's expression tense. He maintained the floating state of the few people, and a flying dagger appeared, flying in all directions, slaying the charging flying beast horde. Over the past month, with the help of the guidance technique copied from the HR Alliance, Yi Yun's physical quality had reached the standard of 13,000 kilograms, already approaching the level of an intermediate general. This meant that the strength of the spiritual power Yi Yun could exert at this time also approached the god of war level standard. Therefore, when dealing with this flying beast horde composed of elementary beast generals, almost every strike of Yi Yun's flying dagger was an instant kill. As long as Yi Yun was given a certain amount of time, he could completely kill this group of flying monsters. Going all out to deal with these flying monsters meant that Yi Yun's attention to the 6 young martial artists was greatly reduced. Each of them was held in midair by Yi Yun's spiritual power, unable to move, but they had not completely lost their ability to resist. They all took out their weapons and resisted the few flying monsters that occasionally slipped past Yi Yun. The situation was temporarily maintained under Yi Yun's outburst. If this continued for a while longer, they could completely escape danger. But at this moment, the green-haired man took out a red crystal bottle filled with crimson liquid. Without any hesitation, the green-haired man threw the crystal bottle towards the other 5 people and Yi Yun. It instantly exploded in midair, and the crimson liquid in the bottle immediately turned into red smoke, drifting onto Yi Yun and the other 5 people. Yi Yun didn't know what this crimson liquid was, only hearing the sole female among the 6 exclaim, "Lei Zhejian, you actually splashed explosive spirit smoke on us. Why would you do such a thing?" The green-haired man, called Lei Zhejian, showed no embarrassment. He said indifferently, "You're stronger than me, so of course you should bear more of the pressure. Don't worry, when we return to the base city, my grandpa will compensate you." As soon as the explosive spirit smoke touched Yi Yun and the other 6, both the flying monsters in the air and the beast horde on the ground immediately went completely insane. The flying monsters charged at Yi Yun and the others like mad, while the beast horde on the ground leaped up one by one, pouncing at the figures in the air. With such a sudden change, the formation that had been stabilized was suddenly in danger of being broken through. Yi Yun's own position was still fine, but the remaining 5 young martial artists found it difficult to maintain. In just a moment, 2 of them were grabbed by the head by furiously charging flying monsters, and another 2 were pounced on by monsters leaping from below, instantly being submerged by the beast horde. The burly god of war was also held back by the enraged beast horde at this time and failed to prevent the tragedy from happening. He furiously swung his hammers, extremely angry at Lei Zhejian's actions. The last female young martial artist, being closest to Yi Yun, escaped the calamity. Yi Yun was filled with rage. He stepped forward, embraced the woman, and protected her. Lei Zhejian hadn't expected that using this explosive spirit smoke within the beast horde would cause such severe consequences, and he was momentarily flustered. However, he wasn't sad about the death of his companions, but rather afraid that Yi Yun would be unable to resist the beast horde because of this, and thus wouldn't be able to safely lead him away from here. Yi Yun looked at Lei Zhejian with icy eyes. He truly couldn't understand why, when the beast tide came, whether it was Sun Kai and the others, or the burly god of war now, all of them were thinking of others, never selfishly only considering themselves. Yi Yun had originally thought that all martial artists were like this, but today he knew he was wrong. It turned out that among martial artists, there were still scumbags like Lei Zhejian. Controlling his dagger, he killed all the remaining flying monsters, and Yi Yun slowly flew to Lei Zhejian's side. Even without Yi Yun speaking, Lei Zhejian could feel Yi Yun's icy aura at this moment. He shrank his neck and bravely said, "I didn't do it on purpose. I just wanted to help you share the pressure. Who knew I threw it in the wrong direction?" With a clang, the flying dagger sliced over Lei Zhejian's head, neatly shaving off a layer of his green hair, instantly terrifying Lei Zhejian. He shouted loudly, "What do you want to do?" "I'm telling you, my dad is Wang Tao, a god of war from Thunder Martial Hall, and my grandpa is Lei Meng, an inspector from Thunder Martial Hall. If you dare touch me, they won't let you off." When Yi Yun heard Lei Zhejian introduce himself, he immediately understood Lei Zhejian's confidence, but the next moment his eyes became even colder. Lei Meng and the others have a lifetime of good reputation. How could they have such a scumbag descendant like you? How dare you lay hands on your own companions like that? Recalling the 4 young martial artists who had died so unjustly just now, Yi Yun could no longer suppress his rage. The flying dagger instantly glinted with cold light and plunged straight into Lei Zhejian's head. Even in death, Lei Zhejian still wore a look of disbelief. He never imagined that the name he had always relied on wouldn't be able to scare Yi Yun away. His wide eyes remained open for a long time, filled with surprise and fear. After killing Lei Zhejian, Yi Yun's mood did not improve in the slightest. The 4 who died could never be resurrected. He gently raised his hand, lifting the burly god of war below him. The burly god of war had witnessed the entire incident. He stood in the air beside Yi Yun and gently patted Yi Yun's shoulder. "Young man, don't lose your faith. There are indeed scumbags like him, but the reason we humans have survived until today is because of countless more courageous warriors who dare to sacrifice. You must not lose hope in your identity. The girl in Yi Yun's arms was also somewhat surprised by Lei Zhejian's death, but thinking of the other four companions, the girl immediately felt that Lei Zhejian's death was not regrettable. She sensed the despondency of the person beside her and also spoke to comfort him. What this uncle said is right. Lei Zhejian attacked you first, so his death here is his own doing. As for Lei Meng behind him, you don't need to worry. No matter where today's matter is discussed, you are in the right. The burly god of war nodded at the same time and said in a deep voice, I was also a witness to this matter. When your dojo of limits and Thunder Martial Hall negotiate, I will step forward and not let this young brother's good intentions be betrayed. The girl left Yi Yun's embrace. She said softly, Yi Yun, remember me, my name is Lai Lanking. I will help you with this matter too. Subscribe for more amazing novel audiobooks. Don't forget to like, comment, and share Infinite Novel Audio. Keep going. Chapter 18 The Effect of Dragon Blood. After this unexpected incident, Yi Yun left the Spirit Serpent Squad and would not be returning. He went back to his home, and after arriving, Yi Yun did nothing but force himself to sleep, wanting to forget what had happened. It wasn't until the next day that Yi Yun was awakened by the sound of a doorbell. Opening the door, Yi Yun saw Wu Tong and Jiang Nian standing outside. He forced himself to cheer up, greeted them, and welcomed them into the living room. As soon as they sat down, Wu Tong eagerly spoke, a hint of joy in his voice. Yi Yun, yesterday's matter has been handled. I only received a simple notification and don't know the exact details, but you don't have to worry. Lei Meng and Thunder Martial Hall have stated that they will not act against you, and I believe they wouldn't dare to do anything underhandedly in the open. Yi Yun was not surprised by this outcome. With his current prodigy talent, the Dojo of Limits would certainly protect him. He just didn't know if this incident had reached the ears of Hong and Thunder God. Yi Yun also understood the implied meaning in Wu Tong's words. This time, after negotiations between the Dojo of Limits and Thunder Martial Hall, Lei Meng, under pressure, and because Lei Zhejian was not in the right, had no choice but to agree to these terms. However, Lei Meng was, after all, a long-standing senior war god with considerable influence and connections. Apart from overt actions, it wasn't impossible for him to try something underhanded behind the scenes. However, for Yi Yun, Lei Meng posed no threat. With his growth rate, he would soon reach or even surpass Lei Meng's level, at which point he would have even less to worry about. Wu Tong looked at Yi Yun's expression and nodded secretly, his hidden worries about Yi Yun diminishing significantly. He then continued. Regarding your situation, the chairman and the 3 supervisors are all very concerned. However, they are currently in 008 City, leading teams to resist the beast horde, and will only return in a few days. This is a good time to report to headquarters. Once the chairman and the others are done, headquarters should also send someone to verify. Once the situation is confirmed, Yi Yun, your entry into the elite training camp is a foregone conclusion. Hearing good news one after another, Yi Yun's mood finally recovered slightly. Being able to enter the elite training camp at this stage was also very important for his plans. Of course, the impact this incident had on him could not be completely eliminated and would ultimately remain buried in Yi Yun's heart. However, Yi Yun was always an optimistic person. After a night, he also understood that people like Lei Zhejian were ultimately a minority, and they truly did not represent the entire group of martial artists who silently contributed. After seeing off Wu Tong and Jiang Nian, Yi Yun rested for a while, adjusted his state, and then entered the cultivation room. He wanted to test the effect of the dragon blood he had personally made. After this incident, Yi Yun yearned even more for strength. Imagine if he had already been a Psyker Master at the God of War level this time, would those 4 young martial artists not have had to die? Yi Yun knew it wasn't his fault, but it still had a certain impact on his subsequent actions. Dragon blood is not to be consumed directly. Doing so could very likely result in one's body exploding. The correct method of use is to apply the dragon blood to the skin. It doesn't need to cover the entire body. Once the dragon blood is absorbed into the body, It will provide comprehensive enhancement and improvement to the body. Yi Yun lay flat on the ground, took off his shirt, and carefully poured the dragon blood onto his chest. Then he gently spread it with both hands, coating his chest, stomach, and arms with the golden dragon blood. Soon after applying it, Yi Yun felt the dragon blood on his skin slowly disappearing, gradually being absorbed into his body. A strong heat erupted within Yi Yun's body, and the effects of the dragon blood began to manifest. Soon, this heat, starting from the areas where the dragon blood was applied, rapidly surged towards every part of his body. Whether it was his hands, legs, back, head, or even his internal organs, all were enveloped by an intense heat, and the temperature continued to rise, exceeding the limits of what an ordinary person could endure. Accompanying the high temperature was a continuous sensation of soreness and numbness, as if being gnawed by tens of thousands of ants simultaneously, spreading to every corner of his body. The pain brought by the high temperature and the soreness and numbness from absorbing the dragon blood made Yi Yun incredibly uncomfortable. His expression was somewhat contorted, and he forcefully held back any sounds. He knew that absorbing dragon blood was not a simple process, but he had not expected it to be this agonizing. Sweat poured down like rain, his muscles twitched all over, and his heartbeat grew faster and faster. Yi Yun could even clearly hear the sound of his heart beating. The thump-thump-thump of his heartbeat grew louder and louder in Yi Yun's ears, until he suddenly lost consciousness and fell into a coma. What Yi Yun didn't know was that, in order to ensure the effect of the dragon blood, he had used a somewhat large amount of dragon blood dilution. Therefore, the dragon blood produced in the end was even more powerful than the original dragon blood, and while its medicinal properties were stronger, it also meant enduring greater pain when absorbing the dragon blood. Even in a coma, Yi Yun's brows were still tightly furrowed, his entire body contracted, and his exposed upper body was as red as a cooked shrimp, with visible, reddish meridians bulging on his skin. Of course, along with the external pain, Yi Yun's internal body was also undergoing rapid transformation under the effect of the dragon blood. Every cell was greedily absorbing energy, and under the effect of this energy, constantly eliminating impurities and optimizing genes. Under extremely rapid metabolism, new cells replaced old ones, causing astonishing changes in all components of Yi Yun's body, whether it was his tendons, bones, membranes, or muscles, skin, and internal organs. Every organ received enhancement, and his physical quality rapidly improved. The improvement in physical quality allowed the spiritual power in Yi Yun's sea of consciousness to no longer suppress itself, and at the same time, golden mist began to be released. A stronger body meant it could bear more powerful spiritual power. The mist continuously released from the golden sphere, and later, the mist turned into droplets, falling one by one. Yi Yun's golden sea of consciousness had already become a state where mist and water droplets coexisted. This use of dragon blood lasted for more than 3 hours. When Yi Yun slowly woke up, he realized that he had actually fainted. Yi Yun had a certain expectation for the effect of the dragon blood. After cleaning the dirt from his body, he walked to the punch power testing machine. Yi Yun was still shirtless. His originally fair skin now had a slightly bronze appearance. This was the enhancement brought by the dragon blood. His entire body's muscles did not appear explosively bulging, but rather presented an overall streamlined shape, containing explosive power in its stillness. Adopting a punching stance, Yi Yun gathered all his strength, and his right fist, like a cannonball, struck the punching bag heavily with a sonic boom, bang. The punching bag vibrated violently, emitting a dull, low sound. A clear number appeared on the punch power testing machine, 40,215 kg. It actually reached over 40,000 kilograms. Yi Yun was a little surprised. The effect of dragon blood was said to be able to enhance by one time, but it was actually a vague concept. The lower the strength, the more the improvement. His original full strength was around 13,000 kilograms, and this sudden increase of more than 2 times also made Yi Yun feel somewhat excited. After testing his own punching power, Yi Yun did not stop. The newly bought throwing knife floated up, its handle facing the punching bag. Yi Yun controlled the throwing knife and fiercely struck the punching bag. With the impact of the knife handle, the punching bag vibrated violently, and the number on the punch power testing machine's screen updated accordingly. 151,452 kg. Seeing this number, Yi Yun nodded slightly. His physical quality, through this dragon blood enhancement, had finally reached the level of an advanced warlord. At the same time, his spiritual power had the opportunity to be released, and in terms of Psyker Master rank, he naturally entered the intermediate God of War. Moreover, at the apprentice-level stage, Psyker Masters are more powerful than martial artists. If they use powerful throwing knife weapons, they can completely threaten a martial artist at the advanced God of War rank. Thus, I am not far from the planetary level. With dragon blood in hand, Yi no longer worried about short-term physical quality improvements. Next, what he needed to diligently improve was his striking power level and to put in some hard work on his movement techniques, comprehensively enhancing his actual combat strength. After a few quiet days, Yi Yun finally received news from Wu Tong again. This time, the beast horde in 008 City had been resolved, but it was said that the scale of this beast horde was quite large, and many martial artists were lost in the monster encirclement. Besides China's military, the Dojo of Limits and Thunder Martial Hall also sent out their elites, and only through concerted effort were the battle losses kept to a minimum. Inside the Dojo of Limits in Jiangnan Base City, Yi Yun followed Wu Tong and arrived at the place where he had met Zhu Tao last time. Upon entering the room, several people were already waiting for Yi Yun. After Wu Tong's introduction, Yi Yun learned that besides Zhu Tao, the other three were Zhu Zhengyang, the chairman of the Dojo of Limits in Jiangnan Base City, and the other two major supervisors. These four were known as the Four Giants of Jiangnan Base City. Zhu Zhengyang was a strong intermediate god of war, famous for his large hands, and had always been known as Iron Hand. He had been stationed at the Dojo of Limits in Jiangnan Base City for many years and was quite a figure. After everyone had met, Zhu Zhengyang went straight to the point. Yi Yun, tomorrow, headquarters will send an envoy. We have high hopes for you. We hope you can show your true strength tomorrow. Don't be nervous. Judging by your previous performance, there's absolutely no problem for you to enter our Dojo of Limits elite training camp. Yi Yun nodded slightly. He knew that, while the increase in his physical quality could be considered quite abnormal, at most it would only secure him a spot in a basic training camp. However, with his identity as a Psyker Master, the nature of the situation immediately changed. In the Dojo of Limits assessment, his potential had greatly increased, and he was no longer merely expected to reach the God of War, but was qualified to glimpse the realm beyond the God of War. Chapter 19 Shock Actually, when it comes to the Dojo of Limits in Jiangnan Base City, there's an unavoidable figure, the Dojo of Limits' inspector in Jiangnan Base City. However, this inspector is currently engrossed in improving his strength and has no intention of interfering with the specific affairs of the Dojo of Limits. All decisions are basically made with Zhu Zhengyang and the other three giants as the core. Even when encountering a prodigy genius like Yi Yun, this Inspector Liu remained unfazed, continuing to hone his marksmanship in the monster town, appearing supremely detached. After all, a strong expert among the advanced war god naturally prioritizes the pursuit of a higher realm and is unwilling to spend too much time on other matters. Of course, Zhu Zhengyang would not elaborate on such matters to Yi Yun. He highly valued Yi Yun and naturally hoped that Yi Yun would achieve great success in the future. Even a small favor from him later on could bring immense benefits to their Dojo of Limits in Jiangnan Base City. At this moment, Zhu Tao said to Yi Yun, "Yi Yun, I heard from Wu Tong that you are confident your physique will reach the intermediate warlord level within this month. And one more thing I need to confirm. Can your spiritual power keep up with the growth of your physique at this current stage? Or has its potential already been fully developed?" Zhu Tao's concerns were not unfounded. Although Psyker Master are extremely rare, Zhu Tao and the others still had a good understanding of them. They all knew that the reason Psyker Master were rare was because each of them was a naturally existing being. Generally speaking, at the very beginning, a Psyker Master's potential was fixed. After a Psyker Master's awakening, because they need sufficient physique to bear powerful spiritual power, they all experience a period of rapid physique improvement until the potential of their spiritual power is fully released. At that point, this speed will slow down, returning to the level of an ordinary person. The length of this process also represents the size of a Psyker Master's potential. For example, a Psyker Master whose spiritual power in his mind can only support him to reach the advanced warlord rank will experience a rapid increase in his physique until it stabilizes at the elementary warlord level. At this point, the spiritual power potential is fully released, and his physique improvement will slow down, no longer growing rapidly. After that, perhaps one day his physique might even surpass his spiritual power level, but the improvement of spiritual power would become incredibly difficult, making it unlikely for him to ever step into the God of War level. Yi Yun maintained a slight smile, not answering immediately. He stood up and walked to the punch testing machine nearby, simply striking the punch target with a single punch. A long string of numbers appeared on the screen, 40,235 kg. Even from a distance, Zhu Zhengyang and the others could clearly see the number. They couldn't help but exchange glances, each seeing the astonishment in the other's eyes. This level of punching power was no longer intermediate warlord, it had entered the advanced warlord rank. With his current increase in strength, Yi Yun's mindset had also changed. He had no intention of concealing anything, only wanting to maximize the display of his strength to attract the attention of the Dojo of Limits, and even Hong, thereby gaining earlier access to more valuable resources. This was Yi Yun's true objective. Before the astonishment of Zhu Tao and the others could subside, Yi Yun controlled his flying dagger, striking the punch target fiercely once more. The numbers on the screen rapidly changed, 151,248 kg. This was silent proof. Yi Yun was demonstrating that not only had his physique improved to the advanced warlord level, but the potential of his spiritual power had not yet been exhausted. It was still 2 stages ahead of his physique, clearly making him an intermediate God of War-level powerhouse. Zhu Zhengyang and the others looked at Yi Yun with completely changed eyes, no longer treating him as a junior. If Yi Yun wished, he could eliminate all of them within 5 breaths. It was that unreasonable. The suppression of a Psyker Master over a martial artist was fully demonstrated at the apprentice level. The atmosphere was somewhat quiet. After a while, Zhu Zhengyang finally spoke, his voice completely devoid of his previous attitude. Yi Yun, there's no need to prove anything more. With your current level of strength, entering the elite training camp will be no challenge at all. Actually, there were unspoken words in Zhu Zhengyang's heart. If he were to be blunt, Yi Yun at this point didn't even need to join the elite training camp. He could directly become a core member of the Dojo of Limits. The reason the elite training camp was so coveted by everyone was because it was also known as the God of War Preparatory Camp. This meant that many martial artists who trained there would eventually reach the God of War level. Since Yi Yun was already an intermediate God of War, there was indeed no great necessity for him to join this elite training camp. Zhu Zhengyang pondered for a moment, then said to Yi Yun, we fully understand your situation. We will report it as soon as possible. You can go back and wait for our news. I guarantee the outcome will not disappoint you. Yi Yun nodded lightly and left the room with Wu Tong. After Yi Yun departed, a period of silence ensued. Zhu Tao was the first to break the atmosphere. Given Yi Yun's current situation, Special Envoy Lin, who is arriving from headquarters tomorrow, probably won't be able to make a full decision. President, what do you think we should do next? Zhu Zhengyang gave a wry smile, then softly said, Alas, Yi Yun truly breaks our understanding time and time again. I don't know how he cultivates. Just a few days ago, he was merely an elementary warlord, and now he's already an intermediate God of War powerhouse. Comparing oneself to others truly infuriates one. Zhuge Tao and the other two major supervisors all nodded in profound agreement. They were all skilled experts among advanced warlord, unable to break through to the god of war rank due to various circumstances, and they yearned for the god of war realm. Now Yi Yun, a young man not yet 18, had already surpassed them, and they couldn't even see his taillights. It truly left them with a mix of emotions difficult to face. Zhuge Tao suddenly recalled Wu Tong's previous report at this moment, saying with a hint of strangeness in his tone. Wu Tong said Yi Yun bought a portion of dragon blood dilution at Limit Home. Could Yi Yun's sudden improvement be related to this dragon blood dilution? Dragon blood dilution. Zhu Zhengyang thought back and recalled the information about the dragon blood dilution. He simply couldn't believe that Yi Yun's sudden drastic improvement was brought about by a single portion of dragon blood dilution. Zhuge Tao, however, spoke again. President, do you still remember the Green Bull team from before? Their team's average rank was only elementary warlord, but later the team had a stroke of luck, killing a group of heavily injured advanced beast generals. Each member of the team received 500 million Chinese yuan. Do you remember that? The incident with the Green Bull team had caused quite a stir at the time, and Zhu Zhengyang naturally remembered it. Prompted by Zhuge Tao, Zhu Zhengyang recalled a member of the Green Bull team. Zhuge, you mean Yi Yun is? Zhuge Tao's smile reappeared at this moment, and he nodded lightly. Yes, that's right. At that time, a member of the Green Bull team used the 500 million Chinese yuan he earned to purchase 3 portions of dragon blood dilution at half price. Everyone thought he was wasting money, but they never expected that in less than a month, when he reappeared before everyone, he was already an advanced warlord. This incident caused quite a bit of news, leading to a frenzy of dragon blood dilution transactions during that period. However, everyone eventually found that the effects on others were far inferior to that person. Finally, a patrol envoy investigated and provided a conclusion. They believed it was because that person's physique was special, with extremely efficient absorption of energy. When using the dragon blood dilution, it stimulated the absorption of universe energy, so 1 portion of dragon blood dilution had an effect equivalent to more than 10 times that of others. Coupled with intense training, this achieved such an incredible scenario. Zhu Zhengyang was also aware of the incident Zhuge Tao spoke of. He had even met that person from the Green Bull team and found it quite astonishing at the time. However, no similar individuals appeared afterward, so it gradually faded from his memory. Zhu Zhengyang's expression was serious, as he had already accepted Zhuge Tao's idea. Zhuge, Yi Yun's situation is very likely just as you speculated. He also has an absorption efficiency for dragon blood dilution that is unimaginable to ordinary people. After all, his previous cultivation also showed that, when he first absorbed universe energy while cultivating the 5 hearts towards the sky cultivation method, the improvement effect was incredibly exaggerated. Coupled with his identity as a psyker master, reaching this level of strength this time is not unreasonable. After discussing Yi Yun's abnormal progress for a while, Zhu Zhengyang and Zhuge Tao no longer dwelled on it. After all, Yi Yun's current strength was real, and they only needed to maintain a good relationship with him in the future. Worrying too much about other things was useless. Finally, Zhu Zhengyang said firmly, I will contact headquarters again. We must make headquarters recognize Yi Yun's immense potential and development. It's not easy for such a prodigy genius to appear in our Jiangnan base city. We cannot let him be buried. Zhuge Tao smiled and nodded. After his initial shock, his mood was now calm and rather joyful. He had already begun to invest in Yi Yun, even before he displayed such potential. After all, the 300 million Chinese yuan credit Yi Yun used to purchase the dragon blood dilution was gifted by Zhuge Tao himself. Zhuge Tao grew even more expectant of Yi Yun's future growth. As long as Yi Yun remembered his small kindness, the returns he would receive should be quite substantial. Chapter 20. 2 contracts thanks to unruly dream and thought for the monthly ticket support. In fact, deep down, Zhuge Tao even felt a bit fortunate. The contract he gave Yi Yun had actually undergone some changes. Originally, the 300 million limit was only supposed to be used to purchase cultivation secret manuals, guiding techniques, and the like. However, Zhuge Tao specifically loosened the restrictions, which allowed Yi Yun to successfully purchase dragon blood dilution. In Zhuge Tao's mind, if it weren't for him, perhaps Yi Yun wouldn't have been able to discover his special physique Yi Yun, and Wu Tong walked along the quiet path in the residential area. Wu Tong looked at Yi Yun, who was walking beside him, recalling Yi Yun's performance just now. It seemed that Yi Yun had been completely calm from beginning to end, without any ripples. At this moment, Yi Yun said softly, "Uncle Wu, I also have to thank you for all your efforts on my behalf these past few days. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to cultivate so peacefully. And I might not have made such great progress." Wu Tong quickly said with a smile, "Yi Yun, you are from our Yangzhou City Dojo of Limits. As the chief instructor of the Yangzhou City Dojo of Limits, it is my duty to do these things. We just hope that all of you can grow up. Seeing you all is like fulfilling dreams we never achieved, which is another kind of accomplishment." Yi Yun's gratitude made Wu Tong feel very comfortable. Although, as he himself said, he was just doing his duty, Yi Yun did not forget his efforts, and the attitude he displayed made Wu Tong genuinely feel that his efforts were not in vain. Yi Yun was not yet clear about what attitude the Dojo of Limits would have towards him after today. His original goal was only the elite training camp. Now it seemed that his progress was a bit too fast, exceeding everyone's expectations. After returning home, Yi Yun was not at all anxious. He knew that the elite training camp had 2 months of vacation every year, specifically January and February. Now, February had just passed less than halfway, so the Dojo of Limits headquarters had enough time to decide how to treat Yi Yun. He just needed to wait for the news calmly. After using the dragon blood, the energy had not been completely absorbed. A portion was still stored within Yi Yun's body. In the short term, Yi Yun only needed to continue training, and his physical quality would rapidly improve. Before encountering more advanced items, he temporarily didn't need to spend any thought on this. If I still have to join the elite training camp this time, then my identity as a psyker master won't be of much help. To rank high in this elite training camp, I must have a sufficient force exertion rank, as well as high realm movement techniques and combat techniques. Spiritual power can only show some effect when hunting monsters. Yi Yun quietly pondered his shortcomings. After all, he had only cultivated for 2 months. Even if he had gained some experience and insights from Zhuge Tao, the time was even shorter, and the progress made was not that great. Therefore, in terms of force exertion rank, movement techniques, combat techniques, and so on, he was completely incomparable to others, let alone the geniuses and prodigies within the elite training camp. The elite training camp only recruits 30 to 40 students globally each year, and 2/3 of these spots are selected from the Dojo of Limits basic training camps. This means that the number of spots allocated to the rest of the world each year is just barely 10. These are powerful geniuses selected from hundreds of millions of people, each with extraordinary abilities. Some people have powerful force exertion ranks. 3 or 4 times is not uncommon. And there are many whose movement technique ranks have reached the perfect rank or concept rank. Not to mention their various cultivated powerful combat techniques, like saber techniques and sword techniques. It can be said that in terms of actual combat power, these geniuses from the elite training camp are fully capable of fighting 10 ordinary martial artists at the same realm. And as far as Yi Yun knew, among the nearly 200 students in the elite training camp, the top 30 to 50 basically had God of War level strength, and those in the top 5 or 10 were even comparable to intermediate or even advanced God of War. As long as they cultivate for 5 years or are certified as God of War powerhouses, they will leave the elite training camp. These people intentionally do not get certified within these 5 years for the unique cultivation equipment and strong resource support within the training camp. Yi Yun had self-awareness. If he didn't use spiritual power, even with the same physique, he would not be their opponent at this time. However, Yi Yun was not too worried. As long as he was given some time, at most a few months, to improve his shortcomings, coupled with his already strong advantage in hunting monsters, it would not be difficult at all to contend for the top few spots. Clearing his mind, Yi Yun stopped thinking too much and instead savored some of the cultivation insights he had copied from Zhu Zhengyang today. As an intermediate god of war powerhouse, Zhu Zhengyang's force exertion rank was not very high, only around 3. 2, but he had impressive attainments in movement techniques and palm techniques. These cultivation experiences could help Yi Yun quickly improve his actual combat ability. Another 10 days passed, bringing them to February 21, 2056. This time, in the dojo of limits in Jiangnan Base City, after Zhu Zhengyang met Yi Yun, he immediately took Yi Yun to a secluded place deep within the residential area. There was a simple small villa here. Upon reaching the outside of the villa, seeing the open gate, Zhu Zhengyang did not walk in but gently gestured with his right hand and quietly instructed, "Yi Yun, go in. Inside is Inspector Wang from my dojo of limits headquarters, a powerhouse who surpasses the god of war. You must maintain respect, but you don't need to be too restrained. Inspector Wang is still very amiable, and this time the headquarters attaches great importance to you. I presume you will receive very good treatment, so you must seize this opportunity." Yi Yun nodded slightly to indicate understanding. He hadn't expected that the dojo of limits headquarters would actually send an envoy of the inspector rank this time. Yi Yun remembered that when Luo Feng joined the elite training camp, only an intermediate god of war, Yang Hui, came. It seemed that the headquarters of the dojo of limits attached much greater importance to him now. With steady steps, Yi Yun entered the hall. After entering, he realized that the interior of this villa was very spacious, with basically no furnishings, only an antique wooden tea table in the very center of the hall. On one side of the tea table, a thin, middle-aged man who looked to be in his 40s was sitting there. Behind the middle-aged man stood 2 young men in black. The thin, middle-aged man had his eyes slightly closed, fiddling with a string of prayer beads in his hand. 2 cups of green tea were placed on the tea table. Sensing Yi Yun's entry, the thin, middle-aged man did not open his eyes but said in a hoarse voice, "Sit down." Yi Yun lightly sat down opposite the tea table. Smelling the faint tea aroma, and looking at the thin, middle-aged man who was still fiddling with the prayer beads, he immediately felt himself being influenced, as if he had merged into the middle-aged man's own world, shedding some of his restlessness and calming down. After a while, the middle-aged man opened his eyes, a barely perceptible smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. He looked deeply at Yi Yun, then spoke, "You're Yi Yun, right? Indeed, excellent. My surname is Wang, and I am one of the 5 inspectors of the dojo of limits. When Iron Hand first mentioned your situation, I was still a bit skeptical. Only after truly seeing it did I realize they weren't exaggerating. At your age, possessing such powerful spiritual power truly earns you the title of prodigy genius." As Inspector Wang spoke, Yi Yun immediately felt the surrounding environment and atmosphere changing with Inspector Wang's tone and emotions. He slightly composed himself, then said, "Inspector Wang, you flatter me. This junior is inexperienced and still has many shortcomings. I will need to work harder in the future. Now, I just have some fortunate talent. It's not worth mentioning." Inspector Wang felt that Yi Yun had no trace of arrogance. Although he was a 17-year-old youth, he appeared to have his own thoughts and was able to clearly recognize his strengths and weaknesses. This alone was enough to make Inspector Wang look at him with new eyes. Inspector Wang nodded gently, took a small sip of tea, and continued, "The head of dojo is actually very interested in you as well. If it weren't for the king rank monster riot in the coastal area, which the head of dojo went to handle, this time it might have been the head of dojo himself who came. Although the head of dojo didn't come, he still expressed his intention to cultivate you. Take a look at these 2 contracts. In the dojo of limits, the only one who could be called the head of dojo was the founder of the dojo of limits, Hong." Yi hadn't expected that Hong would actually pay attention to a small god of war like him, and his heart immediately stirred. I didn't expect the head of dojo to pay so much attention to me. It seems it won't be long before I can see him with my own eyes. Yi took the 2 contracts handed over by the man behind Inspector Wang and examined them one by one. After Yi had finished reading, Inspector Wang spoke again. Yi, the head of dojo's intention is to give you 2 contracts for you to choose from. The first contract is a special training contract. That is, after signing the contract, you can train and study in my dojo of Limit's elite training camp for 5 years. When the 5 years are over, or after you are certified as a god of war, you can graduate and leave. As for the second contract, it is our dojo of Limit's most formal and advanced internal recruitment contract. This contract currently offers the treatment of an advanced god of war powerhouse. After signing it, you will be considered a core member of our dojo of Limits. Yi had seen the contracts. The first contract was nothing special. Every martial artist who joined the dojo of Limit's elite training camp would sign such a contract from the beginning. The dojo of Limits provides training for 5 years, but it is not responsible for the life or death of the students, nor does it guarantee that they will become a god of war upon graduation. Other than these, there were no special provisions. Chapter 21. A New Journey. Please vote for recommendations, tilde. However, the nature of the second contract was completely different. This was a contract for the dojo of Limits to recruit core members. Once signed, their status and treatment within the dojo of Limits would be greatly improved. For martial artists who generally join the dojo of Limits, the dojo of Limits imposes relatively few restrictions on them. They are usually freer and have no special constraints or regulations. Of course, they also receive no salary, only having the identity of a dojo of Limits member. The number of people within the dojo of Limits who qualify for a salary is not large. Yi contract provides an annual salary of 8 billion. Given Yi current strength, this salary is already very good, as an Inspector Wang of the dojo of Limits only earns about 10 billion a year. However, core members who choose to join the dojo of Limits would not do so just for the salary. Even a beginner god of war can easily earn 10 billion in a year. What they desire are the rights and hidden benefits that come with being a core member of the dojo of Limits. On Earth today, Hong and Thunder God are the strongest. They don't care for low-level items, but some advanced items and information are basically held by these 2. The identity of a core member of the dojo of Limits provides an opportunity to access these things, and even receive certain discounts when exchanging or purchasing them. Not to mention, the dojo of Limits is filled with experts. Excluding Hong, there are several individuals stronger than a god of war, just like the current Inspector Wang. Regular exchanges and guidance greatly contribute to one's strength improvement. Of course, there's no such thing as only gain without effort. Enjoying the convenience and benefits of being a core member of the dojo of Limits naturally requires some contribution. Aside from specific positions like branch hall assignments or Inspector Wang, there are also assigned tasks to complete, and contributions are needed during beast tides and monster disturbances in various locations. It's not as if joining the core of the dojo of Limits makes life easy. Yi had no objections to these terms. Receiving something requires giving something, which is fair. Moreover, as the strongest organization worldwide, the dojo of Limits focuses on cultivating martial artists. Even designated affairs and tasks serve as a form of tempering for martial artists. Overall, the benefits are definitely greater. Turning to the last page of the second contract, Yi found that this page contained some additional clauses. As he read, Yi eyes gradually lit up. If Party BTK's combat power amplification reaches 12 before July 1, 2056, he will receive a full set of S-grade combat suit and weapons, any 3 full sets of secret manuals, and a King-grade intelligent fighter jet worth 180 billion. If Party BTK's combat power amplification reaches 12 before January 1, 2057, he will receive a full set of 9 series combat suit and weapons, any one full set of secret manuals, and a portion of dragon blood worth 80 billion. If Party BTK's combat power amplification reaches 12 before August 1, 2057, he will receive a full set of 9 series combat suit and weapons, and a drop of jade marrow worth 30 billion. If Party BTK's combat power amplification reaches 16 before April 1, 2059, he will receive a full set of SS-grade combat suit and weapons, any 3 full sets of secret manuals, a copy of Spiritual Mentor Foundation, a King-grade intelligent fighter jet worth 180 billion, and a set of Ancient Civilization relic Black God. A total of 6 reward items were set, and each item offered excellent rewards, but the threshold for obtaining them was also set very high. It's February 2056 now. To achieve a combat power amplification of 12 within 4 months is truly not an easy task. These reward clauses, to put it plainly, were benefits given to Yi Yun based on his progress speed. The faster he progressed, the greater the benefits he would receive. Taking the first clause as an example, if Yi Yun could successfully increase his combat power amplification to 12 within 4 months, the reward would be extremely generous. However, if the time was extended, the reward would immediately shrink or even disappear. The Dojo of Limits was aware of Yi Yun's current body strength and movement technique level, so these clauses were specifically set by Hong based on Yi Yun's situation. Aside from his identity as a Psyker Master, Yi Yun is not particularly outstanding at the moment. In fact, compared to other students in the elite training camp, he could be considered at the bottom. Therefore, this first clause is more like an incentive, with many rewards, but basically very difficult to obtain. The 6 additional reward clauses were benefits specifically set by the Dojo of Limits for geniuses like Yi Yun. Yi Yun didn't need to pay anything else. As long as he worked hard to cultivate and improve himself, he would receive the corresponding rewards. This was considered preferential treatment from the Dojo of Limits, or rather, from Hong. There were 2 thresholds set for combat power amplification, reaching 12 and reaching 16. Yi Yun didn't look at the other clauses but focused on the first and fourth clauses. These 2 represented the shortest time limits to meet these 2 conditions, and the attached rewards were the best, naturally making them Yi Yun's primary goals. Inspector Wang saw Yi Yun gently put down the contract and did not offer a detailed explanation, but subtly hinted. Yi Yun, the final clauses of this second contract were personally set for you by the head of the dojo. I've also roughly looked at them, and the conditions on them are not so easy to achieve. I didn't expect the head of the dojo to think so highly of you. You must not let the head of the dojo's expectations down. You can sign both contracts simultaneously, or you can choose to sign one. It's entirely up to your own decision. Regardless of your decision, we will respect your choice. If it had been the former Yi Yun, the Dojo of Limits would not have presented the recruitment contract so quickly. Now that Yi Yun's strength had reached the level of a mid-rank god of war, and he was also a rare Psyker Master, he received such special treatment. Even if Yi Yun chose not to enter the elite training camp, it wouldn't matter. Inspector Wang and Yi Yun both automatically disregarded the possibility of not signing the second contract. The only suspense was whether Yi Yun was still willing to enter the elite training camp. Without much hesitation, Yi Yun revealed a brilliant smile, picked up the pen on the coffee table, and quickly signed his name on both contracts. Riding in Inspector Wang's intelligent fighter jet, Yi Yun embarked on his journey to the elite training camp. The Dojo of Limits' elite training camp is located in the headquarters of the Dojo of Limits, Hongning Base City. After an hour of flight, the intelligent fighter jet slowly landed. Yi Yun followed Inspector Wang off the plane and realized he had already entered the elite training camp's interior. After Yi Yun signed the contract and his opinion was sought, Inspector Wang conveniently took Yi Yun back to Hongning Base City. There were only a few days left until the start of school, which saved Yi Yun the trouble of traveling himself. Walking inside the training camp, Yi Yun found that, although it was called a training camp, all the buildings were constructed beautifully. making one feel as if they had arrived at an ancient architectural complex. Pavilions and towers were everywhere, small bridges and flowing water were abundant, and there were various precious flowers, plants, and trees, giving a sense of tranquility and gentleness. The most striking feature was naturally the huge tower-shaped building at the center of the training camp in the distance. Its height was comparable to a typical 20-story building. Yiyun knew this was the famous Nine Heavens Tower and would be his primary training location from now on. Following Inspector Wang through the training camp, they soon arrived at a quiet area. There were also some ancient-style villas here. Compared to other pavilions, they didn't seem particularly special, except that the villas occupied a slightly larger area. Upon entering the villa, Inspector Wang pointed to a room nearby and said softly, "You'll stay here for the next few days. The training camp is currently on holiday. On March 1st, I'll have someone arrange for you to officially join the training camp." Yiyun naturally had no objections. He calmly waited a few days in Inspector Wang's villa. On the morning of March 1st, a teacher from the elite training camp came to pick up Yiyun. Yiyun was slightly half a step behind, watching the blue-clad man in front of him who was incessantly talking. He couldn't help but twitch inside. According to Inspector Wang, this blue-clad man should be his teacher in the elite training camp, but now Yiyun felt completely unreliable. This blue-clad man was named Gu Yi, exactly 30 years old this year, but already an advanced god of war. He chose to remain at the headquarters of the Dojo of Limits, and had just been appointed as a teacher for the elite training camp, which meant Yiyun was Gu Yi's first student. Upon their first meeting, Gu Yi immediately threw an arm around Yiyun's shoulder, then excitedly pounded Yiyun's chest, and then began to babble incessantly, basically without stopping, until Inspector Wang spoke, at which point he reluctantly led Yiyun away. And all along the way, Gu Yi didn't stop talking, explaining some situations within the elite training camp. Although there was more useless information, Yiyun gained a general understanding of the entire elite training camp. However, Yiyun could also imagine that in his future interactions with Gu Yi, his ears would likely not have a moment of peace. However, Yiyun also knew that Gu Yi, being able to become an advanced god of war at this age, was definitely a genius-level figure. Moreover, being able to serve as a teacher in the Dojo of Limits' elite training camp meant Gu Yi was absolutely outstanding in terms of personal strength, and certainly had his own special strengths. The Dojo of Limits valued him so highly, so the chosen teacher must have been carefully considered. They must have believed Gu Yi was sufficiently qualified for the position. Gu Yi's pace was quick. Yiyun followed Gu Yi's steps and soon crossed a small bridge, arriving at a cluster of buildings. Chapter 22, Elite Training Camp, Please vote for me tilde. Gu Yi pointed to a courtyard not far away and said with a smile, "Hey, Yiyun, this is Twilight Cloud Pavilion where we will live for the next 5 years. Don't you think the environment is quite good? I've already spoken with the higher-ups, and no one else will be moving in after this. You can just stay here and cultivate properly." Yiyun nodded. He had originally thought he would be assigned to Jiangnan Pavilion, given he was from Jiangnan Base City, and according to the general allocation rules, he would directly enter Jiangnan Pavilion. The current situation seemed to be either due to Hong's special care or Gu Yi's influence, as the two of them were living in a courtyard alone. Gu Yi was also from China, but not from Jiangnan Base City. He was from Kyoto Base City. His speech carried a strong Beijing accent, and combined with his extremely fast speaking speed, there were times when Yiyun couldn't fully understand what Gu Yi was saying. The Twilight Cloud Pavilion in front of them was a courtyard spanning dozens of meters, with 3 pavilions within it. Yiyun chose the one on the right. Upon entering, he found that this pavilion was fully equipped with facilities: a lounge, a training room, a reception room, and everything else one could need. However, it lacked modern amenities. Appliances like washing machines and air conditioners would not be found in the elite training camp. After putting away his luggage, Yiyun intended to go to the training room to cultivate, but Gu Yi, who had followed him in, directly pulled him away. Gu Yi amiably put his arm around Yiyun's shoulder and said as they walked, There's no such leisure today. I'll take you to check in first, and then we'll confirm a fixed code name. You officially joined today, so the last 4 digits of your code name are already set as 5603. For the remaining 2 digits, you can choose a number yourself. Yi Yun felt a bit uncomfortable with Gu Yi's actions. He thought for a moment and softly said, "Let's go with 14. Gu Yi nodded. "All right, then your code name for these 5 years will be 560,314. On even-numbered days each month, you'll go out to hunt monsters. Since today is your first day, you can follow me to familiarize yourself with the elite training camp. I'm also thinking about how best to stimulate your potential." A mid-level god of war-level spiritual power practitioner who isn't even 18 yet. I've truly never seen one. Tusk, if you become successful in the future, don't forget your teacher. After following Gu Yi around the elite training camp for an entire morning, they had finally explored most of it, and Yi Yun had become somewhat familiar with its layout. However, Gu Yi did not take him into the central Nine Heavens Tower, merely stating that as a new student, Yi Yun had no ranking last month, so his cultivation time in the Nine Heavens Tower this month would be very limited, and since it was only the beginning of the month, there was no need to waste it. As Yi Yun officially confirmed his code name and joined the elite training camp, a line of text appeared at the very bottom of the scales on the black dragon statue at the entrance of the elite training camp. No. 186, Yi Yun 560,314. Almost immediately after Yi Yun's name appeared, the news spread to major forces outside, including the 5 great nations like China, various base cities, and the 9 great families of the HR Alliance, all of whom received Yi Yun's information. However, what surprised them was a crucial piece of information in Yi Yun's profile. He was already a core member of the Dojo of Limits. This immediately extinguished any other thoughts they had. Since the Dojo of Limits had already made its move, they could no longer recruit such a new genius, and they all felt extremely regretful. The data showed that Yi Yun, a mere 17-year-old Chinese youth, already possessed the strength of a mid-level god of war and was also a rare spiritual power practitioner. They couldn't help but exclaim that the Dojo of Limits had truly found a treasure this time. With such a promising newcomer, the future possibilities were immeasurable. At the same time, some of their hidden intentions also receded. Since the Dojo of Limits dared to publicly release Yi Yun's information without any concealment, they must value him immensely. If they were to harbor any ill intentions at this moment, the wrath of Hong, who stood behind the Dojo of Limits, was definitely something they could not bear. In the afternoon, Gu Yi pulled Yi Yun aside to explain the rules that needed to be observed in the elite training camp, such as the usage times for the ancient civilization facilities, the ranking point system, and the rules for hunting monsters. Yi Yun couldn't help but admire Gu Yi, a matter that could have been explained in 10 minutes. He lectured on for 2 hours, practically without stopping. By the time it was almost dark, Gu Yi finally took a sip of water and straightened his expression, saying, "Yi Yun, for this month you must listen to me. Don't go to the Nine Heavens Tower yet. I'll devise a training plan for you. Aside from half the time spent hunting monsters, dedicate all other time to cultivating your power exertion, movement technique, and combat skills. If these things don't improve, you won't be able to compete for any resources." Yi Yun understood that within the elite training camp, the most important resources, fiercely contested by all students, were the ancient civilization gravity room and the trial tower virtual space in the Nine Heavens Tower. The ancient civilization gravity room could accelerate physical training and stimulate potential, while the trial tower virtual space was an excellent place to hone movement techniques and combat skills. Right Arrow, with nearly 200 students in the elite training camp, but only one ancient civilization gravity room and one trial tower virtual space, how would usage time be allocated? This is where the Black Dragon rankings within the elite training camp came into play. Rankings are calculated once a month. The higher a student's rank, the more time they are allocated in the gravity room and trial tower for the following month. Utilizing this time naturally leads to greater progress, further widening the gap with others. Therefore, every student in the elite training camp works extremely hard to improve their rank on the Black Dragon rankings. The Black Dragon rankings are determined by 3 factors: combat points, power exertion rank, and trial tower rank. The calculation method is combat points multiplied by power exertion rank, then multiplied by trial tower rank to yield the final score. Body power exertion and trial tower rank are especially important. The body power exertion rank, multiplied by the trial tower rank, is what is referred to as combat power amplification in the elite training camp. Combat power amplification is basically the standard for measuring a person's strength within the elite training camp, and in practical terms, it can create a significant difference in scores between different students. Combat points are obtained from hunting monsters. Different ranks of monsters yield different combat points, ranging from elementary beast general to elementary lord-level monsters. Lord-level monsters give many combat points, but these students will not hunt them, because once they hunt more than 2, they will be certified as God of War-level powerhouses and will have to leave the training camp. Such a result is, of course, undesirable. Precisely because of this, most students hunt beast general monsters, so there isn't a significant difference in combat points among students. Spiritual power practitioners have some advantage in this regard, but it's not substantial. Moreover, since the base number of combat points is relatively large, what truly influences the final score is the smaller number of combat power amplification. For example, if 2 people both have 2,000 combat points, but one person's combat power amplification is 8 and the other's is 9, the final score difference will be 2,000. However, if both people's combat power amplification is 8, and one person's combat points are 1,800 while the others are 2,000, the final difference will be smaller. Compared to the larger and relatively similar combat points, improving one's combat power amplification is the key to raising one's rank on the Black Dragon rankings. Sometimes, an increase of 0.1 or 0.2 can greatly affect the final ranking. Guy stared at Yi-Yun, a playful smile on his face. I really don't know what to say about you, kid. Your spiritual power is so powerful, yet your physical power exertion level, movement technique, and combat skills are so poor. In this elite training camp, you could practically be considered last. The combat points you get from hunting monsters won't be several times more than others, but others' combat power amplification is genuinely several times yours. Don't pay too much attention to your score on the Black Dragon rankings for the first few months, and don't be swayed by outside voices. Just focus on solidifying your foundation. Even if you're a spiritual power practitioner, if your physical aspects are strong, it will allow your spiritual power to be better supported. Gu Yi also had a general understanding of Yi-Yun's situation. He had only become a martial artist a little over 2 months ago, and with such a short cultivation time, reaching 1.5 times power exertion was already very good. His movement technique was also at the subtle level. Gu Yi didn't think he could have done better than Yi-Yun. However, this was the elite training camp, and Gu Yi himself had come from here, so he naturally understood the cruelty and intensity of the competition. He believed that even though Yi-Yun already possessed God of War-level strength, he was still willing to join the elite training camp to gain better training and improvement. Therefore, Gu Yi accepted the headquarters mission and naturally had to be responsible for Yi-Yun. Yi-Yun nodded lightly, not refuting Gu Yi's words, and felt no resistance in his heart towards Gu Yi's current arrangements for him. He could completely accept them. His mindset was actually more peaceful. He hadn't intended to get ahead of everyone in the first month anyway. Compared to others, he only lacked time. Which of those at the top of the Black Dragon rankings hadn't spent 2, 3, or even 4 or 5 years in this elite training camp? Yi-Yun had self-awareness and knew his weaknesses, but he wouldn't feel inferior. He believed that given enough time, the top spot in the elite training camp would eventually be his. Even Hong probably doesn't believe I can reach a combat power amplification of 12 in a few months, right? That first clause was just written to dangle in front of me. I'd like to see their reaction if my combat power amplification reaches 16 before July 1st this year. Chapter 23. Choices. Please vote for recommendation tickets, tilde. By evening, Yun finally had some quiet time to himself. He entered the underground cultivation room in his attic and began his daily genetic energy cultivation. Letting out a long breath, his cells were fully saturated, and Yun felt excellent. The homemade dragon blood he had used last time still had residual energy in his body, allowing him to make great progress in his cultivation every day, with his physical fitness improving rapidly. Body exertion and movement concept only require consistent training. With a wealth of cultivation experience to reference, I believe there won't be too much difficulty. But for cultivating a combat technique, what should I choose? After meeting Inspector Wang, Yun also gained a stronger understanding of cultivation. As a planetary-level powerhouse, Inspector Wang's body exertion had reached an impressive 4.5 level, and his movement concept was at the concept realm, which was sufficient for Yun's current stage of reference and learning. Yun also copied Gu Yi, the advanced god of war he met today, and found that Gu Yi's body exertion was also 4.0, and his movement level was also at the concept realm. This could be considered quite outstanding among advanced gods of war. After these few copies, Yun suddenly discovered that his copying eye actually had a certain information scanning function, capable of knowing the general situation of the target. However, currently, the highest scanned target was only planetary level, and he wondered what different changes would occur when encountering higher-rank powerhouses in the future. From Zhu Zhengyang to Inspector Wang, and then Gu Yi today, these three were the strongest individuals Yi Yun had ever encountered. However, what made Yi Yun a bit conflicted was that these three cultivated different combat techniques and had all achieved good results in their respective fields. Yi Yun was temporarily unsure how to choose. Zhu Zhengyang, known as Iron Hand, was strongest with his bare hands, having always practiced several palm techniques, while Gu Yi cultivated dual blades, and Inspector Wang was a master of the long spear. For Yi Yun, not to mention these three, even advanced warlords like Zhu Tao or Wu Tong, their experience in cultivating their respective combat techniques could provide him with immense help. It could be said that any path he chose could be pursued, and if he were a bit greedy, he could even pursue several paths simultaneously. After 10 minutes of careful thought, Yi Yun already had an answer in his heart. He decided to specialize in one path and cultivate spear techniques. Yi Yun could duplication others' cultivation talents. At this time, the two strongest martial artist talents on Earth were Hong and Thunder God. Hong was a great master of spear techniques, while Thunder God excelled in blade techniques. However, Yi Yun preferred the long spear, so after a slight hesitation, he had already determined his future combat technique cultivation Dao, the long spear. As Hong's absolute direct descendant, the secret manual cultivated by Inspector Wang was precisely the world annihilation. Created by Hong himself, and he had received guidance from Hong in his cultivation. Therefore, Inspector Wang's spear technique came from the same lineage as Hong's, having inherited 30% of Hong's true teachings. The next step was to forge his own Dao. Hong's spear technique, just like its name, was full of ferocity and aura. When cultivated to a profound level, a single spear thrust was like a disaster descending, filled with a strong aura of world annihilation. Therefore, the first step in cultivating this spear technique was to comprehend such an aura. Although truly achieving this point meant reaching the fourth realm of spear technique, concept, if one could comprehend a trace of the aura, it would have an excellent auxiliary effect on the progress of spear technique cultivation. Yi Yun also understood that to truly grasp the true meaning of world annihilation, he still needed to meet Hong himself. Inspector Wang, after all, was a learner. Unless he also took the step of creating his own cultivation technique, his attainments in this spear technique would certainly never surpass Hong himself. Upon his first contact with spear techniques, Yi Yun felt quite excited. Comprehending Inspector Wang's insights into spear technique cultivation, unknowingly, a night passed. Yi Yun opened his eyes. Outside, the sky had already turned pale. Today was an even-numbered day, which meant it was his day to go out and hunt monsters. Coming out to the courtyard, Guyi was already up. He was currently practicing with 2 curved blades in the small courtyard. Guyi's curved blades had a peculiar shape. They were less than 30 centimeters long, with a curve almost 90 degrees. When he assumed a stance, the curved part fit perfectly against his elbow. The 2 curved blades in Guyi's hands were like 2 shimmering silver fish, flying up and down. Even at strange angles, there was no possibility of him harming himself. With effortless grace, he displayed his exceptionally high mastery of curved blades. As Guyi exhaled and sheathed his blades, Yi Yun couldn't help but applaud. To achieve such a level of proficiency with such an unconventional weapon, Guyi, besides his outstanding talent, must have put in a great deal of effort. It could be said that, even though Guyi seemed unreliable at times, he was absolutely a competent martial artist. Guyi looked at Yi Yun by his side, grinned, and the aura of a peerless great master he had just displayed instantly shattered. "Hey, want to learn? I'll teach you." Yi Yun quickly waved his hand, smiling as he said, "Teacher Gu, I just think your blades are very good. Today I have to go out and hunt monsters. I don't know where to assemble yet, so please, teacher, could you show me the way?" Guyi narrowed his eyes slightly. "You're a sharp kid. These 2 curved blades of mine were custom-made at great expense from within our dojo of limits. Their quality is absolutely worthy of SS rank, and they can easily cut through the body defenses of even king rank monsters. Of course, that's just theoretical talk. If I encounter a king rank monster, I'd only be able to run. But the quality of these 2 curved blades is absolutely beyond reproach. As for hunting monsters in the eastern area of the elite training camp, there's the fighter jet landing point. When you get there, take the specialized fighter jet, and someone will lead you." Yi Yun nodded. He had already generally familiarized himself with the elite training camp's terrain yesterday, so he didn't take much effort to find the fighter jet landing point Guyi mentioned. Upon arrival, he saw a huge dark blue fighter jet already poised for departure. Below the fighter jet stood a middle-aged man who waved to Yi Yun and said with a slight smile, "Yi Yun, I am the leading teacher for your group of monster hunting students. My name is Lai Yu. Hurry and get on the fighter jet. Everyone else is already here except you." Yi Yun boarded the fighter jet and saw that its interior space was very vast, with rows upon rows of seats. At this moment, these seats were occupied by young men and women, each with a different temperament. However, one thing was consistent. They all exuded a powerful aura. As Yi Yun entered, their attention was entirely focused on him. Being watched by so many strong individuals, Yi Yun was not nervous at all. He unhurriedly walked to an empty seat and sat down, with no intention of conversing with others. Immediately after, Lai Yu boarded the fighter jet, deftly closed the cabin door and sat down next to Yi Yun. The next moment, the fighter jet slowly took off, leaving the elite training camp's vicinity. Lai Yu looked at Yi Yun, who was in casual clothes beside him, and asked somewhat strangely, "Yi Yun, although this is your first time going out to hunt monsters, you must have read the student handbook right. Why don't you have any equipment?" Yi Yun had not purchased a combat suit. He had only bought an S-rank flying dagger, which was hidden in his sleeve. When he left, Guyi had given Yi Yun a small shield. Aside from these, Yi Yun had no other equipment. Yi Yun chuckled softly, simply saying, "Teacher Lai Yu, I am a psyker master. I've also generally read the student handbook, and I have some understanding of 1001 City where we are going. Please rest assured, I know my limits and there won't be any problems." Hongning Base City, where the elite training camp was located, was roughly in West Asia, while 1001 City, where Yi Yun and the others were about to hunt monsters, was about 300 kilometers from Hongning Base City. This was a city personally numbered by Hong, and every student in the elite training camp had to hunt monsters in this city. 1001 City was specially monitored by a satellite, meaning that within this city, every student's actions were transparent. According to the strict rules of the elite training camp, monster hunting could only be done independently. Helping others or privately trading monster materials would result in expulsion, and mutual killing was strictly forbidden. Once discovered, it would lead to immediate execution. Both Lai Yu and the other students on the fighter jet were already very familiar with Yi Yun's information. They also knew that Yi Yun was actually a powerful and rare psyker master, and they weren't surprised by his somewhat arrogant behavior now. After all, a mid-rank god of war psyker master truly had nothing that could threaten him within this specific monster city. However, they had also heard that Yi Yun's body exertion, movement, and other aspects were very poor, seemingly someone with severe academic bias. As long as Yi Yun hadn't grown stronger, their interest in him wasn't very great. Not long after, the fighter jet arrived at 1001 City. Yi Yun, carrying his shield, stepped onto the wilderness area and saw that the other students had already dispersed, none choosing to team up. They all acted alone. Lai Yu patted Yi Yun's shoulder and softly said, "Go. Just be back before the assembly time, and be careful." Yi Yun nodded, then chose a direction and left Lai Yu's sight. Excluding the martial artist combat assessment, this was actually Yi Yun's first time venturing into the wilderness area alone. Yi Yun couldn't help but lament that his progress was a bit too fast. With too little time, the lack of training in the wilderness area was indeed a major weakness for him. Even Luo Feng in the original work, before joining the elite training camp, had trained with the Fire Hammer team for several months, gaining rich experience in hunting monsters in the wilderness area and honing his body exertion and movement to a good level. Only then was he able to quickly climb to over 60 in the Black Dragon rankings within his first month of joining the elite training camp. The current Yi Yun was unable to achieve this. Chapter 24, Training Begins. Please vote for recommendations tilde. However, Yi Yun didn't feel too much pressure. With his spiritual power reaching the intermediate god of war level, and having gained the attention of the Dojo of Limits, he now had ample time to cultivate his weaknesses. External opinions and comments couldn't affect Yi Yun. As long as a person determines his goal and has the determination to strive for it, he will be fearless. This special 1001 city, before the Great Nirvana, was located in West Asia, near Europe. The style of some architectural ruins had obvious differences from China. Yi Yun walked through the ruined city, searching for his prey. The closer one got to the aircraft landing point, the sparser the monster distribution. Yi Yun walked for 20 minutes, encountering other students along the way, but no monsters were seen, so he had to continue expanding his search area. After crossing a low hill, Yi Yun crouched down, suppressing his sound and aura, hiding behind a large tree. Not far ahead, a gray-furred giant wolf was slowly moving forward with its head down, its nose constantly twitching as if searching for prey. Recalling the information from the student handbook, Yi Yun recognized this gray-furred giant wolf as a gray rock wolf, a beast general-level monster unique to West Asia. Adults are generally intermediate beast generals, and exceptionally strong individuals can reach the advanced beast general level. Gray rock wolves are pack monsters. Their individual strength is not strong among monsters of the same rank, but each pack of gray rock wolves numbers in the dozens. When acting collectively, they can be considered an extremely troublesome target in this 1001 city. The lone gray rock wolf in front of him should be a scout from the pack, specifically responsible for gathering information and identifying prey. Not far behind it, there must be a pack of gray rock wolves. According to experience, if a gray rock wolf scout encounters prey or an unexpected attack, it will emit a unique signal, and the distant wolf pack will rush over quickly, basically within 5 minutes. This means that if I act, I should resolve the battle within 5 minutes. It was not easy to find the first monster. Although it was a tough gray rock wolf, it didn't stop Yi Yun's determination to act. However, before acting, Yi Yun also calculated his advantages and disadvantages against the gray rock wolf and did not rush forward recklessly. Under the cover of the thick tree, the small shield on Yi Yun's back floated up gently, then suddenly split into several parts. These parts combined in the air, transforming into a strange long spear. the long spear landed in Yi Yun's hand. Yi Yun looked at the appearance of the long spear and was very satisfied. The connections between the parts were almost imperceptible, as if it were a single piece. The tip of the long spear was not particularly sharp, and its overall weight was a full 200 kilograms, making it very handy to wield. This special shield was given to him by Gu Yi when he left, saying it was specially prepared for him. It used detachable modular parts and could be combined not only into a long spear and a shield but also into several other forms, such as a long saber, a great axe, a large staff, and so on, making it very versatile. A versatile weapon generally means it doesn't particularly excel in any one aspect. This shield was precisely that. Moreover, ordinary martial artists simply wouldn't use so many combinations, so after the Dojo of Limits' weapon research department developed it, it didn't receive much favor from many martial artists. Even though the shield's material reached the powerful SS rank, it still went unnoticed and stayed in the warehouse for a long time. Therefore, Gu Yi exchanged it without much cost and gave it to Yi Yun for use. According to Gu Yi's idea, Yi Yun's strongest method at this time was undoubtedly his powerful spiritual power, so he would definitely need to focus on enhancement in this area. This shield could serve as Yi Yun's flying device normally, and when fighting, both the shield itself and its disassembled parts were incredibly sharp, which could also be manipulated by Yi Yun's spiritual power. Because of its strong material, it also possessed extraordinary power. There was also the most important point. Yi Yun had expressed to Gu Yi that he wanted to enhance his martial artist combat level. This shield could be combined into various common weapons, so no matter which Dao Yi Yun chose to cultivate, it would be useful. Receiving such a shield, Yi Yun was in a good mood. He had originally planned to buy a long spear for use, but this multifunctional shield was just right, and its material was excellent, enough to last for a long time. Yi Yun gripped the latter half of the long spear with both hands. With a push of his feet, his entire body shot out like an arrow from a bow, the long spear thrusting directly towards the gray rock wolf, which had not yet reacted. The primary offensive move of a long spear is a direct thrust. All the body's power is concentrated into the spear shaft, allowing it to unleash the most direct penetrating force. Yi Yun chose an excellent moment to strike, just as the gray rock wolf was turning its head. Moreover, his footsteps made no sound. The 20-meter distance to the gray rock wolf was covered in an instant, and it seemed about to pierce the gray rock wolf's back of the head. At this moment, without turning its head, the gray rock wolf suddenly shifted 20 centimeters to its left, narrowly avoiding Yi Yun's spearhead. Its 4 legs pushed off the ground, making a turn without any pause, and it attacked towards Yi Yun's position. At the same time, a low growl came from the gray rock wolf's mouth. The tone was not high, but it instantly traveled a long distance. Yi Yun immediately frowned. He had tried his best to conceal his presence, but he still couldn't escape the gray rock wolf's perception. This gray rock wolf was only at the intermediate beast general level, but in terms of alertness, it was even better than a human race martial artist's advanced warlord. Without using spiritual power, Yi Yun's physical quality could only reach the advanced warlord level. After he started to move, the keen gray rock wolf immediately sensed him, so the gray rock wolf quickly decided to entangle its opponent and then transmit a message to the wolf pack not far away. In its view, Yi Yun was the best prey at the moment. Facing the gray rock wolf's sharp claws, Yi Yun didn't even think. He quickly brought his long spear horizontally in front of his chest, blocking the gray rock wolf's attack. The force wasn't very heavy, so Yi Yun stabilized himself with a slight push backward with his feet. He tightly gripped the long spear and pushed forward, bouncing the gray rock wolf away. Immediately, the spear tip lifted, slashing towards the gray rock wolf's relatively vulnerable abdomen. However, what Yi Yun didn't expect was that as Yi Yun exerted force, the gray rock wolf also put in extra effort, retreating a distance greater than Yi Yun had calculated. By the time Yi Yun's upward spear thrust had run its course, it had once again ambushed Yi Yun's exposed left side. The gray rock wolf's almost instinctive attack move caused Yi Yun great trouble. This was his first time wielding a long spear, and he couldn't fully unleash its power. It was like a child applying moves, completely seen through by the gray rock wolf. The entire rhythm of the battle was actually being led by the gray rock wolf. Moreover, the gray rock wolf was extremely intelligent and cunning. It didn't intend to immediately fight Yi Yun to the death. Its own strength was still a bit weak, so it basically just entangled itself around Yi Yun, distracting him, and had no intention of defeating Yi Yun right away. The signal had already been sent, and it only needed to wait for its human race to arrive. In the gray rock wolf's eyes, Yi Yun would have no choice but to die then. After only such a short exchange, Yi Yun's weakness of insufficient combat experience was immediately discovered by the gray rock wolf. Focusing on this weakness of Yi Yun, the gray rock wolf exerted its agile body to the extreme. Throughout the entanglement, Yi Yun couldn't even touch the gray rock wolf once. Yi Yun also saw through the gray rock wolf's intentions, but it was his first time using spear techniques against an enemy, and he had almost no practical combat experience. For a moment, he couldn't escape this predicament, and he felt a bit dejected. Generally, a powerful martial artist, facing a monster with similar physical qualities, can basically achieve a crushing victory by relying on movement techniques, combat skills, and wisdom, even being able to kill monsters beyond their rank. But now, Yi Yun, despite having the strength of an advanced warlord and holding an SS rank long spear, was unable to defeat an intermediate beast general-level gray rock wolf, and was even controlled by the gray rock wolf's battle rhythm. This is very difficult for people to accept in the martial artist world. Yi Yun exhaled deeply, adjusting his mindset, and thought of his purpose for coming to the wilderness area. Wasn't it to train his spear techniques, movement techniques, and accumulate experience fighting monsters? So, Yi Yun no longer dwelled on this first battle's slight setback. He quickly erased the anxiety from his heart and patiently fought with the gray rock wolf, deepening his familiarity with the long spear. Inspector Wang's spear-wielding combat experience surfaced one by one, and various techniques were tested accordingly. Slowly, the tide turned from a disadvantage to an even footing. Just as Yi Yun was immersed in his spear techniques, sudden wolf howls, one after another, came from not far away, filled with excitement. The gray rock wolf in front of him simultaneously retreated, letting out an even louder howl. In a short while, over 30 gray rock wolves gathered around Yi Yun, surrounding him. Most of these 30-plus gray rock wolves were of the intermediate beast general rank, like the one before. The 5 largest ones in the center were clearly more formidable advanced beast general gray rock wolves. Yi Yun felt somewhat unfulfilled at this moment. The previous gray rock wolf's attacks weren't fierce, and the battle wasn't passionate, which gave him a good opportunity to familiarize himself with spear techniques. Just as he was finally getting into a rhythm, he didn't expect that a few minutes had passed, and the gray rock wolf pack had arrived. Upon seeing the wolf pack appear, Yi Yun lost interest. Being surrounded by over 30 gray rock wolves was not something his current spear technique could handle. So he put away his long spear and slung it behind his back. A cold, gleaming throwing knife shot out from Yi Yun's sleeve. Chapter 25. Progress. Please vote for me, Tilda. Yi Yun flashed a brilliant smile at the gray rock wolves before him, and his delicate S-grade flying knife floated into the air. His powerful spiritual power unfolded, and his entire aura was completely different from before. In the keen perception of the gray rock wolf pack, this human, who was initially completely under their control, was now filled with an extremely dangerous presence. However, this entire gray rock wolf pack had no chance to regret. Yi Yun pointed his right hand forward, and the S-grade flying knife instantly cut into the gray rock wolf pack. In less than a second, more than 30 gray rock wolves fell to the ground, blood gushing wildly from their throats, and soon all of them lost their breath. Yi Yun manipulated the flying knife to wipe it on the wolf fur and spent some time cutting off the wolf skins. These wolf skins were the beast general materials from the gray rock wolves. Back at the elite training camp, Counting these materials was equivalent to selling them to the Dojo of Limits, which would provide corresponding monetary value, increase his contribution points at the Dojo of Limits, and calculate battle points based on the material rank. After stacking and tying these dozens of wolf skins together, Yi Yun continued to search for traces of monsters. The battle with the Grey Rock Wolves just now allowed Yi Yun to find the feeling of honing his skills. With the added experience and insights from his seniors, he gained tremendous benefits every second during his personal combat. After only a few minutes of fighting the Grey Rock Wolves, Yi Yun could already feel a certain tacit agreement with the long spear in his hand. The spear techniques he displayed had a hint of spirituality, no longer so rigid and mechanically applying fixed moves. It could be said that he was rapidly incorporating others' cultivation experience into his own insights, and his progress was astonishingly fast. Throughout that day, whenever Yi Yun saw a monster, he would pick up his long spear and fight it. His spear and movement skills rapidly improved during such high-intensity battles. Almost every battle, Yi Yun would radiate new brilliance. The first few times still required spiritual power to back him up, but as Yi Yun's spear and movement skills improved, and as he became more familiar with the various monsters within 1001 City, his combat became completely stable. Relying solely on his long spear, without using spiritual power, he could already completely deal with those beast general monsters. This 1001 City was intentionally preserved by Hong, specifically designed for the students of the elite training camp. The entire city was filled with a large number of beast general monsters, while the number of lord-level monsters was extremely small, many of them having advanced from beast general monsters. Therefore, although Yi Yun didn't pay attention to the target's rank that day, he didn't encounter a single lord-level monster. A cold gleam flashed, and a one-horned deer was impaled through the head by the dragon-like long spear, its momentum unchecked, nailing it firmly to a giant tree. Yi Yun pulled out his long spear, casually cut off the one-horned deer's long horn, and glanced at the time on his watch. He immediately stopped delaying and headed towards the fighter jet parking area. When Yi Yun saw Lai Yu again, he saw Lai Yu smiling and coming forward, chuckling as he said, "Yi Yun, your harvest is pretty good. Hurry onto the fighter jet, almost everyone is here." Yi Yun smiled and nodded, then walked onto the fighter jet and sat down. He saw the other elite training camp students around him, each carrying a bulging large backpack, all filled with the materials they had harvested from hunting monsters throughout the day. Yi Yun didn't bring a backpack. The monster materials he kept were now tied together, originally floating slightly above the ground, but after entering the fighter jet, they were placed at Yi Yun's feet. Everyone could clearly see Yi Yun's spoils, and immediately noticed that the quantity and quality of Yi Yun's spoils were much higher than theirs. However, no one found it strange, some even showed disdain. Yi Yun's identity as an intermediate god of war psyker master was not a secret. If he were outside, such strength would earn him the admiration and adoration of most people, but now he was in the elite training camp. Here, only powerful physical strength, movement skills, and combat techniques could earn others' respect, and these were true indicators of strength. Each of them clearly understood Yi Yun's physical quality and physical strength rank, knowing that at such a level, dealing with intermediate beast general monsters would be somewhat difficult, let alone the next level of advanced beast general. However, among Yi Yun's large bundle of materials, there were many intermediate beast general materials, and even quite a few that belonged to advanced beast general monsters. To have such a harvest, they believed Yi Yun must have used spiritual power to hunt monsters. Although it did not violate the rules, it still made them feel that Yi Yun lacked the heart of a strong person striving for progress, so naturally, they did not have a good expression. Yi Yun was aware of others' gazes and thoughts, but he didn't care. Among these materials, he did indeed use spiritual power to hunt many monsters, but the ultimate goal was to increase his battle points. He didn't miss out on any of the necessary combat honing. It was just that for some monsters that detected him in advance, he used spiritual power to instantly kill them to prevent them from escaping. Since battle points were one of the conditions for point settlement, why couldn't he give his all to increase them? After everyone returned, the fully loaded fighter jet returned to the elite training camp. After getting off the fighter jet, it was already closed to 10 o'clock. The elite training camp had special vehicles responsible for counting each student's harvested monster materials, depositing the corresponding money into each person's account, and increasing their corresponding contribution points, while each student's battle points also increased accordingly. Yi Yun's card originally only had 50 million Chinese yuan. After this material count, the number in his account instantly surged, reaching a colossal 5 billion. Generally, the core materials of an elementary beast general monster are worth about 5 million to 15 million. For an intermediate beast general monster, the important materials can be sold for approximately 10 million to over 100 million. And for an advanced beast general monster, the core important materials can be bought for around 50 million to 6 or 700 million. Of course, these are approximate prices. Some monsters, due to their extreme rarity or the popularity of their materials, will see a significant increase in the value of their materials. For example, the Silver Moon Ferocious Wolf's fur is a top-tier luxury clothing material for high society, and its own strength is exceptionally outstanding, so its value is equivalent to the material value of a typical elementary lord-level monster. Moreover, these are common prices in the outside world, approximate reference values for HR Alliance acquisitions. If sold directly to the dojo of limits like this, the amount of money received would be slightly less, but there would be compensation in contribution points. Today, Yi Yun hunted 10 advanced beast generals, nearly 40 intermediate beast generals, and several elementary beast generals, collecting most of their materials, which resulted in a harvest of 5 billion. However, this was also due to that pack of gray rock wolves. Otherwise, this time it would only be about 1 or 2 billion. It's not certain that he will be so lucky to encounter a large number of gregarious monsters next time. After the statistics were completed, the rankings of the students on the Black Dragon rankings, located on the scales of the Black Dragon statue at the entrance of the elite training camp, also changed. Today was the second, and this batch of students, due to being 1 day behind in battle points from hunting monsters, were all ranked lower. After today's statistics were completed, their rankings immediately surged forward. Yi Yun's ranking also changed. Because his battle points were very high, he reached around 156th place. However, because his physical strength rank was only 1.5, and he hadn't yet attempted the trial tower, his combat power amplitude was currently a pitiful 1.5, so his score increase was not significant, only slightly better than those at the bottom of the elite training camp. As a newcomer who had just joined the elite training camp, Yi Yun was still receiving a lot of attention. When everyone saw that Yi Yun's ranking was only 156th, they all thought it was very normal. No matter how powerful a Psyker Master you are, without the help of a high combat power amplitude, your score will never climb to the top. Yi Yun was not at all surprised by this result. He returned to Twilight Cloud Pavilion and found that Gu Yi had not yet rested but was sitting in the courtyard. Feeling Yi Yun's return, Gu Yi finally stood up, revealing his characteristic playful smile. "How was it today? I smell blood and monster scent on you. It seems you truly want to enhance yourself and haven't been clinging to your identity as a Psyker Master." Yi Yun was slightly surprised by Gu Yi's keenness. He saw that Gu Yi hadn't rested and recalled how he had been cultivating his spear techniques in combat all day. Wasn't the powerful Gu Yi a good opponent to verify his insights? He immediately felt an itch to try, took the long spear from his back into his hand, and bowed slightly. "Senior Gu Yi, please enlighten me." Gu Yi was very satisfied with Yi Yun's attitude. He extended his right hand forward, placed his left hand behind his back, and his entire aura changed. He said in a deep voice, "Come on, let me see what you gained today." 10 minutes later, Yi Yun looked at the palm stopped at his throat, feeling the surging Kai and blood within his body. He put away his long spear, a wry smile on his face. He could tell that Gu Yi, using his hand as a blade, had already given him a lot of leeway. Moreover, during the battle, Yi mostly let Yi display his spear attacks, acting as a guide. Yi could feel that he had fully unleashed his spear insights from today, but he was still effortlessly resolved by Gu Yi. The gap of several realms was not so easily bridged. Compared to Yi, Gu Yi was even more shocked deep down. According to his understanding, Yi had only decided to cultivate spear techniques in the past 2 days, and the weapon that transformed into a long spear in his hand was given to him by Gu Yi himself. After only 1 day of going out to hunt monsters, not only were his spear techniques very solid, but even a hint of the sharp aura of his spear techniques had begun to show. The speed of his progress left Gu Yi dumbfounded and incredulous. Could it be that this kid is a once-in-10,000 years spear genius? Was he just never exposed to it before, which is why he was buried? Subscribe for more amazing novel audiobooks. Don't forget to like, comment, and share Infinite Novel Audio.